call.
We know they are planning kuleta watu wengine wa askari police in uniform. Waje pamoja uingiliane na sisi pale, alafu walete furugu. We know all that.
Hiyo ni haki yako. Usichome mwenzako, usichome mali, lakini tairi unaweza choma.
Brian Mushiri, NTV, Nairobi.
The much popularized mass demonstrations in Nairobi have been dismissed as illegal by the Nairobi security apparatus. Nairobi County Commander Adamson Bungei says no group has submitted any notice which meets the legal threshold for holding demos. This as Nairobi Senator Johnson Sakaja assured residents of peace and calm, urging them to go about their duties or their business as usual. Gina Kiruri also sampled the views of residents on the demonstrations.
The clusters of residents outside Central Police Station was just one of the hints of the preparations for the protests spearheaded by Azimio la Umoja wa Kenya on Monday. On both the protesters' side and security agencies who are spotted on patrol within the city. But according to Nairobi County Commander Adamson Bungei, no group has so far submitted any notice to the police to hold demonstrations which meet the legal requirement. Bungei adding that Azimio submitted their notice at 10 p.m. Saturday night, while the Nairobi business community submitted theirs at 8 a.m. Sunday morning.
We hereby caution that any person that will preach the peace or break the law during the procession shall be dealt with decisively accordingly to the law.
Bungei adding that no person will be allowed to march into State House.
Those are areas that are not, or no person who is not authorized is allowed to get entry to. So I want Kenyans to be guided, to be informed by the law, not by persons of personal interest.
Sentiments echoed by Interior CS Professor Kithure Kindiki. In a statement, Kindiki says, Monday 20th March is a normal working day. Security agencies shall prevent unauthorized access to all protected areas. Security agencies shall enforce the Constitution firmly and decisively with no regard for political persecution or social standing of those involved. This as Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja, accompanied by Langata MP Felix Odiwuor aka Jalas, affiliated to the ODM party, dismissed Monday's protests.
People should come to work, people should open their shops, people should go to school. Let us continue living our lives. We cannot bring disruption to our day-to-day livelihoods in Nairobi.
Residents in Nairobi have expressed mixed reactions over Monday's protests.
Sahi unga tena imeongezwa bei, tangu juzi aliongeza mafuta. Kila kitu imesuti. Kama hiyo maandamano itatusaidia sisi tutaenda.
Kwa upande wa kama like opposition kikwao ni wana faida yao. Lakini sisi kama watu wa matatu itatu affect kwa sababu wengi hawatajitokeza tu wanaandamana. Wengi watajitokeza wakati wa wengine wanaandamana na wengine nao kazi yao ni kufanya looting.
Ngina Kirori, NTV.
All right, that was the situation in Nairobi yesterday. Let's get a sense of what the situation is today. Joining us now live from Kibra is Melita Oletenges. Melita, Kibra is considered not only Raila Odinga's, quote, bedroom, but also a hotbed by some. What is the situation this morning?
Well, Olive, indeed, we are coming to you from Kibra constituency in Nairobi County. We arrived here about 15 minutes ago just to monitor the situation from this constituency. Remember, this is the stomping ground for Raila Odinga here in Nairobi County. And of course, we expect to see a lot of activity here today. Of course, some sort of exodus from here heading towards a town where the Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga announced that they shall be meeting in town together with his supporters before making that procession towards a State House. But remember, Olive, the reason why this particular constituency is considered an impregnable stronghold for Raila Odinga is because before Kibra and Langata were actually divided into two separate constituencies, Raila Odinga was the Member of Parliament from 1992 and defended his seat for 3 consecutive elections, and that is is why Kibra is considered his stronghold, of course, here in Nairobi. And since we arrived here, Olive, we've just actually observed a number of people walking to work and also students, I believe, going to school, of course. And but we are spoken to a number of people here who are heading to work, and that they have told us that the numbers today along this road is actually less compared to a normal day. And of course, as you can see there in those pictures, are just people who are rushing to work. But of course, Olive, we've also spoken to a number of people here who have said that they are looking forward to the demonstrations today, saying that they are actually going to support Raila Odinga in this demo. And why are they actually going to support him? They are mentioning things to do with the high cost of living, which is a key in the demonstrations, of course, being championed by Raila Odinga today. And as we wait to see how that will pan out, of course, Olive, we will also be keeping our eyes and ears on the ground on the security situation around Kibra, just to ensure that we actually observe how the police will be handling the whole demonstrations, and of course how the people here will be reacting even as they walk from here to the town center, the CBD, where of course they will be meeting with the Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga before, of course, now heading to State House as planned. So Olive, the situation as at now is just normal activity going on here, nothing out of the norm, but of course we are keeping our ears and eyes on the ground, Olive, for our viewers.
Thank you for that update, Melita Tenges. For those not sure whether or not they should get into the Central Business District, we'll be hearing from Ngina Kiruri shortly. Melita tells us things in Kibra are fine, except for low traffic. We'll wait to see what Ngina has to say about the CBD. Among the key issues taking Azimio la Umoja coalition and its supporters to the streets today for the much publicized mass action is the IEBC recruitment impasse that has to do with the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. On one hand, Raila Odinga is demanding the reinstatement of 4 IEBC commissioners kicked out of office by President William Ruto after he suspended them from office, while on the other hand, the government has engaged its overdrive gear in recruiting new commissioners after successfully assembling a selection panel, then declaring vacancies. So, will Azimio MPs sponsor changes to the law to slam the brakes on government? Does the coalition have sufficient numbers? Which way IEBC is a question Duncan Hemba asks this morning.
Tarehe 20 ya mwezi wa Machi imefika. Sasa ni saa ya kupiga parapanda.
Once again, Raila Odinga will be taking to the streets demanding a stake in the reconstitution of the country's electoral body, IEBC. Less than 24 hours to the planned street protests in the capital, Nairobi, Odinga remains relentless on the thorny issue of reconstituting the commission.
That election commission is the referee in the game of elections and must be appointed in consultation among all sections of the community, particularly the major players, the political parties. We have not been party to what is going on right now.
Azimio coalition is accusing the government of micromanaging the process, whose endgame they claim is already known.
What is being appointed is a Ruto commission, which is aimed at rigging the 2027 elections in advance. We will not accept this.
From the onset, Raila Odinga's wing has been opposed to the process of IEBC reconstitution. When a public petition was presented to Parliament demanding removal of 4 IEBC commissioners, Team Azimio vehemently opposed the move and boycotted Justice and Legal Affairs Committee sittings that eventually saw the National Assembly recommend to the President removal of 4 IEBC commissioners, which he did by suspending the Cherera 4, prompting 3 to resign, while the 4th faced a tribunal. When President William Ruto gave a nod for the establishment of IEBC Commissioner Selection Panel, the opposition kept off, declining to lend credence as the team begins recruiting new commissioners.
He is telling us that he wants to decide who will appoint the IEBC. He doesn't want the law. He doesn't want the constitution. He doesn't want the Law Society of Kenya to appoint people. He doesn't want religious leaders to appoint people. He doesn't want PSC. He He doesn't want Parliamentary Service Commission. He doesn't want political parties to decide. He wants to decide himself against the Constitution and with no law. That is anarchy.
In the run-up to the 1997 general election, the opposition, civil society organizations and the church protested President Daniel Moi's move to single-handedly appoint ECK commissioners, and after months of bloody protests, a gentleman's agreement in the name of Inter-Parties Parliamentary Group IPPG was crafted that saw both ruling party KANU and major political parties participate in nomination of the commissioners. 10 years later, in 2007, while still recovering from the shock of 2005 referendum laws, President Mwai Kibaki discarded the 1997 IPPG since it was not anchored on any law and appointed all the over 20 commissioners alone, a move that gave opposition grounds to dispute the presidential election results, sparking post-election violence in several parts of the country, leaving the country in political turmoil until the international community stepped in, stopping the violence. In 2016, Raila Odinga's squad outfit was in the streets, pushing for IBC commissioners' overhaul through weekly Monday protests dubbed Machozi Monday, until a political deal was struck that saw Isaac Hassan-led team hounded out of office. However, as things stand, Azimio stands slim chances of pushing any changes through Parliament, following Kenya Kwanza's heavy poaching of its members, depleting its numbers from the majority to now minority, and more members continue teaming with the government side.
That's why we said that all Kenyans of goodwill should converge tomorrow, march together to the center of the city. It shall be a grand march to State House to claim our victory.
Former Presidents Daniel Arap Moi, Mwai Kibaki and Uhuru Kenyatta were at different times of their reign forced to have a political ceasefire with Raila Odinga. It is now President William Ruto's turn. Will he follow suit or will he stand his ground? Duncan Haemba, NTV, Nairobi.
We saw a bit of history there in that report by Duncan Haemba. And speaking of history, that's what we're going to be looking at for the next, 1 hour, 40 minutes. With me in studio already, we have Dr. Njoki Wamai, PhD, Politics and International Studies, which is apt because, Njoki, we have protests not just in Kenya, but in South Africa, Nigeria, as well as Tunisia. I'm curious what you make of that. We'll hear from her in a moment. And sitting next to her is Dr. Kenneth Ombongi, Chair, Department of History and Archaeology. And I'll be asking him, have we been here before? Does he feel a sense of deja vu? But first, let's take a look at the headlines this morning. As you can expect, on the three major dailies, actually 4 of them, the headline, apart from Business Daily, has to do with today's Maandamano. Ruto backs talks as Raila protest starts. D-Day demonstrations are also planned in South Africa, Tunisia and Nigeria, we are told by the Daily Nation. They say here, as calls for dialogue between President William Ruto and Azimio leader Raila Odinga intensified. The head of state yesterday said he was willing to hold conditional talks, even as the opposition chief rallied troops for demonstrations today. You saw in that report by Duncan Haemba, Raila Odinga clad in his paramilitary gear, saying they're headed for State House. The police yesterday said, be warned that there are areas which are restricted. Okay, let's now take a look at the front page of the Taifa Leo. And Taifa Leo, as usual, captures it succinctly, captures the situation very well. They say, Roho mkononi, taharuki, Raila asisitiza sharti aingie Ikulu, polisi waharamisha maandamano, Ruto naye akimfokea Odinga. We heard Martha Karua, when was it? It was in Githurai when she said President William Ruto should prepare tea for them. And Raila Odinga said Kenyans have every right to visit public offices. The police yesterday said State House is not a public office, but a restricted area. And I see an image here. And wananchi waandamana Kisumu jana. Kivumbi, polisi waharamisha maandamano ya Azimio, huku muungano huo ukisisitiza kilele cha maandamano hayo kitakuwa wafuasi wake kujitoma katika ikulu ya Nairobi. And the Standard puts it this way. Day of showdown. President William Ruto says he will not buckle under pressure from the opposition's protest, while the charge called for dialogue on day. Raila insisted the march is unstoppable. Let's now take a look at how the Star has phrased it. And their headline is this: Raila vows State House march on. Ruto warns. Former PM asks supporters to gather in CBD from dawn for march to, quote, claim a victory. Showdown. Tough-talking president says he won't allow Odinga to, quote, terrorize Kenyans. And I see here an image, several images side by side. We have William Ruto and his deputy Rigathi Gachagua, all after in Nandi yesterday, where they held interdenominational prayers. Some may argue a political meeting. We see Raila Odinga here. I see demonstrations here, an image similar to that on the front page of which daily was it? Was it the Standard? No, it must have been Taifa Leo. And I also see another image of the police in full riot gear. All right, so I'll invite my panelists to comment on the events of today. Is it of significance, Dr. Wamai, that we have Kenya, Nigeria, South Africa, and Tunisia protesting on the same day?
You know, the French have been protesting, of course, in Israel with Benjamin Netanyahu. So, you see, I think one of the things we face as a country is we don't understand, we only think of political participation through, you know, the very stipulated ways that governments so come and vote or come for a referendum. But protest is also a form of political participation, especially when you don't have those instruments of, you know, you're not in power. The only challenge, of course, with Kenyan protests over time, we've had a history of violence, but also it's also the behavior of the police. So there are many facets involved, but first I think we need to be, political participation is a form of participation, protest is a form of participation, strikes, all these kind of things. It's just that in Kenya, because of the history of authoritarian leadership from Jomo Kenyatta, Moi, protests were then criminalized. And I think we are yet to recover from that history of authoritarianism.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting that you bring up the history of authoritarianism, and that's part of what we'll be getting into in the course of the next, actually, 4 hours. I said 1 hour and 40 minutes, but actually we're here until 10, but with this panel until 8. But Dr. Ombongi, have we been here before? Are you experiencing a sense of deja vu?
Well, this is not new. First to Kenya, and also it's not new to the world over. As my colleague has just said, you know, the world is experiencing a resurgence of the extreme right regimes across the world, which are fairly authoritarian in their political ethos and practice. And every time in history we have had a situation such as what we have today, regardless of which country, regardless of whether it's in Africa or in the West or in the Middle East, always you will have the kind of political activism that we are witnessing. Now, to be much more specific, to look at the Kenyan situation, you know, protest has been the order, has been the norm of Kenyan politics, not just in Kenya's post-colony, but also in colonial Kenya. So in a number of ways, in looking at it through history, this is fairly normal. You know, way back in, and maybe we'll come to this later, way back in 1922, when the Kenyan colonial state was trying to oppress the people, took over the land and marginalized the Africans, protest was actually a norm of political reaction. In the
as far back as 1922?
Yes.
For some of us, the earliest we remember, I'm not saying you are alive then, but I mean born then, not alive, born then. Yes. I think the earliest I recall hearing about, I was born, was the early 90s. The agitation for multi-party democracy.
Yeah, that was, you know, in the 60 years that Kenya has been independent, actually, I would say that much of it in our political organization and mobilization, it has been characterized by protest. Even before the 90s that you are talking about, much of the 60s, you see protests that culminate in a very sad incident in 1969, the clash in Kisumu between the Kenyatta administration and the supporters of Raila Odinga then. Jaramogi Odinga, sorry. So a greater part of the 70s witnessed that led to a few people being detained without trial, led by Odinga himself, the senior Odinga. And the 90s was just a continuation of what the political situation in Kenya was in the previous decades. And the 1990s coincides with a very interesting end of one or single party state across the world. It marks the end of the Cold War, the ideological Cold War between the West and the East, and then the triumph of neoliberal democracy, which called for the end of the single party system. In Kenya, of course, the forces of conservatism, the forces of the extreme right resisted, and the protest became a means of choice or a mechanism to resist authoritarianism. Okay. And that leads to the elections of 1992, which were the first multi-party election in the country since the 60s.
All right, and we'll get more into that, but part of what we're asking this morning is revolutionary or demagoguery? Perhaps, Dr. Omai, you can explain for the viewers who are not too familiar with that second word, what it means.
Before we get there, I just wanted to actually like something that Dr. said here. Protest started from 1922. Mm-hmm. I'm a political scientist, and I'm glad we have a historian and a political scientist. And also, we need to recognize the role of women, because even in the 20s, especially among Kikuyu women, the leading protests were the protests, was it the Moderego? The protests between what they were calling the people who had refused to accept the colonial Western education, yeah, and the Asheji versus is it Aregi or Aregi? So we've had a history of protest, and protests, people, and that's what I'm saying, the challenge we have in Kenya, because we have been faced with, we are a country that first started with authoritarianism as our first Jomo Kenyatta, perfected by, of course, Moi. So we don't know, and even the people who are running the government, these are the mentees of that time. So they don't understand how do you improve also democracy? You know, if you look at even like that history of where we have come to, up to the 1992s, if those people are not going to Kamukonji protesting, probably would not have this space that we are talking about, this democratic space. So, and not just as a regime, also as a people, as citizens, our job is to keep pushing democracy so that we can, the next generation, our children and our children's children, don't have to be, trying to run away from our countries because there's no political space and democracy. So Kenya calls itself a democracy, but it's a very, very weak democracy.
Why do you say that? And even as you answer that, is maandamano a hallmark of democracy?
Yes, it is. Because I'm saying there are various forms of political participation. They are the ones that I'm saying we all know, voting, going for polls, and I mean, what are they called? Referendums and that kind of thing. But protests, strikes, and all those forms are also political participation, right? And so, and people like the French, because I think after their French Revolution in 1789, for the French, they call it manifestation, protesting. It's part of their everyday life. If anybody goes and lives in Paris, you'll be shocked. You'll think, hey, what is going on? Every day there's a protest. The challenge, of course, somebody will say, oh, but now people will destroy property. But it's also because, you see, the protests and the police, they almost have a discursive relationship. And in a dictatorial, or what we've had previously, authoritarian regimes, the police saw protests as, and of course, based on what the authoritarian leader thought, like Moi or Jomo, we need to shoot these people. But in France, right now, they've been protesting, I don't know for how many days, how many people have died. They're protesting against the age limit for retirement. Benjamin Netanyahu, who is also is becoming very authoritarian. There have been 500,000 people in the streets of Tel Aviv. How many people have been shot? And that's what we should be asking ourselves. Even today, if there are protests in Joburg, in Johannesburg, in Tunis, in Nairobi, in Lagos, or wherever they're in the different cities in Nigeria, a good democracy should allow people to protest, but your job as the police is to keep them contained. Like if you've ever seen protests, like now in France, the police will be there with their batons, heavily guarded, creating a cordon. That is what the police should be doing, so that then they don't go destroy important things. But because of our history, we tend to see protests as, oh my God, this is really bad, we need to contain these people. And loss of lives. And if people die today, it will now spiral this thing to be something else, which shouldn't be. Yeah.
All right. Yes, Doctor.
Maybe picking from where my colleague has left, one fundamental question we need to ask ourselves is why we have the kind of reaction from the police in Kenya comparatively with other countries where protest has been a norm in political practice. Whether you're talking about the United States, you're talking about France now, you're talking about Britain, the whole concept of the civil rights movement in the United States, the freedom struggle in India, and Mahatma Gandhi and the rest is just, history is replete with protest. Then how do we account for these different reactions from instruments of state, such as the police? That is unique to our history. The Kenyan police, in its very origin and development, was there to protect the state, not to protect the citizens. The colonial police was there to protect the political elites against what was perceived as elements of disruption, mainly the Africans, and of course at that time also to some extent the Indians. And the judiciary, just like the police, were there really to work for the interests of the colonial state, but not the interests of the colonial subjects. Fast forward, we gained the so-called independence, and there's a reason why I'm calling it the so-called independence. Then we never fundamentally changed some of these institutions in order to serve the interests of Kenya's post-colony. They continued more or less as they were. You look at the Kenyatta administration, the police were there to protect the state, the NSIS, the CID and all this, you know. They were not, you know, very accommodative to protest against the ills of the state, against the citizens. So what we are seeing is a very interesting historical continuity. So there is nothing overly unique, according, if you look at history, as to how the Kenyan security forces have actually behaved. It is in their innate nature to behave the way they do, protect the state, protect the leaders, but not the citizen. And the requisite neutrality that is required in instruments of state security as they were is actually lacking. We have a deficit of that as a country in our political ethos and in our political practice.
Interesting. So are you saying it's in their DNA?
Yes.
But shikilia hapo, Daktari. Yeah. We'll come back. We'll come back to that. And we've also been joined by another panelist this morning, and her name is Beatrice Kamau. She is Executive Director of Women Political Alliance. And you talked about the civil rights movement in the US, Dr. Mbongi, and in Kenya, in Somalia, she has been at the forefront in fighting for freedoms, not just for women, but also for political space. And we'll hear from you, Betty, in a moment. But first, we cross over to the Kenya Kwanza headquarters, where Brian Mushiri is on standby. And Brian, perhaps you can tell us what the genesis of this statement I saw yesterday is. Peaceful demonstrations and picketing, the above matter refers. We appreciate the role and mandate of the National Police Service in maintaining law and order, preserving peace, protecting life and property. It is in this regard we write to request security personnel in view of hustlers that will be demonstrating against divisive politics, destruction of property and probable loss of lives. This is in light of Azimio's countrywide demonstrations scheduled for Monday. We're expecting at least 20,000 people in tomorrow's picketing on Karen, Kitisuru and Lower Kabete roads, leading to the following homesteads: Raila Odinga, Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Martha Karua, Eugene Wamalwa. Your consideration of our request will be highly appreciated. Kindly expedite. And this is signed by Cleophas Malala, Secretary General UDA, and dated March the 17th. Brian, yesterday the police told us that there are no demonstrations which have been given the green light for Nairobi today. The statement is signed by Cleophas Malala, but I looked at the UDA Twitter handle and I did not see it. Is it verified? Are there 20,000 people ready to march from where you are?
Well, good morning, Olive. Yes, indeed, like you've so rightly put it, it's a push and pull, and it's a very grey area as far as this conversation is concerned. Yes, the statement that you've just read right there is dated the 17th of March. That was last week. And you definitely will see that the Kenya Kwanza allied members of parliament, and as well as those that have done that major crossover from the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition into Kenya Kwanza, or at least some of them, have so far indicated that they will indeed do a peaceful march to the homesteads of Raila Odinga, who lives around Karen Kararapon area. You have Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka from Karen as well. You have Honorable Martha Karua in Kitusuru, as well as Eugene Wamalwa in Lower Kabete. So definitely that's something we are considering to look into it. But something interesting to take note of is the fact that yesterday Nairobi County Commander Adanson Bungei indicated that there will be no protests in the CBD, and this is something we're going to be looking out for. Perhaps will the Kenya Kwanza and the UDA affiliate protesters be allowed to go on with their march? Will it be some level of double standard by the government? Because of course we have seen that all these protests have been termed illegal. It's something we continue to have a look at. But just spoken to the Secretary General Cleophas Malala of the United Democratic Alliance UDA party, just indicating that we are ready to march, and we are marching against these protests that might not be peaceful, that might lead to the loss of lives, that might lead to divisive politics. That's what they're Beg your pardon, Olive, that's what they're holding on to. And we continue to just listen to what they have to say. But as of now, this is the Hustlers Plaza right alongside Ngong Road. We have come all the way from Nation Center. Police presence is moderate, just as you would expect, some level of tension here and there. Of course, at this time, around Ngong Road, you expect some level of traffic, but not really as much traffic as you'd expect on a regular day, on a regular Monday. That's a working day for Kenyans. So really, Olive, we continue to listen in. Just hope that it's going to be at least a peaceful process, or will they even get the chance to protest or even meet here to start their marches to the areas of Karen, Kitusuru and Lower Kabete, to the homesteads of Honorable Raila Odinga, Honorable Stephen Kalonzo Musyoka, Honorable Martha Karua, as well as former Defense Cabinet Secretary Eugene Wamalwa. Olive?
Right, we keep an eye on those events as well. Brian Mushiri speaking to us from Hustlers Plaza. The Hustlers tell us they'll have a 20,000 man strong march. But before we hear from Betty on her experience with Maandamano, let's take a look. Head back to Kibra. Melita Oletenges, as I understand it, has told us that there is a security contingent on ground, strong security presence there. Any update other than that, Melita? All right, we'll hear from him in not too long, but those pictures coming out of Kibra. Betty, good morning. Morning, Oliver. Welcome to NTV. And some of what we're asking this morning is this: arrests and civil disobedience. We saw student leaders arrested on Saturday as they held a meeting at Chester House, saying they will be participating in today's protests. Teachings from Nyayo era playbook. Are you feeling a sense of deja vu today? Dr. Umbongi told us we have seen a resurgence of the extreme right authoritarianism. Does it bring back memories for you?
Yes, it does. And as I have said, my name is Beatrice Kamau. I am a Kenyan. I love my country. I am a patriot. And I have been in protests for a long time. And I do believe that it is Kenyans' rights it is their only way of expressing themselves. And they have avenues. And it is also their constitutional right. So when we talk about illegalities, I don't know what they are quoting, because what the police is supposed to do is to ensure that the demonstrations are safe and the people who are demonstrating are taken care of and get security. So when the students express the right to demonstrate, it's only informing the police that because that is what they are supposed to do. And this is a constitutional right that we fought so hard for, because initially, during Moi's era, where you met, even if you met 3 of you, then that was an illegal meeting, and a chief or anybody could have you arrested. And I do remember that when we discussed, as I am also a founder member of Release Political Prisoners, and we were the first people to hold a demonstration, also a meeting without a license, because you had to have a license. And for you to have a license, you had to explain. But we are saying this is a democratic country. We are a democracy where people need to discuss. And it is a way of expressing themselves. So if people have actually said that they want to demonstrate, it is a way of expressing themselves. They are expressing themselves to the government. They are expressing themselves to the world. They are expressing themselves to the rest of Kenyans. So that is their right, and nobody can take it. Mm. Nobody can take it. It belongs to them. All they need is to be protected. If there is property that needs to be protected, let it be protected. We are the taxpayers. Mm-hmm. We pay the police. We pay the government. Remember, the Constitution is an agreement between the ruled and the rulers on how to run the government. If there is something amiss, then they have avenues. You can express yourself through your member of parliament, through your MCA, or through your representative. If that is not happening, then you are not left with another option, any other option, but to express yourself. And what I see people, I'm now talking generally about mass action or about demonstrations. It is their right. If you feel that the avenues that you have are not being exploited or are not serving you, then you have a right as a Kenyan to demonstrate, or like-minded Kenyans to come together. On the issue of now, the counter-attack, I think whoever is planning that is not good. Because if there are people who planned that they are going to have their demonstrations today, then the others should wait or should have it in another direction. All that police need to do is that to make sure is that people don't clash and they don't interfere with your right. Oliver, I can express my right so long as I'm not interfering with your right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And we'll continue this conversation. And Dr. Ombongi, remember the question of is it in the DNA of the police? We changed the name to National Police Service, right? Not a force. Why are we still struggling? We'll come back. We'll come back with that. I'm so sorry. Twice now I've told you to give me a minute or two, but those pictures that are on screen are from Kibra. I'm informed that there had been tires on the roads, but the police have taken them and carried them off. So we'll get an update on the situation across the country. We take a break. When we come back, we continue with our conversation.
Daring Abroad makes me dare.
It's the only show of its kind in the world. And now, it's bigger.
And even more entertaining and informative than before.
Hapa kunaitwa Kakoe na inatubaba sana.
From London to Jersey Island.
Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo to the scenic features of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
And many more places abroad and at home.
I watch Daring Abroad. I like the stories which people bring.
Daring Abroad every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. with repeats every Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on NTV.
Otis, kijana yangu achana na wasichana.
Mama, wasichana gani jameni? Si mimi na Google formula.
Nimekuona uko kwa Instagram.
Sikuwa IG, nilikuwa na Google.
Google gani imejaa wasichana hivyo? Otis, dunia mbaya, wachana na hao wasichana.
Ai, wasichana gani mama?
Ukitaka bibi siku moja, enda kwa kanisa. Wachana na hii wasichana ya Instagram na TikTok.
Hata sina Instagram na TikTok.
Mwanamke ni roho.
Ai, tena si dada alisema ni tabia.
Sasa dad ni mwanamke. Si wacha nikwambie, mimi ndo najua mwanamke ni roho.
Mama, sikuwa naangalia mwanamke kwa Google.
Nyamaza nikwambie. Walisema mke mwema anatoka kwa Bwana. Unatoka unaenda wapi? Mke mwema anabaki kwa Bwana.
To get relationship advice by Mama Otis, dial *811*930#. Skiza na Nation.
Now this is what we call convergence. Come through for the morning fix this and every single Friday right here on NTV. Yes, it's about that time.
You know, the coolest thing about mornings is that a girl and two guys together in the mix, you never know what to expect. You guys are crazy.
From Friday 6, bring your good vibes, bring your picks. From 7 a.m., it's a dope mix. Every single thing on Friday changes with the morning fix.
Listen to your turn, boy.
Hey, madam, it's koseane heshima. Mimi naitwa Jimo, sawa?
Mali isipofika
Dobebe msala.
Agadhe ana shida, ata come through.
You know what? I expected this. You Matatu people, such a disappointment.
Nani shida ya nani?
To protect our family from germs that cause illness when it's cold, we use Dettol soap.
Dettol soap with germ defense gives you protection. When it's cold, germs are transferred in different ways, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
In life, you could be eager to be employed or be self-employed. Either way, you do need the right skills. This is the point where Goodwall is essential to you. Goodwall is a professional social media platform that offers you earning and learning opportunities. It offers you great chances to grow in your career, learn new skills, showcase your existing skills, network with like-minded people, or get job opportunities. Nation Media Group, in partnership with Goodwall, aim at providing solutions to unemployed African youth, creating digital content that inspires young people to stretch themselves and get the right skills that are useful to employers and their peers. So, how can you be part of this? Every month, we'll give you a chance to win $150 through our monthly challenge. Anyone can participate. Just look out for the challenges on NTV Kenya's social media platforms. Join the challenge now.
All right, I've already preempted Dr.'s answer to police and
But we need to talk about that. And
yes.
The way they showed up yesterday, that was wrong. Yeah.
We were just discussing the image that was caught yesterday by the police as they declared today's protest illegal. And then we saw the Nairobi GSU commander, Adamson Bungei, in uniform, flanked by other officers in uniform as well, apart from, I think, one gentleman on his left. On his right, we had the Inspector General of Police. And it brings me to that question of the DNA of police. Because who is it? Is it you, Dr. You talked about in history, our police service historically has been about protecting the state as opposed to the people.
Well, that is what I referred to as the innate nature of our security agencies, not just the police. We have not quite transited from the fundamentals that constituted the oppressive colonial state and the use and misuse of security forces. The colonial police was in its very nature geared towards protecting the white elites and their interests in the country from the Africans and the rest of the threats that existed at the time. So their nature was oppressive, extractive, and abuse of human rights, as it were. Now, what we have had in Kenya's post-colony is really a fundamental continuity, even though we normally talk about independence. I see it more as a historian, is actually more of a transition of power from white to black elites. And what you have had is a police force that continues to do the same thing. If there have been any changes, you know, the old adage says you can pour new wine into old wineskins. The forest is different, but the monkeys are the same, if I may use that phraseology, if it's acceptable. And we have had attempts in post-colonial Kenya to reform our police force. One of it has been change of labels, or what you call names. You know, changing the service without changing the mentality, the attitudes, then is actually equivalent to whitewashing and leaving the cap inside the same as it was previously. The 2010 Constitution is one of such ways of trying to change our police. But it will take more than putting in place legal instruments to change the operations of our security forces. It will take more in the way of dealing with an overly ethnicized approach to issues. I'm sure the element of protecting Mutu wetu is very much within our police force. We have a label of the National Police Service. That is to the extent that, in my view, it can get. We have made a start. What we need to do is to create truly national institutions that work for the national interests. The power that our leaders enjoy, both those who are in the opposition and those who are in government, derives from the Kenyan people. The supreme origins of the power that the Kenyan state has derives from the people. The moment we begin to appreciate that, then the operations of our police force will change. But there are intervening variables, intervening factors that mitigate against this. Ethnicity is one of them. The greed for power among our leaders, get power by any and all means, has been a characteristic not just in our own country here in Kenya, but also in Africa and elsewhere in the world. Power for the sake of personal primitive accumulation, power for the sake of it. But then we increasingly need to establish the democratic ethos, the democratic culture, where you hold power in trust of the citizens of this country. But then, Olive, that is an ideal, but the reality is what we are talking about.
Okay, and he did a public lecture on women on top, and yes. Something else that Dr. Wamai has brought up time and again is the role of women in history as far as protests, pushing the rights, the fight for freedoms forward. And we'll get into that with Betty as well.
Maybe let me quickly respond on that, because it's a subject very close to my heart. You see, the notion, the public notions, the Kenyan public psyche is one that always sees a woman as subordinate, is one that sees a woman as a second-class citizen. But then, when you look at history, actually the situation is very different. Let me begin, for example, with the protest of 1922, which was aimed at pressurizing the colonial government to release a young leader, Harry Tuku, who had been arrested because of his political activities. He had participated in forming the Young Kikuyu Association, which was the first formal African political organization in the country at the time. The group that protested to the current present-day Central Police was actually led by a woman. The popular part of that story says that there was a protest on the 15th of March 1922 to the police station. And then the men who were going there feared because the colonial police was threatening to open fire. And a lady called Mudhoni Nyanchiro challenged the man and said, fine, you remove your trousers and give them to us. We give you our clothes, you go home, and we proceed to the police station. When the men heard that, they moved to the police station and bared their jests. And for sure, the colonial police opened fire and killed quite a number of people at the time. And this group was led by a woman. So the point is that despite the overly patriarchal environment that we operate in, women have devised ingenious ways of playing their rightful role in the politics of the country. In the protests of 1992, they were led by none other than the legendary Professor Wangari Maathai. And we saw our mothers undress, you know,
Freedom Corner?
At the Freedom Corner at Uhuru Park. That is a protest akin to the 1930s women's war in Nigeria. So not just in Kenya, but also in Nigeria, you know, we have had women play their role. But then there's a way in which history is overly patriarchal. It doesn't recognize the role of women. Okay. It is in that context that I was talking in one of our staff seminars about the concept of women on top.
And I have it here. You can't find it on YouTube.
Yeah, it is in our YouTube
just
channel.
Just search for Kenneth Ombongi and Godfrey Sang, Women on Top. And speaking of Freedom Corner, we'll hear firsthand from Betty on those. Beatrice, I keep calling, but is Betty short form? No, Beatrice. All right, Beatrice, on her experience. And Dr. Wamai, there's something I'd asked you before we moved on to the police force, and that is a Nyayo era, and that is the definition of demagoguery. A demagogue, according to this dictionary I've opened here, is a person, especially an orator or political leader, who gains power and popularity by arousing the emotions, passions, and prejudices of the people. Is this the political science definition?
Yes, it is. But also remember, the word demagogue is actually a Greek name, and it comes from Athens, where we all say this, the form of Western modern democracy came from. And yes, a demagogue was a populist, a popular person who largely excites the hoi polloi, the ordinary people, right? And you excite the ordinary people so that you can get into power by either representing their interests or seeming to represent their interests. Over time, of course, modern populists or modern demagogues, for that matter, and there are all these ancient Greece demagogues where this word came from. But in the modern times, of course, somebody like Hitler was very good in whipping the ordinary people. So a demagogue is really that person, but somebody specifically who speaks to the ordinary, like in the Kenyan context, the mwananchi. And so even in the context we have the current leaders, all of them at one point behave like demagogues. You know, if you look at the campaigns, whether it's like the Kenya Kwanza campaign, it was about the bottom up. They were trying to appeal to the ordinary people. And even now they keep saying those are the people who brought them to power. You know, the people at the bottom of the pyramid. And now, of course, with the current also attempts to challenge the current elites, the people, the so-called demagogues are now the ones in power, and so they're the elites, and so you can only challenge. So there's a lot of, and demagoguery, as much as it has assumed a bad name, it is not always a bad thing, right? Because sometimes those people who help the ordinary people are the people who maybe change society, or who push democracy, or who help the ordinary people fight against a very established elitist system. So it's just that, of course, because of what was happening in Athens, in Greece, when this word came, demagogue, and also after the modern demagogues like Adolf Hitler, Louis Long, that was a governor in Louisiana, who did horrible things after, because most of the time when demagogues get into power, the first thing they do is expand their political authority, either by changing laws, both de facto and de jure, so that they can be in power longer, or increasing the powers, whether it's the presidency or whichever governorship. So we need, and for me, the more important thing that we need to be discussing here is how, because Kenya is a growing democracy, and it's growing with a lot of pains, You know, and I think when people like Beatrice were there with the mothers of political prisoners many years ago in the 1990s, and the release and the political prisoners, that we are very honored to have her here. I think they imagined that they did not, 20 years from now or a time like now, we would still not be protesting our rights to basic things like our right to protest. That's why they were pushing to expand democracy. They were pushing to reduce the powers of the presidency, the powers and strengthen institutions. Because unless we strengthen our own institutions, you know, where police, and they also devolve some of these institutions, we will not, we are not helping ourselves, because the next generation should find a better Kenya in terms of freedoms than what we have, probably.
All right.
Maybe
Dr. Ailey, maybe Beatrice can speak from a first-person perspective. But first, I'm told we have Ibrahim Karanja, and if I remember correctly, Ibrahim, you're outside Raila Odinga's residence?
Yes, Olive, it is true that I am right outside Raila Odinga's residence. This is Mwitu Estate. Going all the way is where Raila Odinga stays, and we are here to track him even as he leads the country in the anti-government protests that are set to take place today. We have not been allowed to get into the estate. Actually, we spoke to security there, and they said that we should only wait here for Raila Odinga, if at all he will be coming out. But also, right now, it is not, we are not in position to confirm if exactly he is at his residence, because I have spoken to a couple of people trying to track where Raila Odinga is, and according to Dennis Onyango, who I spoke to a couple of minutes ago, he stated that we are not telling anyone where Mzee is. You will just see him in the streets. Those are words quoted verbatim from Dennis Onyango, whom I spoke to a couple of minutes ago. So far, having told the people to come out by 6 a.m. and meet in town as he leads these anti-government protests, Raila Odinga has not been seen. Of course, it could also be part of the strategy to ensure that these particular protests are not distracted, of course, by the police. Remember, his presence will be of interest even to the police, however, with the police already having declared the protests today as illegal. So I think because of that, so if they do not want to reveal where he is right now so that it's not nipped in the bud, as they may say. But of course, we keep an eye on him. We are also told that there is a possibility that people may converge at the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga Foundation here in Nairobi, or in Upper Hill, Nairobi. And we will also be checking there just to see whether Raila Odinga is there, as well as the other principals, the other Azimio principals, including Martha Karua, Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa, Jubilee Secretary General Jeremiah Kioni, all of whom declared that they will be in these particular protests, anti-government protests. Remember, parts of the issues that Odinga is once addressed includes the cost of living, which he says is skyrocketing, as well as electoral justice. Remember, he says that the election in August 2022 was not free and fair, that upon reviewing what happened and through that whistleblower that came out, he says that electoral injustice is what happened. It is 103 days since he officially stated that he does not recognize William Ruto's government. Remember that rally in Kamukunji here in Nairobi, where at that particular time even stating that he was to hold a parallel Jamhuri Day, and there has been that talk about these protests happening. And finally, this is the day that Odinga stated is the day to walk to State House just to get the people to power. So yes, we are tracking where Raila Odinga is. We are, like I said, at his home here in Mwitu Estate. So far, we have not seen Raila Odinga. His people, like I have said, those close to him are not revealing where he is. But in a way that only we can, we are sure that we will get him and we will bring it to our viewers blow by blow as he moves from wherever he will be to town, where he'll be meeting his supporters, then eventually as he makes that grand walk to State House. Olive.
All right, on Twitter, 6 hours ago, Raila tweeted, Leo ni Leo. Ibrahim Karanja says, today is the day. Some have called it D-Day. We'll see how the day plays out. And we want to hear from Beatrice whether Njoki, Dr. Wamai, captured her sentiments or her feelings correctly when she stated that you did not expect at this point in time in Kenya's democracy to still be protesting, defending your right to protest.
Yes, Oliver. And just as Daktari has said, the story of Muthoni Nyanjiru is one of the stories that, that kept us moving and gave us the fire to move on. We said that her blood went to water the tree of freedom of this country. And it is not just Muthoni Nyanjiru. There are many people who lost their lives, especially when they were protesting or coming out. There are many people who died. And when I see what is happening now in Kenya and people trying to abuse the freedom that people have fought so hard for, then I think that we should go back to the drawing board or go back to our history. I want to say that when I got baptized is during the Freedom Corner. I went there to see the mothers who had gathered there. Remember, there was nobody who could, the men could not come out. The professors had been put in, some had fled the country, men had fled, and the women came together. When you see women coming together, then you know that things are not good. And I forgot to start by saying that women are the backbone of this nation. Because we are the ones who feed the people. We are the ones who feel the pain. When people go, when children are killed or when men are killed, it is our children, it's our husbands, so we are the ones who bear the pain. So this time round, when I went to Freedom Corner, I found the mothers. I wondered, I was a young girl then, should I be the one who is there protesting with all my energy, or it is these women? And that is how I joined the struggle. Fast forward, these women stayed put, and they demanded for the release of their sons. And they put a struggle. They were beaten, taken back to their homes at night, and the following day they would get board to matatus and come back. That is the resistance until they were heard by the world, until their sons were released. So for me, I would say that the women have contributed to, the women have not been left behind. Even the Mau Mau fight, it is the women who kept the homes when the men were in the forest. They are the ones who fed the men in the forest. They are the ones who carried the bullets to the forest. So women have been there. They are only left when they are sharing the cake. And that's where you find that now we have to struggle even to get the 2/3 for the women in this country. And as the protests are loading, maybe even ours is coming where we also need a share of our cake. And as Njoki was saying, our constitution, the time we were making the constitution, because we made it from our different corners, at one time we would even gather, even like Willie Mutunga, who was a professor then, would leave their offices and come and demonstrate because there was need. And therefore, what I am saying is that this right has to be protected. It is our right to demonstrate because it's the only way. And it is non-violence demonstrations. And we did it, and we can do it. And even today, it can happen. Our constitution, the way it is modeled, it is a servant leadership constitution. But do we have servants in leadership today? Those are the questions that we ask ourselves. Are they behaving as servants when they say they talk about a company? Our country is not a company, my dear. So this servant leadership is what is not what is being achieved. Or people forget, once they get into power, they actually forget that they are supposed to be people's servants. And remember, Olive, an hungry man is an angry man and is an ugly man. Those 3 words.
A hungry man is an angry man and is
an ugly man.
But also, bringing also back, I think we need to also remember why are people using protest as a form of political participation at this point in time? You remember what has happened. There is, of course, very high cost of living, how much the dollar is losing, the shilling is losing to the dollar. But more importantly, what looks like an elite that is ignoring the lives of these ordinary people, while continuing with this high cost of a bloated elite, to accommodate elites. We saw the 580, was it 4 billion to be spent in 5 years for hiring what you call, the CAS or assistant ministers. Yes. You see, and I think I wish our leaders would see many years ahead, you know, or would see even just 10 years ahead. And because I think at this point in time, given how the ordinary people, or even just Kenyans are suffering, and not just Kenyans here, you can see that's why South Africans are protesting also, because of the cost of living. And of course, electricity in South Africa is a big deal, and the governance and misgovernance of the energy sector. And for us also, there's a lot of misgovernance, just even of how we are running. So and at that point, that's when the current leadership should have thought, wait, at this point in time, as much as I promised these people goodies for campaigning for me, this is not the right moment for this. You see, that could have eased the tensions. Kenyans would have felt this is a leader who cares about, or this is a Kenya Kwanza cares for us, since they are the ones in government. And maybe even we will not be having this protest. And then just this sacking everybody, replacing them with people of what looks like two ethnic groups. Of course, research will have to be done properly. So that, but anecdotally, that's what we seem to be having. So Kenya, and with our history of, it's a very divided society and ethnicity, we need leaders who see beyond these things and think, how do I create a nation? Because Kenya struggles with the project of building the nation state, right? And the nation for that matter, because we are just different, many different nations of ethnic groups that come together once in a while. But if, as a leader, you get in and you divide people more and create what one scholar calls horizontal inequalities by privileging either one ethnic group or two ethnic groups over others, of course, people will raise protests, whether it is people who write, others will be on the streets. So I think they cooked their own goose, yeah.
Okay, and when you talk about appointments, and I'll come back to you, Beatrice, because I cut you short. and Dr. Mbongi, I know you had something to add or to the demagoguery, if I remember correctly. But interesting that you spoke about appointments, because the top story on the Business Daily headline story is this: marked parastatal CEOs as Ruto team eyes fresh faces. Focus shifts to state firms after board CAS hiring, ethnic composition of executives to face scrutiny. This one, this report by Patrick Alushula. Tens of parastatal chief executives are, sitting on the edge, is it? Are sitting on the edge as Ruto administration aggressively seeks to replace top bosses in state-backed firms and agencies as it races to assert its influence. Chief executives in at least 9 cash flash parastatals will see their terms expire in coming months, while over 11 of the firms have CEOs serving in an acting capacity, which are low-hanging fruits for new ministers to tap their allies for the coveted offices. Traditionally, a change in administration often triggers shakeups in parastatals as the president and ministers move to assert their influence over government-managed entities that have previously been used as centers of patronage by previous regimes. The new administration, which came to power in September last year, has mostly fired directors appointed in the former President Uhuru Kenyatta's last days. I also see foreign investors dump over 4 billion NSC shares. NSC drops 226 billion shillings as sell-off hits Safaricom and KCB. State foray back into business, giving traders nightmares. The new administration has sent jitters in the private sector with its aggressive foray into business, raising fears that the state is moving back into direct competition with traders. Kenya Kwanza government has moved into non-strategic sectors such as retail and wholesale, petroleum and agriculture that are dominated by the private sector. All right, we take a break. When we come back, we hear from Beatrice Kamau as well as Dr. Njoki Wamai and Dr. Kenneth Ombongi on the history of mass action in Kenya.
With Glovo, you have the city in your hands. Unatamani chakula different? Order Glovo ujaribu restaurant mpya. Diapers zimeisha? Order Glovo and save the day. Download the app and order anything you want.
Are you facing challenges in following up on cargo compensation claims from your overseas insurer? You can now insure your cargo with your local insurance companies instead of filing similar claims with foreign insurance. When you insure your imports with local insurers, you will save more as you will get more competitive rates, and yet you will help build a more stable and resilient economy while also creating job opportunities locally. This message is brought to you by the Intergovernmental Standing Committee on Shipping.
From a working nation to a vaccination, ni bad health ita overtax the nation. Pata chanjo COVID assassination, to truthfully jo ili harass the nation. Ukipata chanjo na nilinda pia, kujilinda ni kujisimamia. Lazima follow up na mabooster pia, sanitize maagizo zingatia. Pata chanjo uwe chonjo, Kanairo tuko chonjo. Pata chanjo uwe chonjo, Kanairo tuko chonjo.
I'm going to divorce because of you.
Don't do it for me.
I'm getting a divorce, whether you like it or not.
You're
making a very serious mistake.
I need you to follow my husband.
You came to the right person for the job. That's my specialty. Coward! Come on! I dare you to hit me too. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna fight you! Why? Is it because of this?
Head over heels.
Head over heels in association with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa.
The triple layered care of deep moisture serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. It's time to show off your best skin. Wear your skin with pride every time with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion.
Welcome back to AM Live. We have Angina Kirori in the CBD. What is the situation where you are, Angina?
Good morning. It is about 6:30 a.m. I am here near Uhuru Park in Nairobi County, and if you can see behind me, I am just standing close to a couple of police officers who are on horseback, who are heading towards the CBD. And this just goes to show a bit of the presence that's taking place here in Nairobi County in regards to the security situation. We are heading around Nairobi town just to get a bit of a sense or a glimpse of what else is going to be happening. But as of now, we are here, as I said, just underneath the expressway, at the underbelly of the expressway at Uhuru Park. And we've seen quite a few police officers on scene. We've seen a couple of lorries, we've seen a couple of police officers in plain clothes, and we've also seen a couple of officers in uniform who are just keeping tabs on what's happening in the city. Another thing to note is also about the human traffic. We've noticed that there are quite a few people who are stringing through town, which is quite unusual compared to what is usually seen. We're usually seeing multiple people getting on board matatus or coming into town. We've not seen as much of that today. We've also not seen a lot of people on foot. There's quite a bit of a scattered traffic around town, but that's a security situation as of now. We'll continue to keep tabs on what else is happening and keep updating our audience as much as possible.
All right, thank you for that update, Ngina. Interesting that she's at Uhuru Park, given we're just talking about Freedom Corner. Earlier we heard from Melita, or rather we saw pictures coming out of Kibra. He's shared this video, police collecting car tires left by the roadside in Ayani, Kibra. There is that video. They're loading it. They're loading them in the back of the truck there. So do follow at NTV Kenya on Twitter. You'll see lots more videos shared by our team on the ground. We can't possibly host all of them in the course of this discussion, but you can find all that content on our social media handles. Beatrice, you were telling us about your baptism by fire.
Yeah. And as I was saying, I still want to say that the history of this country needs to be written so that people may know where they are coming from. The same people who have fought for this government, some of them are languishing in poverty. We have Wangari Mamathongo, who stays in Kamae. She doesn't even have a piece of land, yet she's one of the women who have fought. She was there in the forests. She has been in the second liberation, third, now she can't now join this one, but she's bedridden. She has not even had a chance to, what I'm saying is that she's one of the people who hoped that she's putting her life online for the betterment of this nation. Today, I would want to hear what she's bedridden and she's sick. We have Shoshu Joki, who was also a Mau Mau fighter. She doesn't have a piece of land. She stays in Maragua, in Ashanti, somewhere in Maragua. So what we are saying, women have fought, but when it comes to sharing of goodies, like the ones we are talking about now, the parastatals taking the CEOs, taking what, and the Mama Bogas are saying that they can also have these jobs of CEOs and they don't see themselves being put here. So what we are saying is that I want to go back to the servant leadership that is supposed to be seen in this country is not being seen. And probably these protests are coming out because their needs, the people are feeling that the promises that were made are not there. And for me, I think it is a way of expressing themselves, and what we should be seeking for, rather than having all these police officers, is a dialogue. Not a dialogue between the two opposing sides, but even dialogues of Kenyans, because Kenyans know what they want. Kenyans know what is best for them. Kenyans know how they want to be ruled. Kenyans know how they want the resources to be shared. But they are not being consulted by even their representatives. What else can they do?
Okay. All right. Dr. Umbungi, there was a question of demagogue, right? Because that's the question I posed in part this morning. Have these mass actions, and I know we can't, just clump them all together. There's a question of this, is this about a revolution, or is this demagoguery in the basic understanding, that is a political leader who gains power and popularity by arousing the emotions, passions, and prejudices, which prejudices, leans it towards the negative of the people?
Now, Olive, I think I'll add my voice into the defining the two concepts, revolution and demagoguery. Now, you have clearly said by quoting the conventional dictionary about the meaning of the word demagogue, but I will add that in history, a demagogue is one who constructs reality around lies and distortions about others, and labels social groups, blames them solely for problems that a country is facing. And the goal, the chief goal of a demagogue at that point is really to divert attention from the real issues. And the case of Nazi Germany is one that we use in modern history to illustrate a typical demagogue that Adolf Hitler was, blaming everything that went wrong in Germany of his time on the Jews. And that led to the unfortunate situation that we describe as the Holocaust. Now, that is different from leaders who mobilize and organize in order to enhance fundamental change in society. And those are the ones we call revolutionaries. Leaders who mobilize and organize to create a following and stand for a certain cause that is instrumental in bringing change to society. Those are actually revolutionaries. And revolutionaries are transformative and constructive in their very innate nature. Demagogues are transient and disruptive in their very nature. When you look at the influence of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., the leader of the civil rights movement in America, we can clearly see that because of Dr. King's efforts, the African Americans started having a voice. Nelson Mandela in South Africa, incidentally, we are having demonstrations in the Rainbow Country down in the south, just like we are having in Kenya here. But Nelson Mandela, the legendary Madiba, was such a transformative leader who, in a very fundamental way, saw the transition of South Africa from the apartheid regime to what we have today. Things are not working in some ways, but Mandela did something that made him have a voice in our history today. Mahatma Gandhi, the leader, legendary soul of India, who led India to independence through very interesting philosophy of non-violence and non-cooperation, as Gandhi called it. So we need, for all practical purposes, to draw a distinction between this kind of leadership and the leaders we are describing as demagogues, who basically distort reality in order to gain support and influence. But as usual, this, as I've alluded to earlier, is transient and destructive, while revolutionaries are constructive and transformative.
Okay, and then as I have a question for Dr. Wamai, but be thinking about this. I'm curious, from a historical perspective, what has been Raila Odinga's contribution historically to democracy in Kenya? Dr. Wamai, Beatrice mentioned freedom fighters who to this day are landless. And you know, it's not just that, you mentioned at least two, right here, women. And it's not just them. A lot of the time, they're celebrated posthumously. Why do you think that is?
Why we don't
why don't we celebrate
give
them?
the flowers when they're alive?
When they're alive.
I think it goes back to what we've been talking about, the Kenyan state and the problem of the Kenyan state. I think from the beginning, I would say, God rest Jomo Kenyatta in peace, but maybe economically he set us in a very good place. But in terms of nation building and building the Kenyan state, many mistakes. He made, I would say, many mistakes, because the authoritarian leader he was, and also somebody who was not revolutionary. Again, talking about revolutionaries, Kenyatta, of course, he was not revolutionary at all. He was more of the gradual person who also the British colonial government were very happy to bequeath him power to continue what we were saying. It was just a transition between the British colonial elites to African elites. And Kenyatta was not to change anything fundamentally, yeah? And that's even Mandela, as much as people call him a revolutionary. Also, remember, people who are in power, especially colonial elites, they do not like to give or to hand over power to somebody who will radically, to a revolutionary, somebody who will radically change the course of action, somebody who is likely to say, oh no, right now we need to have a conversation about our land. Mandela, many black South Africans are still very disenfranchised because of those concessions that Mandela made, as much as he was maybe good in helping the reconciliation of black South Africa. I don't know. I don't even think they're reconciled with white South Africa. So, and Kenyatta also, while he was maybe good in, some people would say, in setting the economy towards, of course, a very Western capitalist place, but you can see we are still now we're the same level with Tanzania, which also took a different trajectory, more left socialist. So with that, when you have that kind of political system, and then so economy comes first, everything else becomes secondary, even uniting the people. And somebody, a very good scholar who was at the University of Nairobi, Atieno Odhiambo, a historian, wrote something called The Ideology of Order, right? And so for the Kenyan state, the Jomo state, order was the most important. So the rest of everything becomes it's not that important, it's not a priority. So how do we keep order in the state? And I think that's where that legacy comes from, and the economy. And even now you can see all these horseback police coming into the CBD, because all And that's the political elites, the police, all they're saying is about our economy. How do we defend our economy? You know, and so anybody who is trying to threaten order, the economy, we get rid of you. While they don't understand that the two are, you know, politics and economy are so intertwined together, and we need both of them together functioning. So if we don't have good politics, our economy will eventually crumble down, or we will have, you know, civil strife like what happened in 2007, the post-election violence. Because as much as, again, another one who was also into the politics of order, the economy, what's his name, Kibaki, while failing to reconcile Kenya, because the nation building project in Kenya often has, it's really never taken off. And when it does, we've never gotten a leader who can really bring us disparate groups of people and unite them to be a Kenyan nation. Until that is done, we shall forever be making 2 steps ahead and 1 step back, while we keep saying, oh, our economy, our economy. But economy without a united people or good politics, we can't go far.
Okay. Now, I'd like us to, there's a report which was filed by Leila Mohammed, and that is on the situation in Africa today. As we mentioned at the start, there are also protests in South Africa, as well as Nigeria, as well as Tunisia. And let her put that into context as we progress with the conversation. And Monday, March 20th, will be a historic day on the continent as 4 key African countries see planned protests against harsh economic times, clamor for the expansion of the democratic space, and a push to have governments accountable to the citizenry. Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Tunisia have all planned demonstrations in major cities led by opposition political leadership, in which civil society groups have also stated they will participate. Leila Mohammed looks into this significant moment in African democracies.
The political move for economic and democratic changes in Africa will not only be witnessed here on the eastern coast of Africa, but also in the northwest and southern parts of the continent, with the political players leading the demonstrations Monday insisting that this is the only way for change to come, but governments also insisting that they will ensure that peace and security remains firm as they call out the political players for this move.
Kenyan and South African heads of state have hit out at political dissidents led by Raila Odinga and Julius Malema, who have in their own right pushed for anti-status quo protests in the eastern and southern coasts of Africa.
Nobody can just stand up and say, I have all the right to do whatever I like. That right is not absolute. It is a limited right. It's not underpinned by violence.
And we have no problem with you organized demonstration. But please, it is your responsibility to work with the police to make sure that the rest of the citizens of Kenya, their lives are not disrupted, their property is not destroyed.
Governance experts note that the 4 countries pushing for change lie in a cross formation covering the edges of the continent. They also say that there are big economies which are regional leaders in their own right.
Afrika Kusini, kule pia kutakuwa na maandamano ya amani. Upande wa Nigeria kutakuwa na maandamano. Tunisia, kule Senegal, na hata Gambia. So sio Kenya peke yake.
South Africa's army has announced it will deploy troops to guard key infrastructure and reinforce law enforcers ahead of Monday's nationwide opposition strike to demand President Cyril Ramaphosa's resignation.
The expert report effectively suggests that this government must resign because our government and the country is on an autopilot.
The concurrency of the mass movements of the March 20th date has been explained.
I believe nothing just happens. I will give credit to South Africa. Julius Malema is the one who actually over 3 months ago announced that he will earmark this date. I do not know whether the other leaders who have picked up on these clarion calls, whether they copied him for significance, because I believe it was not just coincidental. The noise that will be generated from Africa tomorrow will be that citizens are demanding for more from their government.
Hello. The opposition movement in Kenya is pushing for the government of the day to ease the runaway cost of living while also expressing concerns on the legitimacy of the government of William Ruto.
We want Kenyans to come out in large numbers and show the displeasure with what is going on in our country.
Planned protests in Tunisia against the country's regime have also been explained. The 25 July movement has announced plans for a gathering on Habib Bourguiba Avenue in Tunis to demonstrate support for the government's policies on March 20th. The day commemorates Tunisia's independence from France in 1956 and is often an occasion for major rallies and anti-government protests.
They're protesting because their president, Said, number one, purportedly made racist remarks about immigrants in his country. He's been clamping down on the opposition. He's been actually taking on more power, getting more power than allowed by the constitution. So his citizens, feeling that this is the anniversary of the Arab Spring over 12 years ago, citizens are coming out to protest about how he's handling issues in the country.
Africa's most populous nation that has this weekend held gubernatorial elections will also see opposition leaders lead protests in major cities against a new administration that is awaiting a 90-day constitutional window to be sworn in after a hotly contested presidential election in February 2023.
Atiku Abubakar has planned to lead a protest tomorrow on the 20th of March to protest against what he feels like the INEC, that is the electoral body, feeling the favoritism and the lack of transparency.
Diplomacy experts say that with a move like this one on the African continent, African citizens are beginning to understand what their rights are and what they are owed by their respective governments.
I want to see African governments listening. I want to see opposition leaders being responsible, and if things get out of hand, also agreeing to be held accountable.
A peaceful protest on March 20th has been seen as a positive step for democracy in the continent, with many holding a collective breath that this will be achieved. Leila Mohammed, NTV.
All right, I see here BBC did a story. This was on the 17th of March. South Africa warns against attempt to overthrow government. We looked at Raila Odinga's Twitter handle. Let's look now at Julius Malema's Twitter handle. His last tweet, like Raila Odinga's, was about 6 hours ago. He says, now or never, victory is certain. And he called for a national shutdown. In fact, in his statement, like Raila Odinga, he said they don't need to ask for permission from anybody to hold protests. It is their right. And he shared a video here of their police officers. Police officers getting a briefing at the lawn by the Union buildings ahead of today's EFF South Africa rally. But Beatrice, you talked about non-violent. And even on this panel, we've talked about the history of policing in Kenya, and how it's about protecting the state and not necessarily the citizenry, given our colonial history. But, I mean, looking at Raila Odinga's wardrobe, you know, he's worn paramilitary. So in that press conference he gave, he wore paramilitary gear. We've seen Julius Malema and EFF, the Economic Freedom Fighters, wearing the red berets. Does it not communicate that we are ready to do battle?
Yeah, it may betray that. It may portray that, but I just saw a suit. Yeah. It's revolutionary, yes, and probably they are sending a message with that. And what I want to say is that there are many ways. We are talking about mass action here. Demonstration is just one of them. They can decide to now wear the uniform that is sending a message. They can decide to have a sit-in. They can decide to boycott, or they can decide to tell people not to go to work. There are many forms of mass action, but today what they have done, the four countries, is they have called people to come and demonstrate and protest. So I think it is a form of calling people for a revolutionary, but I think the discussions, or we need to dialogue, we need to have a conversation on the same, because it can't just happen. There needs to be a conversation. And what I'm saying, my thinking is that Kenyans should join in this conversation because probably time is ripe. We have a constitution, it is not delivering. We have leadership that is not addressing the issues. At least at this point in time, I expected to see not the widening gap between the rich and the poor, but I expected to see something that is narrowing the gap and where people have freedom to express themselves, where people can compete for jobs, not just appointments. But now we are getting more and more, it is our time to eat. And that is not the way, because if it is our time to eat, the others want to get rid of you so that they can also come and sit there and eat. Is the kind of battle that we will continue having. We need a conversation of having a fair playing ground for everybody, where we can all come compete for jobs, get the jobs and get the right people. Otherwise, even the point of going to school is not counting anymore. Because if it is my person, my people, to put me on this position, then I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that they get on board so that they can give me this position so that I can also eat and give my children and give my community. But while I'm eating, I will not eat safely because the others also want to get rid of me so that they come and sit and eat. And what are they eating? Our taxes. And nobody's telling us not to pay taxes. But when now the decision for how the taxes are supposed to be used is on what we have as a public participation, even down there at the county level, is not public participation. People come and listen to papers that have been written, and yet the Constitution was taking services closer to the people, where my mother can walk to a meeting and give her opinion of how she wants the money at the county level to be used. But today, it is just fix this one, get this one, and all this. So all these are the things that are making the emotions, rising the emotions of the people, whereby now the people are wondering, now, is this what we fought for? Is this what we voted for? Even the ones who voted for this are still questioning, is this the kind of government, or is this the kind of management they expect? And therefore, we need a conversation, and the leaders need to give people a ear to listen, both sides. I'm not supporting any side, but I'm saying it is the high time that ordinary people were asked how they want their government affairs to be run. And the duty bearers should give them a ear. They should not behave as if they are know-it-all.
All right, Dr. Ombongi, and I know there's that pending question on the question of Raila Odinga's contribution.
But before I go to Raila Odinga or even our president, let me say that it is important to put what is happening across Africa, what many people are seeing as some kind of contagious pandemonium, as it were. It's important to put it in some context, because it goes to say one fundamental thing about the continent of Africa. Africa is actually one. That's one thing that he's saying. And we have seen this through history. In the 1950s, 1960s, as the father of Pan-Africanism, Kwame Nkrumah, was saying, seek ye the political kingdom first, and all the rest will be added into you, many African countries followed in getting what we describe as their independence, from east to west, north to south. When independence came, there was the epidemic, quote unquote, a political epidemic of the single party movements across Africa, from Ghana to Nigeria, from Nigeria to Senegal, from Senegal to Kenya. And this is the single party movement in the 1960s and the 1970s that created the phenomena of the African strongman. Kenyatta in Kenya, Mobutu Sese Seko in Zaire, Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, Sylvanus Olympia in Togo. I can go on and on. Now, when the strongmen were done, then the clamor for multi-party or plural politics came in the 90s. Then Africa being one politically followed. The first multi-party election in Zambia, you know, in 1990. The Kenyan one followed in 92, and all the countries, and marked the death of the single-party system. Since the 90s, we have been trying our hands in liberal democracy in our organization of our polity in the continent. Now there is a realization that it is not delivering the goodies like we thought in the 90s, that you only needed multi-party politics, you know, to benefit everybody with what we loosely call in Kenya here the fruits of independence. That is actually what is leading to the situation that we are. And Africa being one, you will be seeing this not just in Tunisia and South Africa and Kenya and Nigeria. More is coming. In the next door, Uganda is really coming up. The other side, Rwanda will come up. You know, many parts of the continent will follow. So this is actually saying there's a sense in which politically Africa is one. And we aren't seeing this just today. We have seen it before, and I bet you we will see it in the future.
Okay. And before we get into Raila Odinga and his contribution to democracy, Dr. Wamai, there's a question similar to what I asked Beatrice. The fact, we talked about police and their history, but also couldn't it be argued from the other point of view that historically protests in Kenya have been violent, and therefore the police, having once been bitten and now twice shy, sure. But before she responds, you can get live updates from nation.africa, and they're live updates of what is happening across the country. So as you know, the Nation Media Group has a presence across the country. I see here 5 minutes ago as at 7:40 a.m. most shops remained closed in Nairobi's CBD as traders take abundance of caution. 9 minutes ago, route demonstrators are expected to take in Nairobi. Get all of that information on nation.africa. Let me just, you see up here, there's this black bar and it says live updates, Raila's Mandamano Monday. Just click on it and you'll be able to get those live updates. Dr. Wamai.
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course, I mean, you're right. The police could feel twice, once bitten, twice shy. But I remember what this panel has been talking about. We cannot, the police today is a product of its history. You know, that history of a colonial police force that was really formed to protect the colonial elites. And even after independence, it continued to protect the post-colonial elite. Why? I mean, Kenya, I can imagine, like in Kenya, we have, the elites have so many police around them, so many. You know, in fact, if those police came and said to guard the protesters, you know, they they go guard people in your village, and yet you're in Nairobi, right? They guard you remember what we saw the other day when the elites were busy trying to threaten each other. I don't know, is it they have taken the police from one elite to another? Mm. I mean, and that is always a story in Kenyan politics. Why? Because they have too many police, because the thinking of policing in Kenya has still not matured to policing a democracy. We are still thinking of authoritarians, and authoritarian leadership is about staying in power. So you have to make sure you protect yourself as the elites and you protect your friends. And that's why we have police guarding. I mean, so many, so the elites have too many. You remember last year, did they say like, the deputy president has like 300 police or 200 and something around them. Just them, their family, their distant families, their businesses. While the police should be guarding the people. Remember, as I think the panelists also we've been saying, this a democracy, if you're leading a democracy, you're holding power in trust for us, the taxpayers, or for all Kenyans. So even the police is supposed to be protecting and, as they call themselves, in the service of the people, right? And if it's in the service of the people, today, as in saying, we say in Kiswahili, tutaona mbichi na mbovu, You know, we will see, and I hope there are not going to be any fatalities or injuries or what. But I know, yes, of course, we have also Kenyans who, because of these issues of unemployment and also just criminal elements, who are today came to town to steal from people, to probably break into shops. And that is a very genuine fear. But that's why the police, even the army, you've seen like in South Africa,
okay.
they've released...
Dr. Wamai, just one quick second.
Yeah.
We cross over now to Kibra. Let's take a look at what is happening on the ground there.
Kuja inside, kuja inside, kuja inside, kuja inside. So we actually caught up in the middle of actually a battle between the police and protesters here. This is the junction that leads to Katwekera. And what is happening right now is that the demonstrators actually rattled the police as they were actually marching towards town, and the police are trying to contain them in this specific area. So for the past about 20 minutes or so, we have been witnessing the police lobbing tear gas canisters just to repel them from actually going any further towards town. And of course, we have seen all of the protesters here as well retaliating. You can see those pictures there. They are just throwing stones towards where the police are actually standing. But witnessed running battles as well here, and what the police are doing is that they're trying to contain them here in the area. But as you can see, we are struggling to get those pictures because we are caught right in the middle. There are some who are throwing stones from the northern side, and there's some who are throwing stones from the southern part. And this is what has been going on here for the past 20 minutes. And of course, they are trying to go to town, of course, for the demonstrations were announced today by the Azimio la Umoja party leader Raila Odinga. And of course, the police here are actually trying to contain them here. And you can see there are quite irate youth just throwing stones at the police. Our vehicle has actually also been destroyed, the windscreen, because of the stones that are being pelted towards our direction. But we are safe at the moment. But I can tell you the situation on the ground is a bit bad at the moment because of what you're seeing here. They are also attacking the media, which is quite unfortunate to see here. But of course, we are trying to be under the wing of the police here, as you can see there. And just to show you, this is our vehicle, NTV vehicle, that has just been hit on the windscreen. But our driver, Mbao, I believe is okay. Let's see whether he's fine. Mbao, are you okay?
I'm okay, bro.
What happened exactly?
They had thrown a stone which has smashed away with the screen.
So they are throwing stones from the southern side, as I said, and also the northern side. As you can see, we're actually just dodging stones here, and it's quite unfortunate because the police are actually doing their job just to keep them off from actually accessing town, as I said earlier. So for now, you can see those pictures, and they are using slings as well to throw stones. So we have to actually take cover at the moment. So if you will allow us just to take cover, but of course, just to bring you these exclusive pictures, the police continue lobbing tear gas canisters just to keep the demonstrators away from actually accessing the CBD. And of course, remember, they had come out in large numbers from the slums area in Katwekera, and they had actually just met at the junction, regrouping at the junction in order to actually move towards town in large numbers. And what we have also witnessed here is that businesses are closed. The shops here are closed, and of course, this is because of the uncertainty that was there in terms of security. And of course, the businesses have been closed here in Kibra. But as you can see, the police are trying to actually contain the situation here. Security has been bolstered in Kibra and other parts of Kibra. This is around Olympic Primary, just next to where the Katwekera junction is. And this road, you can access town using the road south on the southern side, and of course on the northern side. And of course, now we are actually caught in the middle. But of course, we are your ears and eyes on the ground just to bring you these exclusive pictures from Kibra. As you can see there, the police are now actually advancing towards where the youth there are pelting stones from. And you can see there, they're just running towards that direction to actually try and contain the situation. And we're just going to run just to see whether we can actually get better pictures of what is going on around there. Yes, indeed, I can see the police officers there actually advancing towards the direction where the youth actually was standing earlier, throwing stones. And this area actually is quite insecure at the moment because of the unrest here. And as I said earlier, you can see businesses are being closed here. And this is actually stomping ground for Raila Odinga, and that is why you can see the youth here coming out in large numbers to actually attend these demonstrations. If I could just catch my breath for a moment. So we have actually been running for quite some time now, and you can see there, they've actually moved further back, and the police are lobbing tear gas canisters just to repel them and to make sure they move a bit further from the junction where they're trying to access the town center. This is about 9 kilometers from town, and the youth were actually planning to walk all the way to town. And you can see there, they're actually throwing stones. It's quite a sport here to actually run around here as the police try to contain the situation here. Now, I can confirm that they have moved further back from actually where they were standing earlier. And you can see there the police actually loading their tear gas guns there, tear gas canisters, launching guns there, of course. And this is what is happening here in Kibra. We are just seeing retaliatory attacks from the youth who are actually trying to access the CBD. And they had actually regrouped here just a few moments ago, trying to actually march towards town. That is what is happening. But the police actually are trying. Dixon. So actually, it's difficult to actually point out where they're actually hiding because these are shacks. So they could be hiding anywhere behind these shacks. And of course, it's difficult rather, to actually point out where the stones are coming from. And this is what, as I said earlier, has been happening here at the junction leading to Katwekera from Olympic and Ayani here in Kibra. And it's actually an incident that occurred about 20 minutes ago. The police are trying to contain the situation here.
All right, those pictures coming out of Kibra. I want to appreciate Melita Oletenges for being our eyes and our ears. But of course, Melita, no picture is worth your life. Do keep as safe as you possibly can while executing your mandate. Yeah, so those are pictures coming out of Kibra. As I mentioned, we have reporters across the country and cameramen as well. You heard Melita make reference to Dixon. Karim Rajan is in Mombasa, and he sent these pictures coming out of Mombasa, at least for now, or at the time he sent this video. It appears to be a business as usual. I see buses, people about their business, matatus. So the situation in Mombasa for now, reading these pictures, is calm, unlike the situation in Kibra, which is tense. We've seen tear gas and stones lobbed between the police and protesters. I saw a gentleman there, because, you know, today we were talking about the uniform and what it speaks. We saw the police in their fatigues. We saw Raila Odinga in his paramilitary gear. And then there's a guy with his bright pink pants in Kibra. Did you see him? They were hot. He was wearing hot pink pants and a yellow sweatshirt. But as we wind down this conversation between the three of us this morning, Dr. Wamai cut you short. And then perhaps we'll also hear from your fellow doctor there on Raila Odinga's contribution to Kenya's democracy on the other side of this break.
Is your business looking to expand to new markets? Welcome to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the solution country with consumer base of 100 million people, a capital city of 15 million inhabitants, the second largest city in Africa. The Nation Media Group, through the East African brand, is proud to present the East Africa Business Conference and Trade Fair on the 30th and 31st March in Kinshasa, DRC. Join us at this special event where businesses from across Africa will gather to network and build partnerships with enterprises in the DRC. With a theme of searching for new markets and partnerships, this is the perfect platform for you to showcase your innovation, discuss new markets and partnerships, meet key officials, and secure your new connections. Sectors represented include real estate, banking, agriculture, healthcare, retail, mining, and many more. For more information, contact Timothy on 0703-208-909 or email timudengi@ke.nationmedia.com.
In life, you could be eager to be employed or be self-employed. Either way, you do need the right skills. This is the point where Goodwall is essential to you. Goodwall is a professional social media platform that offers you earning and learning opportunities. It offers you great chances to grow in your career, learn new skills, showcase your existing skills, network with like-minded people, or get job opportunities. Nation Media Group, in partnership with Goodwall, aim at providing solutions to unemployed African youth, creating digital content that inspires young people to stretch themselves and get the right skills that are useful to employers and their peers. So, how can you be part of this? Every month, we'll give you a chance to win $150 through our monthly challenge. Anyone can participate. Just look out for the challenges on NTV Kenya's social media platforms. Join the challenge now.
Almost everyone dreams of leaving behind a seemingly ordinary existence for something more extraordinary. One who has achieved that is Roger Schmidt, the Benfica manager who once seemed settled on a 9-to-5 career. But not anymore, especially not as Schmidt leads Benfica through an extraordinary season.
Ni nini Otis? Pesa ya sadaka huwa inaendea nani? Inaendea Mungu. Na si ulisema Mungu ndiye anatupatianga pesa? Kwani tena tunamrudishia tena kwani? Hapana Otis. Pasta! Kwa kina Mariam anakulanga sadaka na mimi nakataza. Otis, wewe sio pasta, unasikia? Pasta ndo wanakubaliwa kukula sadaka. Mimi nataka kukua pasta. Otis, huwezi kuwa pasta juu ya sadaka. Hiyo ni kazi ya Mungu, unasikia? Basi Baba Mariam basa wache kukula sadaka.
To get pesa ya sadaka by Flacco, dial *811*923#. Skiza na Nation.
It's the headquarters of good vibes. So I should just kneel and begin to call on Jesus because I'm a bishop.
You know, Dr. Kingori, yes, you sound like a street fighter. Where did you grab it? Unataka noma.
Kingori, let me tell you something. Mimi mtu angenipata saa hiyo nikiwa first year, angeangukia bibi mzuri.
You know, they always say smart women, where to catch them is with love.
Kingori, I love how your suit looks. I love you in a suit. I love you in a t-shirt.
As in any example, ama you actually mean that? Maifungua akili ya msee ama kichwa ya msee ukapata vile watu usema jamaa ana akili.
Tunaweza toa nyama kwa huko nyuma tuweke kwa
kifua. Sisi mtu anakuwa na roho chafu sana. Na ukidive inahesabiwa?
Si ndio, ukiwin udive win, si umewin.
Hiyo ndio tizi unafaa upige. Napiganga tu tizi ya 90 meters ya kwanza, alafu nikifika 90 meters na fly. Every Friday on NTV 7:30 p.m.
This is NTV.
my morning today. He says he is fueling up in preparation to hit the ground running. I can see here fries and chicken. Duncan Hemba is one of those who has been to the front lines. He knows what you need to do to stay on your feet. We had Melita Oletenges give me a moment, asking us to give him a moment to catch his breath. In fact, unfortunately, Duncan Hemba has been one of those who's received blows covering Raila Odinga. But today he appears ready with a jacket, press jacket, that clearly indicates a press. But as we heard from Melita, even the press are being targeted in Kibra. Dr. Mbongi, actually Dr. Omai was just finishing her thoughts on, a police warranted in being once bitten, twice shy.
So yes, of course, and we can see we've had, yes, a history of violence. But remember, when you have two people, it is the person who is powerful. Yeah, and in that case, the police are still more powerful than, young men throwing stones at them, unless those men became like, 500,000 people, and so it just goes back to the history of policing. And I'm not supporting violence. I think also the politicians are the ones who need to be very strict on their protesters. Almost, if somebody is going to cause violence or damage to people's property, they should be arrested, right? But the police should use all forms of restraint. Especially, we should not have lives lost. I think they should just use tear gas, and also in future probably just deploy more police. So that, because if you just deploy more police, I mean, stones versus police who are trained, and I know stones can also can do bad things, but we just need to have, even sometimes guard the protesters, because you can see, if you're so many, you can see somebody who is about to do something, arrest them immediately. So just changing that way of thinking protest. And for me, at the end of the day today, having all these 4 protests in Africa, and 2 others like what's happened, even in Paris, they're going on with protests every day, and in Israel, we should see to what extent where policing and protests, where we don't want, the worst thing is to happen is loss of lives. Either we don't want loss of lives of the police and also loss of lives of the citizens. Okay. So I think a successful protest should be, there's a protest, there has been no damage to property, there has been no killing of anybody, but a point has been made. Of course, I know it's a very hard balance to find, but that's where we are saying we should be going to as a country.
Okay. Yeah. So we have, last when we spoke to Ngina Kiruri, she was at the Expressway. Right now, she's at Moi Avenue. Ngina, should I be worried about my windscreen?
Thanks a lot, Olive. Well, you should not be worried just as yet. However, we are seeing quite a bit of police presence here along Moi Avenue, and this is just one of the several roadblocks, or rather police presence that we have seen within the CBD today. We've counted about 5 roadblocks. We went right up to State House, where we found a couple of roadblocks there, which is where we found the most police presence. We also found a lot of police presence around Uhuru Park, and we have also counted this police presence right here along Moi Avenue near the supermarket. What we've also noted from a couple of the police officers, who of course chose not to speak on camera, is that they said that they've put a lot of points entering into the CBD so as to prevent protesters from entering the CBD, and that perhaps explains why there is so much calm as of now. Another issue that's come up is about, the people who are coming into town have expressed quite a lot of, uncertainty about whether they will be safe, whether they can open their businesses, which is something that we noticed a lot of businesses had not opened as of early morning, as would be the norm. Also, a lot of public transportation was not available for most people as they were entering town today morning, both going to and from Nairobi County. And also a number of the pedestrians have also expressed concerns about whether, they can go about with their belongings and different valuables that they may be holding on to. We also did visit just the outskirts of Kibra, where my colleague Melita Oletenges is stationed. And we also saw that there was business as usual early in the morning, but we know that situation has changed changed as of now. So this is just something that we will be keeping tabs on. We know that we've gotten word that protesters are starting to come closer into the city, and that's something that we will be keeping tabs on. We'll also be keeping watch over KICC, which is where ODM leader Raila Odinga had mentioned that he will be starting the protest before they start to disperse to different points, among them being State House. But that's just the situation as of now. We'll continue to keep tabs of what's happening here in Nairobi City. I'm the eyes and ears on the ground here in Nairobi City today. So that's the situation as of now, but we're going to keep on watching over what's going to happen next. Olive.
All right, thank you for that update, Ngina. Dr. Ombongi, we need to start winding up the conversation, but I had asked you a question. One, what is Raila Odinga's contribution to democracy in Kenya? And as you wind up, because I'll ask you to speak, you're an academic, so you're able to address many things at once. The second thing is, of course, I asked you at the very beginning, have we been here before? Is it just different players?
Okay. Now, let me begin with your first question. Olive, broadly, there are, if you look at from the 60s up to where we are, there have been two key strands of Kenyan politics. There is what I see as a conservative strand, pro-capital, pro-business, pro-status quo. There is the second strand, which is the radical strand, which is pro-redistribution, redistribution of land, redistribution of resources, redistribution of what we call the fruits of independence, a strand that speaks the language of liberal social democracy, and all that. Now, in these two strands, Raila belongs to the latter. He has shifted parties, changed from time to time, but when you look at him cross-sectionally, he has remained a radical par excellence, streetwise fellow. The street has become his political home. That's why I agree with some commentators that throwing Raila to the street is like throwing a monkey to the forest. The forest is the home of the monkey, and because all the changes that are associated with him, he has actually achieved them through the street. Towards the end of Kenyatta, the rise of Moi era, he was used as a child to be manipulated to control his father. And Raila has always been a child of protest. From the way he was born, his father takes him for baptism in Maseno before Bishop Owen, and he's asked to give his Christian name. And the old Odinga says, Raila Amoro Odinga. The bishop says, no, Christian name. And then he repeated the same thing. And then finally he was baptized, and he has no Western name. Born a child of protest, he has remained a radical leader. You know, when we loosely talk about the so-called second liberation, Raila was in the center of it. When you look at the new constitution, which was touted to be one of the most liberal constitutions in the world, Raila was at the center of it. When you talk about many of the changes that we see in the nation, you can actually not remove Raila from it. He worked to remove Kanu from power, you know. He worked to moderate Kibaki's regime, and now we see him in the street. So one thing about Raila is that he has hardly changed. He has changed parties, you know, he has changed friends, but politically speaking, he has always remained the same, a radical, always seeking transformation and the change. And he does so very well when he's within the people and in the street. That is, you know, when the political history of Kenya is written in the future. As a historian, I think I will say Raila was a radical who played this role not in the boardrooms, but in the streets, and hence the changes that are associated with him. Okay. I will believe that he's more at home today, wherever he is heading to the streets, than he has ever been.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on the second question?
On the second question, last year during the campaign, we sang Change is Coming, which was really wonderful. In post-colonial Kenya, we have seen changes. We have had many schools. We have changed the names of our urban streets. You know, what used to be Lord Lamea is now Kenyatta Avenue. I can freely walk on Harituku Road just outside Norfolk, which Africans never used to do in the colonial period. But then when you look at fundamentally, our systems have actually not changed. Let's begin from the 60s. Mzee Kenyatta comes in with the Kenyatta 1 administration, you know, a moderate by any standard, a very clever politician, and a shrewd leader. He knew what the outgoing colonialists wanted. Somebody who can maintain the status quo, change but not change very much, and they keep their interests in the country through him. He did that very well. Moi comes in and literally follows what he called Nyayo, the footsteps of Mzee Jomo Kenyatta. And Moi sought to duplicate what Kenyatta did. If we had Kenyatta University, he created Moi University. If we had Kenyatta Hospital, he created Moi Rivera Hospital. If we had Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, he created Moi International Airport. That was Moi, a strict titular who actually sought to discipline and order the country, of course, in the circumstances that he found. Kibaki comes in and becomes the reincarnate of the Kenyatta state, a laid-back statesman who says very little, just like Kenyatta used to say, and assumes Mzee's position, that's Kibaki, and allows, gives latitude to his ministers to deliver. If you are caught as an individual. That was basically a reincarnation of the Kenyatta administration.
All right, Dr. Mbugi, just shikilia tu hapo. We have Vincent Odwar. Vincent, perhaps I'm looking at my WhatsApp and I see you say heavy security at City Hall Way. What is happening there?
Right now we are a few meters from Kenyatta International Convention Center, and as you can see, these are security officers who are chasing away a group of youth who are trying to access KICC. And as you can see, they have decided to chase them. They had camped here along at the roundabout along City Hall Way, and now the security officers are chasing them away because they had tried to access KICC. Because remember, the KICC was the base where all the supporters, the Azimio supporters from across the country, were expected to converge at KICC before they begin their procession across the city towards State House. And now, since early morning, it has been very difficult for them to access KICC because there is a heavy security a few meters from KICC, and the security officers have been camping here from early morning to try and stop anybody who is trying to access KICC. And as you can see right now, they've been pushed back. They've been pushed back towards the other streets, so that because the security officers don't want anybody close to KICC, because that is where it should have all begun this morning for this Azimio mass action. And the city today from early morning has experienced the presence of heavy security officers who have been patrolling various streets in the city, and they've been placed at strategic positions, especially at junctions leading or junctions in areas close to KICC. And a number of youths have been trying to regroup, but anytime they regroup, they are dispersed. Anytime they regroup, they are dispersed. And some of the youth even had camped along Moi Avenue at the junction of Cityway Hall. And again, there they were also dispersed. And therefore, what we are seeing is a tactic that the security officers have put in place to counter any attempt of any kind of group of youth trying to access KICC. And that is something that we are still monitoring to see whether there are those who will manage to reach here, because that is where they are supposed now to begin their procession heading to State House. So for now, I've done a bit of patrol across the city, and what I saw is that a majority of businesses have opened, some businesses have been closed, but when you look at the human traffic, is kind of a bit normal compared to the usual days of CBD here in Nairobi. And most businesses have opened, and the human traffic is high in most of the streets, and it's like majority of people are going on with their normal businesses since morning. And what we are trying to see is whether this is going to change as we get into the day, because right now what we witnessed a number of people who are heading to work, a number of people who are still now arriving in town, but we are trying to monitor and see how the group of youths who are trying to regroup themselves will be able to access KICC, to be able to converge here and see how that will go. That is it for now. We are still continue patrolling the city. We see whether they really manage to get into the city, because that is where it all begins. If they manage to get to the city, then we'll be able to see and perceive how the day will be in terms of actualizing the mass action towards State House. That it is for now. I'm taking you back to studio.
All right. Vincent Odor says it is not only the police on patrol. He is on patrol. I like us to bring the conversation to a close. And this is what we've been discussing this morning: revolutionary hero or political demagogue, Kenya's history with mass action. Dr. Ombogi, do you think you can sum it up in about a minute?
Yes, yes, I will do that. So I was saying we have not had much change, political speaking, in our structures and way of doing things, despite the transition from colonialism to independence. And I was giving a breakdown of the move from the Kenyatta one administration to the Moi one, and then to the Kibaki one, who I was saying the Kibaki administration was some kind of reincarnation of the Kenyatta administration. Be mzee, stay back, talk least, and let the boys do the job. And then the boys do the job. They do it well, they do it badly. If they are caught, you know, that is Kibaki. Now, Kenyatta 2 was a blend of Kibaki and Kenyatta, Kenyatta 1. President Uhuru is a son of former president, and he comes to power, tried to behave the father, and blend it with a bit of Kibaki in order to deliver economically. Some things worked, others didn't work. The current administration, President Ruto, historically is a scion of the Moi administration. At some point, very staunch supporter of President Moi, who was, everywhere, all the time, and any time. I remember in the days, the first item in the news was His Excellency President Moi Mutukufu was either in church or in a farm or in a school or in a hospital. Very ubiquitous, everywhere and anywhere. World power, control, be in the know, give your views. That is what we are seeing in our midst. A strong state that will control everything and then revolves around you as a person.
Okay.
So basically then, our political space, despite the fact that efforts have been made towards opening it up, and we appreciate those efforts, and many of the current leaders have been part of it. In fact, people have changed. I mean, in 2007, 2008, President Ruto and Raila were on the same side, protesting against a stolen election, according to them. Today, they are in different sides, singing different songs, you know. But the thing is, our political space is still a little bit very limited, given what we have seen this morning. What will it be if you allowed these guys to walk with the streets and allow them space to run around? They'll be tired and go home at the end of the day. So we have not gotten to a point where we appreciate that the citizens of this country have a right. We hold power on their behalf. We have achieved much, but we are yet to achieve more to make us a truly democratic society.
Okay. Your last word, Beatrice, and then Dr. Wamai. As you can see, my production assistant, Mabel Acheng, is standing sentinel. Beatrice.
I want to say that the question is whether Raila has changed, and I think political scenario in Kenya has not changed. The players have been there, yes, but they have been changing chairs. And what has been happening is that Raila has not sat on that chair that he has wanted to sit on. But they are the ones who have been present, and there are people who have been, Raila has been standing for the rights of the people, or he has been saying that he has been standing for the rights of the people. And Raila is not an individual. Raila is a movement. So there are those people who feel that they have not gotten there yet. And now I want to go back to what we have, what we have just seen in Kibra. I see it as rolling back to where we came back from, and which is not right. Because tembo wawili wapiganapo, nyasi huumia. Look at the faces of the police. They are really afraid, because when a stone is thrown, they are also human beings. Look at the faces of the people who are throwing the stones. Remember, some of them may have wanted to go to work, but they can't go. And life has become very expensive. Today, a cabbage is costing 150, and a packet of unga, 200. And you have to get these 300 so that your family eats. Now, if you are locked in there, does it mean that you don't eat? So what we are saying is that if the law was to be followed, if the constitution was to be followed, if these people are allowed to come and demonstrate, and the ones who want to go about their businesses, go about their businesses, and the police are just there to guide them, then there will be peace, because even police will talk to the demonstrators and they will tell them, hey, you can't pass here, you can't do this. But when we start now what we have seen, I'm not sure we will be able to even stop it today. They will be there today. How long is it going to be? How long is it going to cost the nation? Are we in a position to even afford that? We pray that there will not be any loss of life. Like when I saw the Nini, having been there, I could even smell the tear gas, even from here. So what we are saying is that we need a conversation. We need the leaders to come back to their senses and start holding a dialogue where people talk about the issues, because this kind of protests and this kind of reaction from both sides will not solve any problem.
All right. Yeah. Dr. Wamai, your last word?
I think I just want to say to the political elites, and especially to the current president who is in power, to always think about Kenya beyond them and the elites that are running the state right now. So Kenya is bigger than all of us. And I keep saying, if today you left us and you came back 50 years, you want to find a much better country. So as much, and I think the Kenya Kwanza has a very good program on bottom-up, helping ordinary people. Beyond economy, I think, and that's the sad thing, we never deal with in Kenya, we never deal with politics. You know, as is it Nkrumah who was saying, seek ye first.
The political kingdom. The
political kingdom. We only deal with, and Kenya, because we took on that trajectory of supporting economic right wing during the Cold War, we always underestimate the power of improving our democracy, improving our politics, ensuring inclusivity. Because some of these issues at the end of the day, if we go back to the drawing board, it's about the national cake, who is eating it, you know, this kind of appointments we saw, who is inside, who is not. How do we ensure that all of us, who are all stakeholders in this Kenya, as much as the deputy president was saying, some people, the voters, Kenya Kwanza, the shareholders, we are all in a real democracy, Democracy 101, and I believe he did political administration. All of us, this is our country. And they are only holding the power they have in trust of us, the Kenyan citizens. And so, of course, Kenyan citizens, when they feel we lent you our power and you're misusing it, they will protest with what they have. And your job is not to come and shoot them or something, is to manage protests. Because there are countries that have been protesting for years. France is one good example, you know. And I'm saying in France, manifestation, that's the French word for protest, is like part of, young kids grow up in the protests, almost all of them, even this Macron who is in power right now. So borrow a leaf from countries that have managed protests every day of their lives without loss of lives. We can do it. And because Kenya is beyond us, and for us, at the end of the day, and that's what Ruto and the current president needs to think about, how will I be judged at the end of these 5 years? Or, you know, yes, I'll have improved maybe the economy for the people, but will I have pushed Kenya's democracy? Because we are still a very weak democracy, and we need to transition to a full democracy.
All right.
Yeah.
So allow me to say thank you very much for contributing to the public discourse on this subject this morning. This is what we're discussing: revolutionary hero or political demagogue, Kenya's history with mass action. I've had a very well-informed panel, first person and also well-read on the subject. Dr. Njoki Wamai, PhD, Politics and International Studies, and an Assistant Professor, USIU Africa. Beatrice Kamau, Dr. Mbongi, I'm going ladies first. Beatrice Kamau, Executive Director, Women Political Alliance. Good to have you. Thank you so much for coming this morning. And Dr. Kenneth Mbongi, Chair, Department of History and Archaeology, University of Nairobi. I hope to host you all again soon on AM Live. We cross over to Duncan Haemba now as we make a transition because we're coming back with this once he's done, and that is arrests and civil disobedience. Teachings from Nyayo era playbook. We've touched a little bit on that for the last 2 hours or so, but we have Abdullahi Alas, columnist, governance and policy analyst, Javas Bigambo, lawyer and governance specialist, and Kidimwaga, governance and policy expert, coming into studio. But Duncan Haembo, memalizana na chipo.
Only for the record, actually those were Brian Moshiri and Zainab Wandati's feast. Ben Kitili can confirm that we did not partake. So it was just Brian Moshiri adhering to that saying that no matter what, always eat fast. But talking about eating fast, we are on processional way. Right ahead of me is the Serena Hotel, but behind me is a barricade of the paramilitary, the Red Berets. Now, you will remember that yesterday, Nairobi County Commissioner Adamson Bungei was very clear that no roads will be barricaded. But I think what the county police commander was saying is totally different from what we are witnessing. If I was to give you a count, I can see there are about a dozen Red Berets, but of course you know how critical this particular road is. This is the road that is adjacent to State House, and he was also very clear that there are areas that are restricted by the law, that they will not allow people to, there are areas that are protected by the law, that includes the State House, and that informs why this particular road, processional way that links Nyerere Road and State House Road on the other side, has been barricaded. I've only witnessed a few vehicles that are being allowed. We will try our luck because there's what we call media freedom. So we will try and identify ourselves when that time comes to see if we'll go through. But they have barricaded this route. On the other end, when you look at the junction of Kenyatta Avenue and Nyerere Road, there is a water cannon that has been stationed there. Now, the regular anti-riot squad are the teams that have pitched tent there. But here where I was a few seconds ago, we have the paramilitary. When you look the other way, again, as you join Serena Hotel, we also have another team of security officers, the traffic chatting with the anti-riot police officers. So that is just what I can say, 360 or is it 270 degree on the level of security that has been mounted here along processional way. So you cannot access through Nyerere Road unless you are cleared. You cannot go through processional way through the Serena Hotel, and then but coming in from the university roundabout, there's no problem as such. So we will be trying to see how far we will we'll try to access the other angles or roads that lead to the State House just to see what else is happening. We have information that roads like the Arboretum have been barricaded as well. We will try and see if we'll get the Nairobi Police County Commander Adamson Bungei, because he was very clear that no roads will be blocked or stopped to make it impossible for motorists. But as you can see, some are reaching here just to get a cordon that has been mounted by the paramilitary. So that is the situation. You can see some coming here and getting a bit shocked with what they are saying. But again, as we have indicated, it is a common knowledge that the road towards State House, it is one of the areas. You can see this lady here driving in. I think she also wanted to make her way to the processional way, but that is the situation. Definitely we don't expect to talk to any officers here because we'll be told they are not allowed to engage. And then from the military, this is the most dreaded unit within the National Police Service. That is why they are called the paramilitary. Those days they used to be called the GSU, Swahili connotation that people used to corrupt and say the General Service Unit means guza serikali uone. So here, if you want to guza serikali uone, maybe you try and force your way here. Usually they're like the military, they talk less. As you can see, they are up to the task. So Olive, I think I'll have to leave it here for now as we try and cross over to the other part of the roads that surround the State House just to do a spot check on the situation. But mambo kwa ground ni vile umeona wamekuja. So we'll try and see how far we'll go. Olive, over to you in studio.
You know, I remember you were protesting that you didn't eat the fries, but the energy with which you have given us that link from processional ways tells us a different story. Hemba tells us wenye wako kwa ground huko nifanya fujo uone. We take a break, we come back with AM Live.
Choose boldness. Celebrate the skin you're in and dress with confidence with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion. The triple-layered care of deep moisture serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. Choose to wear your skin with pride with Nivea.
Own your dream home for as low as 1.98 million Kenya shillings in Vipingo, Kilifi, and enjoy a flexible payment plan of 10% on signing of the letter of offer and the balance in equal monthly installments within 18 months. Supported by world-class amenities and infrastructure, our estates offer a unique, secure environment with a wide range of outdoor facilities. SMS Vipingo to 22365 or call us today on 0740 400 215. Terms and conditions apply.
With Glovo, you have anything you want from your city in your hands. Kama unatamani ugali beef ama fried chicken, order Glovo ujaribu restaurant mpya. Tamu. Kama game inawaka na unataka drinks zaidi, order Glovo ushangilie timu yako. Na kama your little one amemess na diaper zimeisha, order Glovo and save the day. With Glovo, unaweza track order yako na kuongea na customer support, which is always available. Download the app and order anything you want from your city. We'll deliver.
Choose boldness. Celebrate the skin you're in and dress with confidence with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion. The triple layered care of deep moisture serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. Choose to wear your skin with pride with Nivea.
Listen
to your turn boy.
Hey, madam, it's koseane heshima. Mimi naitwa Jemu, sawa?
Mali isipofika utabeba msalaba.
Agadhe ana shida, ata come through.
You know what? I expected this. You matatu people, such a disappointment.
Nani shida ya nani?
To protect our family from germs that cause illness when it's cold, we use Dettol soap.
Dettol soap with germ defense gives you protection. When it's cold, germs are transferred in different ways, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
It's the headquarters of good vibes. So I should just kneel and begin to call on Jesus because I'm a bishop.
You know, Dr. Kingori? Yes. You sound like a street fighter. Where did you grab it? Unataka noma.
Kingori, let me tell you something. Mimi mtu angenipata saa hiyo nikiwa first year. Angeangukia bibi mzuri.
You know, they always say smart women, where to catch them is with love.
Kingori, I love how your suit looks. I love you in a suit. I love you in a t-shirt.
As in any example, you actually mean that.
Maifungua akili ya msee ama kichwa ya msee ukapata vile watu husema jamaa ana akili.
Tunaweza toa nyama kwa huko nyuma tuweke kwa
kifua. Sisi mtu anakuwa na roho chafu sana. Na ukidive inahesabiwa?
Yes, ndio ukiwin, udive win si umewin.
Hiyo ndio tizi unafaa upige. Napiganga tu tizi ya 90 meters ya kwanza, alafu nikifika 90 meters na fly. Every Friday on NTV 7:30 p.m.
All right, welcome back to AM Live. My panelists are already engaging. With me in studio this morning, we have Abdullahi Alas, columnist, governance and policy analyst. Good to see you this morning. Looking good, looking good. Javas Bigambo, lawyer and governance specialist. Another lawyer in the building as well, Kidi Mwaga. He's also a governance and policy expert. I don't know why he's shy about being a legal expert. You were talking about, just as what one break, you were comparing Javas, you were comparing the situation in South Africa and the situation in Kenya.
Yes. Well, of course, it's been discussed for the past couple of weeks how 20th of March is a very curious day on the African continent, given that various countries on the continent had slated this day for the hecatomb, if you like. And the political conquistadors in Kenya, here Raila Odinga, in South Africa, Julius Malema, have stirred up the masses. In South Africa, from last night, people have not slept. And the EFF team, led by the EFF CIC, Julius Malema, has been stirring up the masses and whipping up emotions and saying that it's either 20th or never. And for me, as I look at it, I ask myself very many questions. What is it then that the people should look forward to this day? Those that are in support of and those that are against all these protestations that have been mounted on the continent. For example, why would somebody fail to sleep? For what reason? And what will keep him going or her going for the next couple of hours or couple of days if it takes that direction? Or why would some other persons retreat? For how long can they sustain these battles? In South Africa, EFF have said that the government must shut down. There is national shutdown. In Kenya, it's a question of having maandamano and marching to State House. In Nigeria, it's a question of Atiku Abubakar, it's about the electoral injustice, etc.
Police brutality. Yeah.
And yes, and then in Tunisia as well. Question is there a way that the masses have been wrapped together in a foil of ideological understanding of that which these political leaders believe in. In South Africa, of course, the EFF, beyond being diametrically opposed to the governance and the leadership of Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa, the issue, of course, driving this is the issue of the load shedding, which started in 2007 all the way up to now. I think it's just climaxing. We've seen that in the State of the Nation address, President Ramaphosa addressed the issue of the load shedding and even devised or created a new ministry for electricity in the presidency. But of course, that has not even persuaded in the least South Africans and even Malema and EFF that much is being done on the part of government. But the question is, here in Kenya, for instance, comparatively, do the people have a particular ideological grounding to these protests, to the maandamano? Or is it a question of the specificities or the 8-point agenda that Raila Odinga has outlined to do with a high cost of living, the issue of taxation, the issue of electoral injustices? If they are addressed, then what? Will the people still continue to demand so much from government? When I look through the lenses of history, in 2017, we also had Raila Odinga, of course, indicating that his victory had been stolen and that electoral injustices demanded that the people come out in large numbers, his supporters, and that President Uhuru Kenyatta, as he then was, gets to deliver or return the mandate, the stolen victory, back to Raila Odinga. Interestingly and curiously, after the handshake, we never saw or heard Raila Odinga still talking about a victory that was stolen. Of course, there was the 9-point agenda of the handshake, none of which of the agenda items has been implemented during the subsistence of the handshake. So that's why I'm talking about the ideological issues. Mm-hmm. Does it mean that when, as people are talking about, or some are calling that President Ruto and Raila Odinga should have a conversation, does it mean that when President Ruto and Raila Odinga get to sit over coffee and have some conversation, and people see that there seems to be some kind of camaraderie between Raila and President Ruto, then now the country is happy and then the issues are resolved? Because if people tie resolutions of a country to ideological foundations, then the issue of sitting together to have coffee or dialogue will not persuade the people. The people will want the ideology that's driving their demands to be met.
Okay. An interesting question raised by Javas Kidi, although he lost, there's a word he used and I was like,
Conquistador.
Perhaps, Kidi, could you assist me in deciphering that one? And then also the question here is raised. You know, today the Daily Nation, front page of the Daily Nation, reads as such, Ruto backs talks, and then looking at the detail that's been provided here, they say the head of state yesterday said he was willing to hold conditional talks. But there's what Javas is saying. We had talks, the handshake, with Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. If this is about idealism, is it about the talks leading to something more, or is it just, what is it really about?
Thank you very much, Olive. We are today in sorry. We are today in what I would call a beaten path. We have traveled this road before. We can predict with precision how it will unfold and how it will end. When the former Prime Minister says that there is a high cost of living, that there are questions about the composition of the IEBC, that the elections were stolen. The question is, these problems are not new. We were here, we have been here before. But remember, in the heady days of the handshake, as my brother puts it, Raila Odinga and his handshake partners had a chance to comprehensively deal with these issues. But then, you know, it was politically convenient to be quiet, hoping that everything else would unfold in the favor of the forces that are now pushing for maandamano. I want us to remember that the first order of business of the handshake government was to introduce taxes to goods that were either to zero rated. And if there was a time that Kenyans should have gone to the streets, was in 2018. But then we did not take our people to the streets because it was politically expedient. So today, when we talk about taking people to the streets, ostensibly to address the question of high cost of living, it speaks to lack of honesty on the part of the forces that are pushing for that maandamano. Why do I call it lack of political honesty? When we say that the cost of living has gone through the roof, you do not address the cost of living by making the country ungovernable. Because one thing, lack of peace in a country makes a country prone to capital flight.
Okay, but Kidi, they've been very insistent, underscoring that these are peaceful protests. Can you then say that they have made the country ungovernable?
Michael Otieno was a Form 4 student at Vihiga Boys in 2017 who had stepped out of his mother's house to go and buy ice cream in Kondele. Around that time, we were having what was called the People's Assemblies and the subsequent peaceful demonstrations. Michael Otieno today is 6 feet under 5 years later. And several other young Kenyans who came out ostensibly in peaceful protest but are no more. We know the path that it will take, that at some point there will be confrontation between the police and the protesters. Always it has been convenient to blame the police. But then we sometimes, more often than not, forget to call out the protesters for how they provoke the police. It is my considered view that Baba should have restrained himself from bringing people to the streets at this point in time. Because if he does not hurt the government, he also hurts people whom he claims to be calling this protest in support of. Because last week there were demonstrations in Migori. I come from Migori. And I will tell you that innocent mothers, innocent traders lost goods of immense value. Because one, the streets were impassable. Secondly, the protesters were looting from their fellow citizens, people going about their businesses. And so this environment of mass action makes it more difficult for those in SMEs and those in agriculture, which forms essentially the bulk of Raila Odinga's support base. So I think that Baba should have insisted that let him resolve any outstanding political impasse between himself and the president through quiet, direct diplomacy. These are calls I have made before. I am not afraid to continue making them to Baba and to the president, that in any event that they are confronting one another through mass action as now it is happening, that those who suffer and bear the brunt the most are the ordinary people in the forgotten corners of this country. Thank you.
Okay. Abdullahi, has Baba, as Kidi refers to him, been backed into a corner? Because Kidi says he should have pursued the route of what? Quiet diplomacy. But this administration has been very clear that there is no sharing of power that will happen, that there will be no handshake, that the law is very clear on how IBC, for instance, recruitment for IBC commissioners should be carried out.
So maybe before my brother comes in, let me answer that question. Number one, the Azimio team has insisted that the handshake, that the Kenya Kwanza administration is illegitimate. The first question is, it is illegitimate to what extent? That question brings out two issues. If you are speaking about illegitimacy of the Kenya Kwanza regime on account that you are looking at the voting age population versus the people who turned out to vote versus the votes that the Kenya Kwanza regime, from academic standpoint, that argument would stand. But if it is on account of the legitimacy of the Kenya Kwanza administration, on account of the vote it received, you would say that Kenya Kwanza is in office courtesy of the rule of law. Because in another African country where there is no regard to rule of law, I don't think Kenya Kwanza would have been in office.
Okay. So
that alone should have humbled the handshake team and the Azimio team to engage the Kenya Kwanza regime with an armed truth. But when they attempt to incite the people that this regime is illegitimate, one, it's in an attempt to provoke the emotions of the people against this administration.
Okay.
But then remember that the economic mess we are in may not be entirely of the making of the Kenya Kwanza administration. There are global factors. There are other factors that are beyond even the handshake government, and all this put together, because we all love this country equally, should have been incentive enough for both parties to engage in a quiet, direct diplomacy. Thank you.
All right. Abdullahi, what's your view on the mass action that was promised today?
Well, I think, first of all, mass action has failed and destroyed nations. It has destroyed Sudan, it has destroyed Gambia, it has destroyed Bolivia, it has destroyed Sri Lanka. So we need to be very careful. I happen to live in Mandera and I've worked in Somalia. Believe you me, you will rather live in the most dictatorial government than have no government. Because when there is no government, people can rape your mother in front of you with a gun. Yes. It's just going to be a criminal enterprise. Central Kenya is going to change into small tribal cocoons. Northeastern, some of us are going to be warlords. What else will you do? You'll go back to Mandela and get a gun. Because that's the survival for, it's going to turn into a jungle where hyenas, leopards, and lions are going to compete to feed themselves. Remember what happened in 2007? What happened to the bread? What happened to sugar? It was less than how many days? Believe you me, Kenyans must be very careful. This country, it took us 60 years to come to where we are. We had issues of trust from 1963. That's why you see people don't trust institutions, because I often ask myself, did Kenyan politician create the system, or the system created Kenyan politician? Because if there is a trust deficit in the society, then you see what is happening. Why is Raila having the upper hand all the time? It's because we have a country that has a failing economy and a hungry population. It's not that people just love Raila. And then Raila is finding himself in a very tight corner, because the last 5 years he has been eating, dining and whining with the state. But now, because he's not dining and whining with the state, he believes that his votes has been stolen. But that question has been settled by the Supreme Court. We were told that whatever they brought before the Supreme Court, that's why we have law. The law is there to protect ourselves from each other and the state from us. So, I said this morning that we have the biggest oxymoron in the Kenyan politics, because Ruto, who did not support the new constitution, is defending it. Raila, who fought for it, is abusing it today. Yes, because there are things that he can do, there are things he cannot do. But he can picket. It's allowed. Yes. But now when you say that we need the 4 Cherera reinstated, we need the servers open, those questions have been settled. Cherera 4 are out of office. There was a tribunal. The last lady has been told to, has been fired. There is a new team in place. I want you to allow me to finish this. The problem we have, I said, is a trust deficit from 1963. People don't trust the system, because when you collect our taxes, countries that tax people, I was just speaking with my friend here, like Sweden or Norway or Holland, I think we are the most taxed country after South Africa, including the income tax. This is a country where income tax is taxed, yet the government does not know how much I earn. I think they were supposed to know first how much I earn, then they can tax. Now, when you bring the government to make money in 3 different ways apart from taxes, they either borrow internationally or locally. Now they're borrowing locally more, which means they're competing with the local market. So which means interest rates are going to be high. So there is something I read about Ronald Reagan in 1975. He talked about big government, inflation, and taxes. People talk of business tax. There is nothing like business tax. There is what you call business operation cost. Now, when you want to go and buy bread, from the producer to the miller guy to the bakery guys, everyone wants to make profit, and it's you and me who are paying for it. So taxes are not paid by business. It's paid by people through the pricing. What was supposed to happen is this. When Kenyatta was the president, Uhuru Kenyatta was the president, we were fueling our cars at around 9,000. Today we are doing at 18 or 20. Where is the bottom-up economy? Was it bottom-up to start from the poor guy so that they tax him more, and then they go to the rich guy? Is that what bottom-up was all about? That the poor people are going to be taxed, and then the tax will go later. Why don't you have a tax system in this country that say the people who are earning above 100,000 will pay 30%. The people who are earning about 40,000 will pay 20%. The people, we can do that. We can legislate. We don't want to legislate because CDF guys are adding 20 million to their package. Women rep are getting more money. Yet the people down there, why didn't from 1963 have our own millers? The Kenyan government millers through National Youth Service so that we produce our own maize. We call it unga, by the government, and then you sell it at 80 shillings. Why don't we produce our own milk? Because if you do that, you're not going to make money. It's the people who are going to benefit. Egypt, bread is the cheapest. It's the staple food. Who said maize must be staple food in this country? Why don't you eat cassava? Why don't you eat sweet potatoes? Why don't you eat viazi? It's still carbohydrate. It will grow up in 3 months. Why do you wait for 6 months? So we have two sets of things in Kenya. There are those who judge, which we are very good at, and there are those who think. Those who think are very rare in this country. We just judge things.
We need to take a break, but when we come back, I'm stuck on what he said. You talked about you'd rather have a dictatorial government than no government at all. And then you also said William Ruto, who was on the other side as far as this constitution is concerned, is not the one defending the constitution. But Raila Odinga is within his rights. Article 37 of the Constitution of Kenya. Every person has the right peaceably and unarmed to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and to present petitions to public authorities. I'll hear from the other two panelists, the lawyers, on this on the other side of this break.
This is The Greatest Show, an all-stars affair. One goal, one stage. The London Marathon, 23rd April, live on NTV.
It's the headquarters of good vibes. So I should just kneel and begin to call on Jesus because I'm a bishop.
You know, Dr. Kingori, yes, you sound like a street fighter. Where did you grab it? Unataka noma.
Kingori, let me tell you something. Mimi mtu angenipata saa hiyo nikiwa first year. Angeangukia bibi mzuri.
You know, they always say smart women, where to catch them is with love.
Kingori, I love how your suit looks. I love you in a suit. I love you in a t-shirt.
As in any example, ama you actually mean that? Naifungua akili ya msee ama kichwa ya msee ukapata vile watu husema huyu jamaa ana akili.
Tunaweza toa nyama kwa huko nyuma tuweke kwa
kifua. Sisi mtu anakuwa na roho chafu sana. Na ukidive inahesabiwa?
Si ndio, ukiwin, udive win, si umewin.
Hiyo ndio tizi unafaa upige. Napiganga tu tizi ya 90 meters ya kwanza, alafu nikifika 90 meters na fly. Every Friday on NTV 7:30 p.m.
Sorry, when we were on break, Javas said there's a book called What Do Women Want? So he says the question in this case should be,
what does Raila want?
What does Raila want? But on the question of, first of all, the right to assemble. The police service said the Public Order Act requires 3-day notice, right? No, not less than 3 days, not more than 14 days. And therefore, by their standard, or rather by the public order standard, Azmio was time barred in submitting their notice of mass action, of the march, picketing. So which overrides the other? This, the Constitution, or is there a caveat?
Well, Olive, that's a very interesting question. From the river of the Constitution, the water flows. And such rights, as enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution, do not come from the generosity of the state, but from the Constitution itself. And that's where we are, that the Constitution is the primary source of law, and its provisions are supreme. Even though it is supreme, the Constitution is implemented through enabling statutes or legislation. And that's why you even make citation of the Public Order Act. And specifically Section 5 of the Public Order Act provides that the person planning or organizing picketing or protests or demonstrations need to give notice to the commandant or a police station of the area where it's supposed to be conducted. Such notification then should enable the police to provide sufficient security for the protesters or demonstrators as well as for the other people. Remember that the same Constitution that guarantees the freedom and the right to protest and to picket also protects the right of property of other citizens, the non-protesters. In fact, Justice Makau, in a petition of 2016 of Ngunjiri Wambugu versus the Inspector General of Police and two others, EKLR 2019, provides that it is necessary and agrees, in fact even guided, that various amendments to the statutes need to be done so that the geographical zone or area where the protests or the picketing or the demonstration will take place should be done such that the police are able to provide the necessary protection. In fact, the memo or the letter by former Governor Oparanya asking for the protection by the security agencies was blank on the where, the distance, the geographical places where this is going to take place. When you say that there will be demonstrations on 20th of March, provide protection, is it in Mandera? Is it in Nairobi? Is it in Busia? Is it in Kasipul Kabondo? Now, I say that the law is very important, especially Article 37 of the Constitution, with regard to the right to protest. But that right is conditional. Remember that Article 37 provides that for the right to demonstrate and to picket and to assemble, the best alloy there is that it must be done peaceably and unarmed. Those are conditions. In fact, it was even well canvassed in the affidavit of Ngunjiri Wambugu in the case law that I've just cited. Further, beyond the Constitution, Article 2, Subarticle 6 of the Constitution provides that any treaty or convention that has been ratified by Kenya forms part of the laws of Kenya. Now, the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, Article 20, provides for the right to protest, to assemble, to demonstrate, as long as it is peaceful. Yeah. When you look at the ICCPR, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, Article 21 of the ICCPR provides that it is important that citizens have a right to demonstrate, to protest, to picket, as long as it is peaceful. And this should be underscored with the Syracuse principles, as well as the Banjul Charter, Article 10 of the ACHPR, African Charter on Human and People's Rights, provides for the same rights to protest, to picket, to assemble, as long as it is in a peaceable manner and unarmed.
Okay.
Now, earlier, Kidi had spoken to the issue of the various violations. You see, as somebody else protests or demonstrates or pickets, must not infringe willingly or otherwise of your own rights, because you're all citizens and human beings whose rights must be protected. And in fact, Chapter 4 is not uniquely protecting the rights of only the demonstrators, the property owners, because their rights also have to be protected by the same state. So it's very important that the common sense aspect to the right to demonstrate must be the buoyancy that holds those who seek the protection of the state to provide such clarity that there will be no violence, there will be no intimidation, there will be no violation of other people's rights, and even it must not constitute a threat to the lives of other people. And when you look at the general character of demonstrations in Kenya, the aspect of violence has never been far removed from that right of protestation. And that is the curious thing. In fact, When we look at it through the lenses of the issues that are moving Azimio leadership and the people to protest today, to picket, to assemble, those things make sense. The cost of living is reasonably high. And in fact, the taxes are also very high. And that's a matter of fact. And the legitimate expectation is that the government should do so much for the easing of the cost of life for the ordinary citizens. Now, for me, the issue is this. It is not, and all these demonstrations, it is not that the people are not able to procure food for their stomachs. For me, the greatest danger is that the high cost of living poses the greatest danger on earth, that death, poverty, desperation, all these become nearly a way of life for the common citizens. And that's what the government needs to deal with. But did the Kenya Kwanza administration bring us here? In fact, you may want to recall that in 2018...
All right, so I'll just ask you to pause briefly so that we... Tuone mambo kwa ground ikoaje. We have Vincent Odor who shared this video with us. A number of youth arrested around KICC. We can see they're being loaded into a police truck. So this having been shared by Vincent Odor, which is why I was encouraging you to keep an eye on our social media handles, NTV Kenya, and also nation.africa. There's a black bar at the very top when you type nation.africa into your browser, and it'll give you the latest updates minute by minute of what is happening. For a live update now, let's cross over to Arboretum. And I'm told Duncan Haimba is there. As Vincent Odor said, our reporters are on patrol, just as the police are on patrol. We saw him last at Processional Way. How do things look where you stand now, Duncan?
Yes, Olive, we're on patrol indeed. Tumepiga lap. We are just we are outside State House Girls on my right. And then this is the Arboretum Road. So just like the Processional Way, this road has also been barricaded. And the police, only selected vehicles are being allowed to go past this juncture. In fact, State House Girls at some point, the bus came out and they wanted to use this route, but they had to be stopped. But they tried to do the Arboretum Drive, but then I think there was some consultation, then the bus was recalled. They had to check the occupants to confirm they are students before they were allowed to go this particular route. Now, very few vehicles are being allowed to get in into past this barricade, particularly those that are using these offices. But many vehicles are being turned away. We're just hoping to see some that will try to come here and make a U-turn. But as I said, it is clearly on a usual day, on a normal day, this road would be teeming with activities, pedestrians, motorists, riders, all manner of individuals usually use this road. Those that are going to have their quiet moment at the Arboretum, those ones that are going to some of the high-end hotels that are right behind me there, those ones that are using this road as they go through the State House to join the State House Road, the far end, but that is not the situation. So here it is very, very clear, nothing is being taken to chance. It will be remembered, maybe people are wondering why, despite that assurance by the police that no road will be closed, the president stays at State House. The current president lives in State House. So you can understand why they're not taking chances on those that will be plying this route. Before we left the Serena, a number of youth had been arrested, and we have no idea how they were being you can just see a motorist there being given the instructions on where they need to go. But a number of motorists were being, a number of youth were rounded up at the Serena. We do understand that they'd come from KICC, a team that initially was there. So that is the situation as things stand. We'll try and see. We understand State House Gate A, Dennis Street Road, is completely a no-go zone. You can see this particular motorist has been allowed to go. We'll try and see. There are those ones that are coming through, but we will see whether he'll be lucky at that particular juncture, because one officer here has given them the green light. As I said, there are few selected vehicles that are being allowed to go past this particular juncture. So, Olive, I don't know whether you have anything that you'd want to hear from me, because I know my colleagues are all over the city, all over the country, just trying to check what is going on. Olive.
But so shortly we'll be crossing over to Ngong Road. Melissa Oletenges was in Kibra. We saw stones flying and tear gas lobbed by the authorities. They, in fact, has shared this video with me, and that this is a police vehicle has had its windscreen damaged. This was in Kibra. And we also saw, I mean, earlier he told us that the vehicle they were traveling and moving in also had its windscreen damaged. I'm told we have him now live. Melita Oletenges, please give us an update. I'm told you're on Ngong Road.
What's the problem? Well, Olive, what you're seeing in your picture right now is just we have witnessed a bit of running battles between the police here and the youth who are trying to access the CBD. We are actually at the junction from the road that leads to Kibra and joining Ngong Road, and they had advanced to the junction, and they actually had barricaded the road there, and they were actually harassing motorists who are trying to access the CBD, and the police officers have advanced here and try to actually disperse them to ensure they don't access the junction. So where we are heading to right now is where they had actually piled up tires. They were going to set up a fire there, but the police have managed to actually disperse them. Remember, this is what has been happening from early morning, Olive. Remember, earlier we were at Kibra around Olympic area where the police actually were also trying to disperse the youth who had actually rattled the police and started pelting the police. And we have also seen that a number of vehicles belonging to the National Police Service have actually been damaged. The windscreen, as well as our vehicle, the vehicle we were actually in was actually destroyed. The windscreen of our vehicle was destroyed by the youth who were pelting stones towards our direction. So the police had called for reinforcement, but it seems they have been sort of overpowered. They have had to actually advance forward just to block the youth from accessing the CBD. And what we've also witnessed, Olive, is that businesses there have been closed, and largely because of the insecurity that is there. And of course, you can see the police officers are manning the roads here, just trying to clear to ensure that motorists actually drive smoothly and access down, because there was a bit of a traffic snarl up here because of the running battles that was occurring here between the police and the irate youth. So only remember that the youth coming from Kibra, of course, are supporters of their senior leader Raila Odinga. And given that Raila Odinga was the Member of Parliament for Langata before it was divided into two constituencies, that is Kibra and Langata, for actually 3 terms, and of course that is why he has huge support from Kibra. And what they're trying to do is move from Kibra towards the CBD, where there's a new leader. Raila Odinga had announced that all his supporters will congregate at the CBD in order for them to advance towards State House Nairobi. But the police are trying all they can to ensure that they actually block the youth from accessing the CBD. And you can see here they're actually manning this particular road and trying to actually, they have made a few arrests here, people who are trying to actually access down, people who are the youth actually, who are pelting stones. A few of them have been arrested here by the police. But Olive, also earlier on we were caught up in the middle of a battle between the police and the youth in Kibra, but actually we managed to get out safely. Just to show you how the road here in Ngong Road looks like, Olive, you can see the traffic here is not as high. The traffic here is not as because of the insecurity here. You can see a few vehicles, they are just applying this route. And earlier on we saw public vehicles actually turning around, making a turn here because of the youth who had actually gathered here to light a fire, but that was unsuccessful as they were dispersed by the police. So, Olive, that is the situation as of now, running battles here, but your ears and eyes on the ground, of course, just to bring you updates as they...
No, I'm wondering if that road is closed. I saw the police officer in the jeans hitting border operators. Melita will provide, I'll ask him when we next have him on. But for now, let's cross over to Mombasa County where Kevin Mutai is standing by. Kevin, the videos that were shared by Karim show, and if you want to look at those videos that are making reference to, do follow at NTV Kenya on Twitter or visit nation.africa. There's this black bar that is giving immediate updates, live updates, minute by minute. They've dubbed it Mandamano Monday. Do you remember the tear gas Mondays? Speaking of tear gas, I'll show you some videos that were taken by Melita Oletenges in Kibra earlier. But Kevin, Mombasa, unlike what we've seen on Gong Road just now with Melita Oletenges, appears to be calm.
Well, indeed, good morning, Olive, and we're joining this broadcast live from Mwembe Tayari along the Jomo Kenyatta Avenue, and you can see with those pictures coming to you live, there's a sense of general calmness in this particular region. We did conduct a spot check across various spots within the county of Mombasa, starting from Kongowea, Bombolulu, Kisimani, Nyali constituency, all the way to CBD, and we have noticed the situation is just the same. Businesses are operating as usual. You can see public transport is also operating as usual, and we've not had any cases of picketing or sorts of demonstrations in the county. We've spoken to the regional police bosses. I spoke to police commander here in the county of Mombasa, that is Steve Matu, and he told me that, of course, they've also deployed regular police officers, across various areas, and especially areas they consider as hotspots for such kind of events, such as demonstrations, with, of course, reporting that there's no intelligence report showing that, if at all, there'll be people assembling or participating in today's mass protest led by the Azimio La Umoja One Kenya Alliance in Nairobi. Of course, remember just a couple of days ago, Raila Odinga, together with his Azimio brigade, came down to the coasts, visited two coastal counties, that is the county of Mombasa and Kilifi, where he rallied masses to join in today's protest that is in Nairobi. And according to the conversation that has been going on, Olive, on social media, there are reports that most of the public transportation, especially the standard gauge railway, they were fully booked. And I actually checked this morning and discovered that that is indeed the situation. Of course, also we cannot attribute that to people traveling to be part and parcel of the Azimio protests in Nairobi. But of course, as per what some of the leaders here spoke during the Azimio rally at Likoni, that is near Caltex grounds, they said that they will support some of the electorate and supporters of Azimio from the region, that is the entire coastal region, to travel to Nairobi. But as of now, we've not had any leader come out to just tell us exactly the kind of interventions that they put in place to ensure that their supporters will be traveling in Mombasa. But they came out categorically, especially the ODM leaders in the county of Mombasa, who said that they will be part and parcel of the protests. Remember that this region has been a support base for Raila Odinga for several years, voting for ODM leaders. And indeed, as I said earlier, there's a general sense of calmness. You can see right there, those are students trying to catch public means of transportation going back to school. So as of now, the situation is calm. And as I said, there's even, according to the police officers, General Service Unit officers have been put on standby in case any cases of demonstrations will be reported across the county. But of course, also we've had there's been small pockets of people assembling in Kamukunjis, that is the famous Bunge la Wananchi, just trying to dissect what will be happening today in Nairobi. But of course, also remember, as I said earlier, Azimio has been really rallying the region to be part and parcel of the mass protests. Remember that Odinga has been going loud about some of the key issues that he thinks the government needs to fix, and he's been going big about the high cost of living that has been skyrocketing and really, giving hard times to the common Wananchi, and of course also agitating about the opening of the servers, among various other issues that the Azimio Brigade thinks that needs to be done in order to, at least seek some dialogue with the government in order to fix some of these issues. But Olive, as I said earlier, with my colleagues Karim Rajan, who's also been going around, and with Peter Wainaina, and from here we'll still be going around in areas of Kisauni, Nyali, Likoni, and perhaps we'll also be keeping our eyes and ears open across the coastal county, that is the 6 counties of the coast region, to bring you up to speed what is really happening on the ground regarding today's 20th March protest that will be happening in the capital city of Nairobi. But from here as well, I remember the Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua is expected to tour the port of Mombasa this morning, where he'll be engaging some business persons from Ukraine and France. He will be in the company of Transport Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen, where he'll be meeting also the delegates or officials from the port of Mombasa, and I'm sure the Deputy President will fill in some few issues, perhaps get his thoughts about what will be happening today. Remember, yesterday we read in the dailies that the President reported that he was ready to have any engagements with leaders from Azimio, insisting that unless there'll only be talks that is within what he believes is in the interest of the public. So we'll be fielding a few questions with the Deputy President. Remember, he's also been very vocal about not allowing any handshake between his boss, President William Ruto, and the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party leader, Raila Odinga. And of course, we'll be able to cover all that for you, and as well as bring you up to speed to what is happening across the coastal counties regarding today's mass demonstration in Nairobi. But so far, Olive, so good. You can see the situation is normal and there's calmness across the coast. Back to you in studio, Olive.
All right, thank you, Kevin. I, for one, I'm curious what's happening about what's happening in Kisumu, because Kibra, of course, is a stronghold of Raila Odinga's. We'll hear from Oko Kusa soon enough. But before we started getting these updates, Javas, you were talking about the issues at the heart of the Mandamano today. But before we move on into the issues in contention, there's something, Abdullahi, both these gentlemen have said, right? Common sense, Javas Bigambo, on the question of, we're discussing the issue of right to protest, police notice. You were saying they did not state that letter that Wycliffe Oparanya sent to the police on behalf of Azimio, did not define where and what time the peaceful procession would be taking place. Kidimwaga talked about, what did you call it, public interest? I forget the exact phraseology.
Direct diplomacy.
No, about the police action or police statements as regards the legality of the processions today. What's your position on the police position? And just let me make reference to the Public Order Act, because I did make mention of it. Section 5, Java Salinibia mwa Kenya, no person shall hold a public meeting or a public procession except in accordance with the provisions of this section. Any person intending to convene a public meeting or a public procession shall notify the regulating officer of such intent at least 3 days, but not more than 14 days before the proposed date of public meeting or procession. In your view, in public interest, have the police taken the wisest course of action?
Yeah, coming from the experience of 2007 and election violence and history of protest in the country, remember, I was just asking my colleagues, how many people can protest today or anywhere in Kenya today? Maybe 5,000. How many million is Kenya? 50? So 5 people cannot destroy a whole country. So your rights is limited.
But are they destroying
No, listen.
a country?
You see, when you destroying a country in the sense that when you, like what happened today, I traveled through Isli and then I came by Matatu deliberately to see what was going on. I took a motorbike. Nairobi was empty in the morning. Why? People were anticipated. There is fear that violence and chaos might erupt. There is experience of public property looting, people being looted. So when you talk about, there is a reason why we have law and order. Okay? You have seen these big machine vehicles, isn't it? They're about 30, 40 tons. But you'll see a very tiny police officer standing in the road. Why is he not knocking her and continuing? She raises the hand and then he stops and he's driving a car of 40 tons. That's law and order. So if the people who are going to protest are going to destroy other people, the moment you hit...
But isn't that a presumption?
The experience we have...
They have been very explicit.
Right now we have just watched in Kibra people throwing stones. Right now we have just watched people throwing stones.
But then you bring me back round to my question.
Yes.
Were they provoked by being denied the right as provided for in the Constitution, Article 37? Every person has the right, peaceably and unarmed, to assemble, to demonstrate, to picket, and present petitions to public authorities.
Why does a peaceful person have the necessity to carry a stone?
I mean, stones everywhere.
No, why do you need to carry a stone?
Well,
Jamas.
Olive, I would say, looking at how the perspective you've given and the situation in the country as it's turning out already, I would say that the issue of the assembly and the demonstrations are conceptually percussive, but ideologically vacuous. And this is because
Sorry, just take that again. Percussive?
I'm saying it's conceptually percussive, but ideologically vacuous.
Okay, if you could explain, please.
Because the entire call for demonstrations and marching has not been wrapped in particular sustainable ideological grounding. The issue of civil disobedience that you even mentioned earlier is very important, and in fact, its core, it is central to democracy. Now, look, for example, in the 19th century, Henry David Thoreau, who is considered as one of the fathers of civil disobedience, gave great breadth of life and wisdom in the necessity of a civil people to engage a civil government, and in fact, even disobey it when they feel that the government is not serving them. History is replete of great and glorious leaders who have embraced civil disobedience constructively. There is Mahatma Karamchand Gandhi of India with his Satyagraha movement and call, a movement that actually liberated India. We have got Martin Luther King Jr. with the civil rights movement, the non-violent movement, civil disobedience. And we saw how it ended. It liberated the people. Now, when you ask a question, for example, that what the police are doing already, does it inhibit the right to assemble and the right to protest and the right to demonstrate? To an extent, when you ask whether the police are doing their job and meeting the obligation as spelled out in Section 5 of the Public Order Act, I would say that the general analysis of the intention is in question. Because remember that for close to 3 weeks, there has been call that we will march to State House and get our stolen victory. That intention, remember State House is a protected area.
Mm-hmm.
When the intention is bordering on illegality, the police are duty-bound to protect as per the laws that are in the land. So the issue of the people assembling is a right in the Constitution which must be granted because it's guaranteed.
Mm-hmm.
But if at all the motive behind this assembly and demonstration is to commit a crime, or to cause a subversion of even the rule of law and justice itself, it becomes obnoxious. And that's why I said that it is ideologically vacuous. The issue to do with the cost of food or the cost of life or living is very, very crucial, very important, because we must live, we must survive. But if it's a question of tying it together with the electoral justice issues, then you want to move a people of unknown numbers to storm State House over a theory that is unproven, that is propounded by a whistleblower that is only known to you, that actually you won an election, then I think you puncture your very good intention of bringing a people together to picket, to demonstrate, or to assemble for the cause of passing a message.
All right, I see you nodding, Kidi.
Yes.
But I need us to take a break. But when is that Junette I am seeing at the Kenyatta International Convention Center? Is it possible to go there and hear what is happening? Or are we too far off? Okay, we'll take... Yeah, let's take a look at what's happening there before we go on break. But Kidi Mwaga, I mean... Javas keeps talking about intention and motive, but until Azimio attempts to breach State House's gates, have they committed a crime? They have not. So why not allow them? Why not allow them to march up until the gate?
Yes.
Then what happens?
As a journalist, your primary responsibility is to side with the supposedly powerless. And in a power play between the state and the citizens, it is deemed that the power play favors the state. But let me say this, that the right to dissent is an inherent tenet of democracy. And therefore, even in Kenya, we are not in isolation. Our people must enjoy that right to disagree with the state on, say, a policy issue. But then we must also interrogate that when we are dissenting, when we are protesting, what are we seeking to achieve?
And Kidi, I can see tear gas has been lobbed there to disperse them, to move them away from the Kenyatta International Convention Center gate. Are you telling me that is also a restricted area?
Let me say this, because I love how you throw the spanner into the works, that we have been told that the elections were stolen, and therefore our march today, the march today is ostensibly to recapture that stolen victory. The question is, who determines who wins an election in Kenya? It is an exclusive mandate of the IEBC. And then Kenyans in their infinite wisdom said that because there are instances we will disagree on who has won an election, then let us create an institution called the Supreme Court, and let us give it only one original jurisdiction. That in the event we disagree on who has been declared president, let us take this question to the Supreme Court. And then we decided that we are not creating an appellate jurisdiction over the same matter, that the matter would be heard and determined with finality at the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has pronounced itself. Democracy can only thrive when the institutions are allowed to work. Remember when, after the disastrous moments of 2007-2008, we went into what was called the Agenda for Reforms. What Agenda for Reforms was doing is that after the 15 years of Kenyatta 1 and the 24 treacherous years of Nyayo, and then after the 5 failed years of Kibaki, I call them failed 5 years because we failed to capture a moment. Why did we fail to capture a moment? And I will speak to why we need to give the William Ruto administration a chance. You know, when we got the independence in 1963, we did not develop homegrown political institutions.
But
let me say this. Let me say this so that you understand, so that we don't lose the viewer. That we inherited the colonial edifice, as it were, and replaced the white man, and in its place, the black man took over, but the edifice remained intact. It remained intact until in 2002, when we had what we would say that the people were putting in place a government of their own. But then we also, that led to, because of the mistrust of within the NAC administration, took us to 205, 205 took us to 207, and then we had a chance to now erect institutions that we cannot live in a country calling itself a constitutional democracy, but then we have what is called the rule by fiat, where we have strong men, the days of Mtukufu rise. So the people of Kenya in their infinite wisdom said that no, that cannot be allowed to continue. So we come to the Constitution of Kenya 2010. So we have the Supreme Court, we have the Chapter 15 commissions, so that when we have a dispute, that we don't have to rely on any one individual except the individuals we have placed in charge and responsible of these institutions. So it cannot be that when these institutions do not favor us, then we begin to bastardize them. Because when we undermine the institutions, then it will take us back to what my brother Alas was saying. We are going to descend into a rule of the jungle where the lions, the leopards, essentially the carnivores, are going to compete to eat. And guess who is going to be eaten? Your guess is as good as mine.
All right.
So in a country that is calling itself a democracy, we must give the institutions a chance. And therefore, the question is, are the police acting within their rights? My brother has put it correctly, that the police have got a responsibility even to act preemptively to stop a descent into anarchy. When calls have been made consistently that we are going to storm State House, ostensibly to proclaim a victory that is only being spoken to by a whistleblower, but then even what the whistleblower does not stand scrutiny. Olive, tell us today that in Maragua, where Jeremiah Kioni is coming from, this is the Form 34A from the ground, and this is what is in the portal, and this is the discrepancy. If we don't do that and that the discrepancy is demonstrated, I think that the people of Kenya are being used as expendable political cannon fodder to advance narrow political interests. Thank you.
Kidi, we need to take a break, but wamekata kufungua server. Anyway, we'll come back with more. That is the KICC. So police cut away some of those who had gathered there. I'm looking forward to hearing from Vincent Odor because I saw Junet Mohammed there. What was he seeking to do? Is he among those who were taken away by police? Yeah, we'll get all that and more on the other side of this break.
To get Sala Zangu by Ilagosa wa Ilagosa, dial star 812 star 832 hash. Skiza na Nation.
Almost everyone dreams of leaving behind a seemingly ordinary existence for something more extraordinary. One who has achieved that is Roger Schmidt, the Benfica manager who once seemed settled on a 9-to-5 career. But not anymore, especially not as Schmidt leads Benfica through an extraordinary season.
Yo, Butruse K, the sharp god up in the mix, know what I'm saying? NTV, shout out to you, bro. Keep it locked, hey.
Sauti yako ina sound vizuri kwenye masikio.
I like it. Come to the dance floor, babe.
Angie.
Leo tuna festa pe banda. Festa pe banda. Another banda.
And it's just like an amazing mix.
I am happy today. So happy.
Sin koma vitu nani lea. Oh yeah. Inaweka shida chini na tupa mikono juu. Banjuka juu.
No compromise, this the hottest combo.
Unistima, uninade. On NTV, don't touch that dial. Not yet. Not yet. No, what?
Ndipo na mama ushatukata.
Listen to your turn board.
Madam, mimi tukoseane heshima. Mimi naitwa Jemo, sawa?
Mali isipofika utabeba msalaba.
Agadhe ana shida, ata come through.
You know what? I expected this. You matatu people, such a disappointment.
Nani shida ya nani?
To protect our family from germs that cause illness when it's cold, we use Dettol soap.
Dettol soap with germ defense gives you protection. When it's cold, germs are transferred in different ways, and Dettol soap's germ defense protects you from up to 100 illness-causing germs. Be Dettol sure.
Is your business looking to expand to new markets? Welcome to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the solution country with consumer base of 100 million people, a capital city of 15 million inhabitants, the second largest city in Africa. The Nation Media Group, through the East African brand, is proud to present the East Africa Business Conference and Trade Fair on the 30th and 31st March in Kinshasa, DRC. Join us at this special event where businesses from across Africa will gather to network and build partnerships with enterprises in the DRC. With a theme of searching for new markets and partnerships, this is the perfect platform for you to showcase your innovation, discuss new markets and partnerships, meet key officials, and secure your new connections. Sectors represented include real estate, banking, agriculture, healthcare, retail, mining, and many more. For more information, contact Timothy on 0703-208-909 or email timuthengi@ke.nationmedia.com.
Going to divorce because of you.
Don't do it for me.
I'm getting a divorce, whether you like it or not.
You're making a very serious mistake.
I need you to follow my husband.
You came to the right person for the job. That's my specialty. Coward! Come on! I dare you to hit me too. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna fight you! Why? Is it because of this?
Head over heels.
Head over heels in association with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa.
The triple layered care of deep moisture serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. It's time to show off your best skin. Wear your skin with pride every time with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion.
This is the greatest show, an all-stars affair. One goal, one stage. The London Marathon, 23rd April, live on NTV.
Daring Abroad makes me dare.
It's the only show of its kind in the world. And now, it's bigger.
And even more entertaining and informative than before.
Hapa kunaitwa Kakoe na inatubaba sana.
From London to Jersey Island.
Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo to the scenic features of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
And many more places abroad and at home.
I watch Daring Abroad. I like the stories which people bring.
Daring Abroad every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. with repeats every Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on NTV.
All right, welcome back to AM Live. We are keeping an eye on what the nation has dubbed Maandamano Monday. We have pictures coming out of KICC. We saw people being loaded up into a truck. Shortly, we'll hear from Vincent Odor. He'll give us an idea of what is happening there. We had seen Junet Mohammed. We've also gotten pictures from Ngong Road. We were speaking to Melita Ole Tenges, and he told us that there was a confrontation between the police and persons lobbing stones at the police. We saw a police vehicle had its windscreen damaged. There's also a nation vehicle. Our vehicle was also damaged in that exchange. Those live pictures coming out of the Kenyatta International Convention Center. That is where the march was set. The peaceful procession to State House was set to begin there at the KICC. Yesterday, we saw the police declare any procession as illegal, saying those planning the protest, including Azimio, because they had said they were in receipt of 2 letters, had not abided by the minimum 3-day. I see people running there. Minimum 3-day set 3-day notice provided for in the Public Order Act. Just before we took the break, we were debating which takes precedence. the Constitution or the Public Order Act, or must they be read together? But a very controversial statement was made earlier today by Abdullahi Alas, and that one was on you would rather have a dictatorial government than no government at all. But why must it be either or? Because for this constitution to come into place, we've been told time and again it was hard fought, and we'll carry a story shortly on the history of protests in this country. We had the fight for multi-party democracy in the early 90s. In 1997, from 1997 moving forward, we had the fight to reform our constitution. And the question we're asking this morning is this: arrests and civil disobedience, teachings from Nyayo era playbook. Abdullahi, I'm concerned, listening to the three of you, are you endorsing a return to the Nyayo era?
Listen, there is a country that needs to be guarded in, against internal and external aggressions. Meaning, we have 50 million Kenyans who are strangers who have agreed to live with each other as citizens. Because if you look critically, the definition of citizenry, these are a group of strangers who have decided to live together. Because how many people do you know in Kenya? 2,000, 1,500, how many on their phone? The issue is to say this. When the late Wangari Maathai, a young law student walked into her office and told her that I have information, Moi wants to build a very 60-story building in KICC, rather in Uhuru Park. Okay, that is going to consist of, KANU headquarters, offices, shopping malls, and park. What did she do? She protested. Okay, civilly she protested, and Moi backed down. When we have the new constitution came through struggle, yes. But now, do we want this country to be Somalia or Sudan or those countries?
Why does it? Why are you? Why does it have to be such an extreme?
What I'm saying is this: how much money are we going to lose today as a country in revenue? How much money are they going to lose in terms of how much they will have worked and take money? I was taken by a rider this morning, and he told me today we are not making much money because there are not a lot of people in the city. Meaning, on a day he used to make an average of 2,000 or 1,500. So he used to send some money to his family and then save some for the loan of the bike. What I'm saying is this: we are allowed to protest.
Yes.
Okay? We are allowed to picket. We are allowed to do civic disobedience. We are allowed all those things, because without those, the new constitution of 2010 would not have been born. But we are saying is this: if you are going to use a very unconventional mechanisms of saying, I am going to do this. You have had Duale telling Kenyans that if you want to visit me either in private office or other places, because if you say you're going to Italy, it's going to take you 4 hours to see me, or 5 hours. Because there are security measures in place, overseen by the state. So if you're going to throw a stone, if you're going to hit someone, that's an assault. If you go into a shop and hit someone and take their property, lawyers are here, that is robbery with violence. So the whole discussion we'll have will shift from your rights, from being a citizen exercising it, to a criminal now. Because the moment you hit me with a stone, that's an assault. The moment you hit a car, do you even wonder why private cars today are very limited? Because very few of them can afford premium insurance that are going to repair those cars. Because some, like Ahmed Nasser was telling us that his windscreen costs 750,000. So if you're going to have a very expensive car, then you use your windscreen. That's not the Kenya we want to build.
It also works the other way, though, because we saw a police officer this morning.
These incidences of police being,
knocking
overzealous.
Knocking border operators.
It's wrong for a police officer to hit anybody. It's wrong. There's a police officer in that junction we saw now hitting people. That's wrong. Even from his dress, he's very mannerless himself. He needs to protect himself by having a gear, because right now, if hell breaks loose, he's going to be injured. He's not even protected himself. He's not having the helmet, he's not having gears, everything. So even police are supposed to prepare, and they are trained to prepare for these riots. So this involvement of either, being excited about it or being overzealous of wanting to hit or beat, because the history we come from this country is that of police brutality. beating Kenyans is not allowed. Hitting Kenyans by a police officer who is having a uniform is not allowed, but it's happening. So those can be reported. That's why we have IPOA. That guy, if he's hidden, he can be reported to IPOA. There are 2 police officers who killed a mother in Mandara. Today they're in jail. So we have laws. Go to court. Like now, even if ODM and Co and Kenya Azimio government wing are saying that you go to court and ask the court to compel them to give you the permit. Okay. That's what you do. You don't go to the street and hit people and kill people, no.
All right, Kirimwaga, I looked, and we need to close now, so I'll invite you to make your closing remarks. This is the opinion piece you've penned for The Standard today.
Oh, yes.
This is "Enough blood has been shed. Do not put us in harm's way, Raila." Are you endorsing, though, repression? Because yesterday we saw, it was on Saturday, we saw university students call for a press conference. Immediately they are done saying that they will support the protests today. They were taken into police custody.
Yes. Olive, because I come from a region that has participated in civil unrests for some time, in what you call Mandamano, mass action, like that has been our staple food politically. But then not enough time has been dedicated to interrogate the human cost it has come with. Lives have been lost, properties have been destroyed, and then you ask yourself, to what end and to what gain? Because you realize that immediately political settlement is arrived at, these people are left to their own devices. In 2007, we had the IDP resettlement program run by the government of Kenya. From the part of the country where I come from, IDPs from that area were called integrated IDPs, and they were left to their own devices, and some of them are still wallowing in poverty and pain to date. In 2017, people who were felled by the bullets by the police, ostensibly because they were pushing for, their political rights under the right to civil disobedience, most of them, the mothers whose sons were killed, are today languishing in poverty because you would have a son hoping that he would go to school, get something for himself so that he can come back and cushion the family, because the part of the world where I come from, an ordinary low household does not have much going around. So that if you have a son in Nairobi, to a large extent that son is possibly the hope of the family. When this young person is put in the streets, felled by the guy, and then he dies in the process, we have so many unmarked graves, and therefore this brings me to the BBI. I worked in Kanu, and therefore was a part of the handshake. I was in the handshake team. When the president and the prime minister had their coming together, and I want to believe it was in the spirit of brotherhood, they came up with a 9-point agenda. Agenda number 6 was on the rights and responsibilities. The primary communique from the 2 principals on the BBI said that for so long we have placed premiums on political rights, that time has now come that as much as we insist on these rights, let us also insist on the political responsibility. My question is, as a politically responsible outfit, if the Azimio team gets young people onto the streets, we certainly know one of the things that will happen. Already in Migori, there were looting of small businesses. Today, as we speak, there is a disruption of the local supply chain. What does this lead to? Is that we are certainly going to be in an environment of a humanitarian crisis. Remember, we have got 6 million people who are unable to feed themselves. When you go to some of the satellite towns around Nairobi, there are people begging for food, and they are adults. Add that into the pain that will come to the disruption of the supply chain because of the mass action. I still insist that the Prime Minister must call off the Mandamano, that he must step down off the ivory tower and engage the president as his younger brother. Remember, these are people who have worked together. I don't believe that the people of Kenya must suffer because of the big political egos. Thank you.
Isn't this his attempt to get his younger brother to sit down on the table with him. And Kidi, you say we need to give the Ruto administration time.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the Business Daily today, right?
And let me say why I think Ruto administration should be given a time.
Kidi,
Remember, this is
Kidi,
only
we have very
one of the
limited
few
time.
instances.
I want you to answer my question
Yes,
first.
yes. Please.
Let's take a look at the front page of the Business Daily. Marked parastatal CEOs as Ruto team eyes fresh faces. Focus shifts to state farms after board CAS hiring. 50
yes.
Have been nominated for the position of CAS. Ethnic composition of executives to face scrutiny. Let's take a look at this. State foray back into business, giving traders nightmares. NSE drops 226 billion shillings as sell-off hits Safaricom and KCB. Foreign investors dump over 4 billion NSE shares. So I'm not condemning the Ruto administration, and
Yes.
a lot of these issues have been a long time coming.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
But when you have a child
Yes.
and you feel your child amefanya makosa, unamchapa hapo hapo. Correct?
Yes.
Kama if you subscribe to that form of parenting. For those who have used timeouts,
Yes.
you give them the timeout then and there so that they know you're punishing them specifically for the thing they have done in that moment.
Yes.
If things are going wrong, are you saying we should sit back
Yes.
and allow them to continue going wrong?
Olive, you know, I am a student of history, and I was in this country when President Kibaki took over from Moi. There was a lot of anxiety and frustrations with the Kibaki regime. But 10 years after President Kibaki has left office, everyone speaks about President Kibaki as though he was a saint. President Barack Obama, in his book, A Promised Land, speaks about how he was beaten thoroughly in the 2010 midterm elections, in large part because the American citizens felt that everything he had done, all the interventions he had put in place, had already not started trickling. I mean, the citizens were still not feeling the impact of his interventions. Thirdly, remember that when this administration was coming into office, there were general difficulties that were pre-existing. So that I think that those issues like, say, the number of the CSS nominated, among other things, are questions that we could address if we gave institutions a chance to operate. We have Opiah Wandayi, the leader of minority in the National Assembly, so that we should have seen a much more organized legislature. But then when the legislature is emasculated, and therefore that power can only be exercised through the streets, it is nothing short of anarchy. And I think that as a constitutional democracy, we must learn to build and give institutions a chance to operate. Thank you very much.
All right. Javas, you know, for the purposes of this conversation, I have been forced to play the devil's advocate. I'm not calling anybody a devil. I'm not speaking metaphorically.
It is well understood.
But Javas, again, the same issue that I raised with Abdullahi, and it's on this question. Where is my poster? Here we go. Teachings from the Nyayo era playbook. If I feel as a citizen that my National Assembly representative or whoever my elected to office is not, or was elected to office to represent me, is not championing my cause or advocating for me, then what is my recourse?
Recall them. Recall them. And the law provides for that.
Yeah, after 1 year or 2 years?
Yes,
2 years.
recall them. Much as I know that the laws or provisions for the recall of MPs is quite tedious.
97 and 98 years.
Yes.
And you see, and how many times has it been done since we effected this constitution?
Well,
0 times.
They made it so difficult.
0 times.
Exactly.
So then, which is why, as Zimio is saying, to protest, forget the electoral reforms, taxes, you've talked about taxation here, Abdullahi. The cost of living, subsidies for unga were removed, subsidies for fuel were removed. The cost of electricity is quite high. If I am a citizen and I feel like Parliament, as Kidi has said, is not defending my interests, do I not have every right then to pursue what the Constitution allows me to do, which is to picket?
Well, thank you, Oliver. You see, the people of Kenya are in the mess they are in today because of Parliament, especially the 12th Parliament. It is in the 12th Parliament that in 2018, the Finance Bill of 2018 made critical provisions that increased, in fact, 8% of the petroleum or tax on petroleum. the consequential effect of even some of the provisions of the Finance Bill 2018, which now was signed into law to become an act, some of them came into effect on the 1st of January 2023. What we're experiencing today are the consequential effects of legislation by Parliament, which was assented to by President Uhuru Kenyatta. How can we be so vain that memory fails us, that we cannot realize that it is the domino effect of pieces of legislation that were made by the 12th Parliament? In fact, the same time when His Excellency Honorable Raila Odinga was requesting and persuading the NASA allied MPs and ODM MPs for that matter, he said that it is a very difficult decision to make, but the circumstances of the moment necessitate that we should pass this bill. Those circumstances were only known to him and Uhuru Kenyatta.
Yes.
He did not make it clear. And ODM MPs and NASA MPs passed that bill. Today, all these taxes are the consequential effect of that piece of legislation. You know, we must be factual. We must drink from deep the well of truth and fact. So if it's a question of the high cost of living, it is coming directly from the hand of the former regime. Now, the issue about the picketing, the issue about demonstrations, it's a right. The fact that we have got rights does not mean that we have got nothing left. Rights come with attendant responsibilities. The fact that we have the Bill of Rights does not mean now we need a Bill of Responsibilities attending to it. And so this is the conscientiousness that we must invite ourselves to. If it's a question of dictatorial nature of things, or the issue of police trying to inhibit or prohibit persons from accessing protected areas, I know as a matter of fact, through historical lenses, that none of us would even for a moment be desirous to have a nation relapse back to the state of affairs that was the strapado of the Kanu regime. And that's why disobedience during that time made sense. But how come some sections of society are shy from engaging in the current call? Do you know that in the 1990s, in fact the 1980s through the 90s, through the period of the early 2000s, we had the civil society organizations as the nerve center of civil disobedience and activism. How come civil society organizations are absent from the current pursuits? It is because issues have been jumbled up and the end game of the political leaders have not been established. If it's a question of the call for a revolution against a legitimately constituted government, then I think we must be alive to the fact that if we must be a society led by the rule of law, then the law, the constitution, and the statutes must guide us. If it's a question of revolutions, in fact, revolutions are necessary. They have brought changes and progress across human societies. But if it's a question of political revolutions, I have never seen a revolution led by politicians. Revolutions are always led by the people. Secondly, well, interestingly, for our case, and perhaps in Africa, no revolution has and will ever be led by old people, except the revolution in the fast food industry of the KFC by Colonel Sanders. So I think we must invite ourselves to the realities of the moment, that we must do that which is right. For example, coming out to demand of the government to deliver its services to the people. Remember that if anybody was to say that this government has failed just now, we are not quite real to ourselves, because the social contract that the people of Kenya signed with with the Kenya Kwanza administration lasts a period of 5 years. That is the period of the election cycle. And so I think a government needs, of course, time to deliver, but because death does not wait, hunger does not wait, desperation does not wait, this government needs to move with speed to deliver on its mandate. The issue of handshakes are very tricky in our situation as a country because, one, it's about the elite team of our society that's pursuing its own interests. The people are left the way they were. For example, after the handshake of 2018, we did not see the nine-point agenda resolve to the interest of our people or this country. It was a situation that favored the political elites. And that's why I think we must look at it and separate issues, whether these are narrow political interests or collective interests. If we leave it and pursue it from the front of the cost of living, the taxation issue, that makes sense. And that's why I think the clarion call to our leaders is that as you ask your people or your followers to come out in numbers to demonstrate, to assemble, please also demonstrate that you want it to be peaceful. In South Africa, the EFF has got protest marshals.
But Javas, haven't they said time and again, repeatedly, that this will be peaceful?
When you say that it will be peaceful, and then you still add that we shall storm State House, how peaceful is a storm? I have never come across any peaceful storm.
What I heard Martha Karua say is that President Ruto atengeneze chai.
Let me tell you, Oliver, in fact, the media is letting the people of Kenya down a bit. For example, when you scour through all the videos and clips or watch all these public rallies that have been taking place, politicians have been using extremely foul language. The media has not called them out. We need to have leaders that respect the rule of law, respect values, because the state of nationhood cannot be constituted or enabled or strengthened by leaders who do not have values or propagate values or to be seen to be cherishing values.
Okay.
But in the end, I think I would say that for Raila Odinga, this is a very critical moment. Very critical moment. He bounced onto the political stage through an attempted coup. I don't know whether he wants to bounce off the political stage
Is
again
that
through an
proven?
attempted coup.
Was his involvement in that proven? That one is contentious.
That's what I'm saying. He bounced, and that's what I'm saying. He bounced onto the national stage through an attempted. It's history.
Even the attempt itself.
Well,
okay. Let me get Abdullahi's thoughts on something.
Well, I think there is nothing.
Abdullahi, and you know, your response to that.
Yes.
We've been given a grace period, so we have time to just take a couple more questions.
I almost said the director should not cut my time.
No, this is not the presidential debate. But you said, you talked about, you'd rather live in a country with a dictatorial government. And again, I'm still stuck on that statement, than no government at all. I'm looking at what something that I was following, I'm keeping an eye on Julius Malema's Twitter handle, and he's retweeted this. National shutdown, SAFTU salutes the millions of workers who heeded the call for a total stay away today. More importantly, there has been no destruction of property predicted by the paranoid securocrats. SA will not be the same again. They know it. They are under extreme pressure. Are you a paranoid securocrat?
Well, I think even Nation has just reported that 50 of them have already been arrested. So, I mean, there is the issue what these guys can say, but I'll say that there is nothing a government can do as effective as the people themselves. If the government of Kenya sneaks for 3 weeks, no one is going to miss it. Japan sometimes had no government for almost 200 days. So, the government means the people have decided to live in peace. We are the one paying them tax. These are people who are employed to run issues on your behalf because 50 million Kenyans cannot make decisions in the State House. Now, the issues we are struggling with is the issues that the world is struggling with. I've been looking at some data in the US. United States Census Bureau is saying that 11.6% of, which is 37.9 million, are living in abject poverty in the US. And around 10 million adults face food security in the UK. These are very developed countries. There is the issue of misgovernance in this country for a very long time. Then there is the issue of the politics. And everything is there is a story by one of the, I think he's a German poet, about political illiterate. The 8 million Kenyans who did not vote are part of this problem. When people, and I still go back to the trust, when people do not exercise their responsibility and obligation, the Constitution does not only come with rights, it comes with obligation and responsibilities. That's why Article 3, I am supposed to defend it myself. Okay? Now, when you want to be civil about issues that are happening within the governance, like now the issue of caste, it's going to court, I think today or tomorrow. Because one, it doesn't meet the gender rule, it's 14 against 50, so 36 are men. So it doesn't meet the gender rule. Public service through Kenya made an advancement, I think, of recommended 23, so there are 50. Ruto is not law unto himself, he can be challenged in court. But now, do I go to KICC and throw myself because Ruto appointed 50 of them? No, you don't do that. So you go to court and challenge it. I come from a county where leaders have been abusing the constitution. I have been going to court, winning cases in court, including representing myself. The constitution has like 66 articles, about 18 chapters. The Quran, which we memorize, around 6,666 ayahs. So this constitution, it is not known to Kenyans. I advocate for what you call civic education in this country. Kenyans do not know their responsibility. They are not, I don't think we have Kenyans. We have ethnic auctioned elections where a certain ethnic group will conform and then join another ethnic group, and then they will form government. The rest of us clap for them. Look at what's happening with Ruto's government. He has just replaced Kikuyus with Kalenjins. Murkomen, 2 PSS, and the senator come from one law firm. Central Bank, the governor is going to retire like in June. Who has been appointed? It's not Mohammed or Fabam from Kisii. It is the Kiprotich and Sugois of this world. So what's the difference between what Uhuru was doing and what Ruto is doing? Ruto is even worse. Because when I was fueling my car at 9,000, today we are fueling at 20. There is nothing Ruto will tell us. Then why is Ruto busy with telling us about the opposition? He's already, he wanted a seat, he wanted a job. He is the highest paid state officer. He wanted a job, he was given. Now he's discussing Raila and Azimio. He's supposed to sit down, talk to his cabinet secretaries. When does he receive weekly reports over these issues? They are very busy still doing what you call homecoming for whom? 36 million Kenyans, or 36 percent of the household in this country are living under $1.9. 8.9 million Kenyans are living under extreme poverty. That's 10 million Kenyans. Now, as long as there is poverty, there will be crime. Meru, Lamu, Kirinyaga, Muranga, Nairobi, Kiambu, Machakos, Nakuru are the highest crime rate, not Mandera. The least crime rate in this country is Mandera, Turkana, Wajir, and Garissa. That's according to National Police Service. National Police Service. I told you, Kenyans don't want to think. For you to think, you must go do research. You don't just assume that this guy is blind or this guy is wearing this. Judging is not what will develop this country. We are, let's say in 2019 we were 57. Right now we were told that we might be right now around 56 because 2019 was the last time we had census. In 2030 we are going to be around 67 million, the estimates. This country is having serious issue of forestation. Now, if the president will tell us one day that next month there will be no work in this country and every Kenyan is going to plant 2 trees, how many trees are we going to have in a day? 50 million times 2. We are going to have 100 million trees. But that is not what they are busy at. They are busy making money, stealing from us, worth billions, then the low card. Now, what they forgot is this. If you go to most of the estates, they have razor wires with electricity, electric razor wires. And they have, I think, what you call panic button. When a country is going to dogs, no one is going to remember the panic button. They will come for you. They will climb those trees, take your TV, take your house, rape your daughter, take your money. That's what chaos does to a country. Any visionary leader, it doesn't matter whether the mother in Kisii is a Christian or my mother is a Muslim in Mandera. They are Kenyans who need service. When they go to labor, the woman who labors in Kisii or the one who labors in Mandera or the one who labors in Busia, the pain is the same because we're all human beings. This country needs leaders who will think about how do we develop this country. Look at the policy of our transport. It's a mess. Nairobi itself, wait, rains come. You were hearing what was happening in Waiyaki Way. Nairobi, when it rains, is filthy. It stinks sewer. Why? The policies we put in place about our transport system is so poor that it's just mentally the one. I think expressway was only built for Girigiri and the rich people. We will have built trams with electricity cheaper. Egypt has a cheaper. So I said in this forum and other forums, we are number 2 in the English proficiency after South Africa, and Nigeria is number 3. The rest, education, we are number 7. Agriculture, we are number 6. Health-wise, we are number 5. Everything, we are going below. Right now, what Ruto is doing is not good for this country. One is the issue of buying parties. When you do that, what are you doing?
All right.
Parliament is already in. We have a deputy president who goes to central Kenya, tells Kenyans, I have a bag from the president that contains 5 million. I have added another 3 million. That is 8 million. Cabinet secretaries and PSS are so according to them, 10 million, 5 million, 8 million is a change we put in our pockets. Yet 10 million Kenyans. Now, on the issue of cash, 480 million, I'll finish. 480 million can give NHIF to 25 million Kenyans. If I was the president of this country, I would have given 25 million Kenyans NHIF, which is 6,000, than rather employ 50 cars who have been rejected by the people because he's thinking about 2027.
Okay, and Kidi, we finally have Vincent Odwar, who was covering the Kenyatta International Convention Center. But I'll come to you because then clearly we have problems.
Yes.
And is this not one way to move the government? Because you talked about move the government. Is this not a way to move
Fantastic.
the government? All right. Kidi tells me bring it on. Vincent Odwar, can you please bring us up to speed on, we saw Junet Mohammed outside the KICC gate. We saw people being loaded into police trucks. Where are you now and what was happening then?
Absolutely, I can tell you since early morning, Nairobi Central Business District has uncharacteristically been choking under tear gas, and the police have decided to rely on tear gas to disperse a number of Azimio supporters who are trying to access KICC. And what we witnessed in the morning, Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna, accompanied by a number of Azimio supporters, managed to access KICC, and him together with a number of leaders managed to enter inside, and then they started, they started singing while going around KICC. But the police descended on them and used tear gas to disperse them. We also saw a National Assembly Minority Whip, Junet Mohammed, trying to access the place, but he was denied. And also Senate Minority Leader Stephen Mazaya was almost arrested by the officers at the gate of KICC as he tried to access, and the officers landed on him, but he was saved by his bodyguards who stuck with him and stuck on him, making the police officer unable to go with him, and he managed to get into his car and drove off. And therefore right now the police have managed to push the Azimio supporters from along City Hallway deep towards downtown, especially downtown towards Kencom and downtown towards Bomblas roundabout. Most of them have been pushed away towards that place, and also others have been pushed towards, on my left, when you use this road moving towards University of Nairobi. Some have been able to be pushed from KICC towards University of Nairobi on my left, and therefore right now the city and areas around KICC is clear, but all the streets of CBD right now is just full of tear gas, and you can see people struggling, to breathe across a number of the streets. And what is happening right now is that there's a truck full of police that has gone towards Nairobi downtown, and also there we've seen police or security officers on horses also going towards downtown. And the tactic here is to try as much as possible to push the Azimio supporters out of CBD, and if it's not out of CBD, then to make sure that the supporters are held hostage downtown, so that they cannot be able to access CBD and KICC. And therefore right now they're not allowing anybody to come close KICC, and also a number of streets around KICC and towards Parliament. Nobody is allowed access there. But since morning, a number of youth have been arrested. A number of them have been taken to Central Police Station, and also we've witnessed some who have managed even to run away. Wakiwa wamepigwa pingo, and they managed to run away with those pingos. And this is what has been happening as we continue witnessing running battles between the police and the youth who are adamant to want to access here. And I've spoken to a number of youth who are saying that by midday or in the afternoon, they must make sure that they've been able to access CBD from different directions so as to begin their procession across CBD towards State House. And this is something that is right now unfolding. So right now we're just waiting to see whether they'll be able to again move from downtown where they've been pushed to towards again CBD. We see whether how the situation is going on. But right now, guys have come back to the streets, and a bit of calm is now being experienced. But a number of shops across these streets, across these across or areas around KICC have been closed, and those who had opened have now decided to shut down their to close down their businesses, and therefore we are still camping here and we're trying to crisscross the city. We see what is happening. But what I've noticed is that this group of youth are strategizing their move, and they are trying to access KICC and also CBD from different directions. And that has now scattered the police officers who have noticed that they are trying to use multi-pronged approach to access CBD, which seems to also be giving the police officers or security officers a hard time. And we have witnessed them lobbing more than, lobbing tear gas more than 20 times across and in different streets of the city. That is it for now. I'm taking you back to studio.
All right, thank you for that update, Vincent Odwar. I did mention that we have reporters across the country. If you follow NTV Kenya's Twitter handle, our Facebook, you will get updates, real-time updates, one of which has been shared by Ngina Kirori. Says police officers have started arresting border operators near DOD, despite some of them showing proof that they're from providing services for taxi service providers. You can see that police officer with that stick, Fanya Fujo Uone, and this is the situation. They're near DOD. Pictures that have been sent to us by Ngina Kirori, and to get a sense of the situation, that's a border operator who's being bundled into the back of that police vehicle. Earlier, we saw live on television a police officer clad in jeans on Gong Road hitting border operators, and there was no notice that that road was closed. So, I mean, isn't that an act of lawlessness? Kidimag, I've had you gentlemen talking about, of course, you do not support such action, and mentioning cases where police overzealousness has been addressed. But before we get into all of this and what's happening on the roads right now, let's hear from Duncan Haemba. Duncan, are you still near State House? What is happening there?
Olive, we are on Dennis Pritz Road. We will be lucky to give you a 360 turn because there is a roundabout right behind us, so we'll try and give you a 360. But here is the situation. Right behind there is the home of retired President Uhuru Kenyatta. And then there are private residences here, and then right ahead is where we do have the State House main gate or gate A. Now the security, in terms of security personnel that are on the ground, it is a mix. You can see the anti-riot police here. Those ones that are in plain clothes are also here. Few vehicles that are being allowed to come through. This is Dennis Pritz now. Right down there it feeds into State House. It fits into State House Road. So I'll try and show you the situation. As you can see, it's on a normal day, usually the traffic is usually bumper to bumper sort of, but right ahead is where usually the situation is bad, because again, along State House Road, very few will always be there. Now, on my right is Jakaya Kikwete Road. There's the police officers manning this particular junction. Very few vehicles that are coming through, but as I try to give you a 360 turn, as I mentioned, we are at a roundabout, so we'll try and give you a 360 turn. Now, behind me, as if we turn with the Nelly, we'll try and see. Right there is President Uhuru Kenyatta's retired
All right, I return you to the CBD now. We will catch up with Duncan Hemba at a later time. But now let's take a look at what is happening in the Central Business District. Tear gas having been lobbed there. Vincent Odwor is on ground. I can't quite make out the images. Does that look like around the law courts, gentlemen? No, that is the KICC, yes, and City Hall. So City Hall way there, images, tear gas has been lobbed. I see police vehicles there, so nobody is being allowed to gather there. That was a point from which Azimio was scheduled to begin its peaceful procession to a State House. So leo inakaa Vincent Odwor atameza tear gas. I hope you carried some water with you, Vincent Odwor. So that is the situation on City Hall Way. Earlier, we had Vincent Odwor tell us that Edwin Sifuna, Junet Mohammed did manage to access the KICC, but I'm assuming they should because we have MP's offices there, don't we? So let's listen in and hear what's happening.
Sajia maji bwana. Hebu nishikie hivi.
Kijana Mboya.
Baba,
ni kumoto sana.
I could hear the cameraman there say, ask for water. Just a reminder that you can get timely, immediate updates on nation.africa. If you just go to nation.africa, you will see there's a black band, a black bar at the very top. Click it and you get minute-by-minute updates. I'm seeing here at 10:38, a view of Capitol Roundabout in Kisii town. It is usually the epicenter of demos in Kisii. For now, it is business as usual. Do you gentlemen get those texts of people asking, kunaendaje, kunakaaje? I know a lot of people have texted me this morning asking me, how is the CBD? On a lighter note, Newton Hamasi, he is the Democratic Party spokesman, and he tells me here, where is that text message, he's like, wewe ni Azimio, then he laughs. No, because the gentlemen were all on the same side, so somebody had to take up the opposition role. But Kidimwaga, you told us that, if you're unhappy as a people, then move the government. Is this not one of the ways in which to move the government?
The process of governance, like making of sausage, is not entirely smooth. So usually there is, the difficult choices that have got to be made. There are instances when you think that certain actions are being delayed unnecessarily. And the very nature of human impulses, there are things we want to, happen should have happened like yesterday. I have given an example of President Barack Obama. This was someone coming to office after what he calls the disastrous wars of Afghanistan and Iraq. So the economy was essentially, as they put it, was in the ditch. It wasn't any different for President William Ruto. Coming in office after the pandemic that had disrupted the global supply chain, he was coming in office after the disaster that was the Eurobond of 2015, and the subsequent crowding out of private sector from the banking system. And so that it means that the bulk of the economy, the sections of the economy that were affected by that were the SMEs and agriculture. This is where the bulk of the Kenyan citizenry derive their livelihood from. So it means that one of the things that the president must prioritize, as my brother puts it, is to fix the economy. It is the economy stupid. A lot of young Kenyans...
It is the economy?
Yes, right now, the situation we are in, it is the economy stupid. The president must...
Stupid?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The president must fix the economy like yesterday. But of course, fixing that economy is also dependent on other factors. There is a general economic anxiety. But then I don't think that calling, if you read that article today on the Standard, I am asking that how does calling people to the streets today lower the cost of living? The high cost of living is contributed to by, among other things, the dollar crisis.
But doesn't it
the dollar
create a
crisis,
sense of
let me say
urgency?
this. The dollar crisis is in part because we do not have a competitive edge when it comes to export.
Okay.
We have nothing to export to attract that dollar.
All right.
If we
so,
did...
Kidi,
yes.
I'll ask you to, can you just... I hope I won't throw you. I hope I won't throw you off, but I do want to get a sense of what's happening in Kisumu. We have Oko Kusa, who is on ground there. Good morning, Kusa. What is the situation where you are?
County of Kisumu, and of course that started early in the morning. A lot of shops here where I'm standing. This is Odinga Street, and as you can clearly see in the background, there's very little activity going on. Most of the shops here have closed. In fact, just like 5 or 10 minutes ago, there was a group of border riders that rode through this road asking business owners who had opened their shops to close down, warning them to close down their shops. And then they went down towards Obote Road. Of course, earlier on we were around Obote Road, and all the shops, nearly all the shops there, have also closed. A number of police officers just patrolling the streets. And of course, again, earlier we visited Kondele, which is, of course, expected to be the heartbeat of all this protest here in Kisumu. And there was pockets of people gathered there, very hostile, didn't want us even to film them using our phones, and so we had to leave. Thereafter, we managed to visit the State Lodge, which is just about like a kilometer away from here. Police have cordoned off that part of town completely. No person, unauthorized person, is allowed towards those areas. And yesterday, remember when we spoke with the regional commandant, police commandant, that is Karanja Muiruri, he said that his officers are up to the task, and they are set to deal with any form of unrest that may arise from the peaceful demonstrations that have been organized by Azimio, of course, today. And right now, as we speak, you can even hear in the background a lot of riders just passing here, hooting, honking. Of course, you can hear that. So that is what is happening here. We really don't know whether it is a form of just trying to ask people to come out, or maybe just to signal them that maybe there could be a protest in the offing. But we are here. Earlier again, we managed to go all the way to Bondo route. Traffic very little there. Passenger service vans not available. Even motorists have decided to keep off the roads today. We've also checked the Kisumu-Busia road, similar thing, even though there are no barricades or roadblocks, illegal roadblocks erected by residents. So that is what is happening here in Kisumu right now. Of course, there's that kind of tension here and there, people screaming on motorbikes passing all through the town. But we'll be here to just keep in touch and see how things unfold. We haven't heard of any protest planned on the streets all the way to State Lodge, which has been the case anyway. Even last week we witnessed a huge turnout of residents just marching from Kondele all the way to the State Lodge. But today we haven't heard of any planned protests of that nature, but of course we'll be here just to keep our eyes on the ground and see what unfolds. Back to you, Olive.
Thank you, Kusai. I hated to hurry you up, but Ngina Kirori tells me that there is some activity along Moi Avenue. Is it, Ngina?
Yes, Olive, actually the action has now moved here to Biashara Street. As you can see in front of me, there are some police officers who are following up on a number of residents who they've seen walking along the road. Just behind us, they had fired at some tear gas at some of the residents here, and they've just reconvened here to try to move forward with what's happening here. We know that they are also now targeting some boda operators to try and see who they may be carrying. They are following up with some of the boda drivers to find out who they will be carrying, who they are carrying rather, and they are moving from street to street to try and clear out anyone who they see that might be idling, or any people who might be in a group are being called out. And like I said before, they are firing tear gas canisters at anyone that they are seeing. But we are following up on what's happening, like I said, in Nairobi CBD. We had just come from the roundabout at City Mortuary, where there had been some action there, where some protesters were throwing some stones. And tear gas canisters had been fired there as well, but we are going to continue following up on what's happening here at the CBD. For now, I'm going to hand it back over to you, Olive.
I thank you for that update. Gina tells us we should avoid working in groups in the CBD. Looking at my social media, my Twitter here, I see Ferdinand Omondi, a BBC journalist. He says some vandalism and theft also taking place in Woodley. They stopped this van, harassed motorists and broke some windows. Passengers were inside. Police had to fire tear gas to disperse them. So he's shared some pictures. This picture from Woodley. You can see it on my screen. Those pictures on your screen are actually of the CBD. I see Julian Zamboko has also tweeted, and he's calling his tweets, or this particular thread, Maandamano business updates, and he shared a video of Mombasa County. NTV Kenya Spot Check by Kevin Mutai shows business activity in the Central Business District remains largely muted. A number of ventures are closed in the wake of the call for mass action. That is Julian Zamboko on Twitter. NTV Kenya, I see, tweeted about an hour ago, to Konja, a group of women shout at the police as they sing and dance in protest at City Hall Way. This is still the CBD, that's Trattoria. I see there, not far from the Supreme Court building, tear gas lobbed, I'm assuming to keep anybody from gathering at the Kenyatta International Convention Center. Kitty, I'll invite you to speak even over these pictures, but I cut you short and you were telling us about economy stupid. If you could please elaborate.
I take that phrase from President Clinton in 1990 to when he is running for president. And while President Bush Sr. had done a fantastic job in the foreign policy front, the domestic front, especially the economy, the bulk of Americans were suffering. And so President Clinton said that in this election, it's economy stupid. And I think that is also the same scenario here, that we have so many people, especially the middle class, who are now filling out and left behind because more and more families are sliding into poverty. Look at the question of savings as a GDP indicator. And a lot of people are today unable to have savings. The statistics was saying that only 100,000 people had more than 1 million shillings in their banks. And you look at the also number of Kenyans who have been listed as defaulters. So it means that there are problems. We are saying that, we are not saying that this government has come in and it is all rosy. But even for the government to be able to act on some of these issues, it requires a peaceful environment. So that today when you see Kisumu is a ghost town, the question is, in whose interest? It is certainly not in the interest of the ordinary business person in Kisumu. It is not in the interest of someone who is riding a motorbike on loan, trying to get money to feed his family and to pay that loan. Because I have said that this is a path we have traveled. The question of the dollar, I have said that we are lacking the competitive edge in the export arena. If we had something to export, we would actually be making a killing out of this dollar question. But the shilling continues to tank against the dollar. It is pushing up the cost of doing business, and that has a net effect of bringing up the cost of living. to resolve this, I think that the Azimio team should have engaged in a quite direct diplomacy, and that would have gotten us to a point of even interrogating the server if indeed the KK won or the Azimio won or whatever transpired.
Okay.
And part of why we must give the KK team the benefit of the doubt. Remember that this is a people who ran against a government establishment. So they were essentially the outsiders. And then that being outsiders, that they ran and won, and their win was only upheld to a large part, if you ask an ordinary bystander, because there are benefits of the rule of law. If it was not the rule of law, I don't think William Ruto would have been declared president.
Okay.
And so I think against that backdrop, the Azimio team must proceed with caution, especially because of the pain they're putting the people of Kenya through. Thank you.
Okay, and I want to pose the same questions to Abdullahi and Javas. But Javas, starting with you. Kidi Mwaga tells us, how will this address the cost of living? He says, in fact, it is impacting the business environment negatively. Yes. But does it also not create a sense of urgency where the government is concerned to address the cost of living? Is that not the ultimate end game?
Yes, it is, but you cannot create the future by destroying the present. It is important that a section of the population, or the population, which is served by a government which they put in place, feels that they have got a justifiable reason as to why they need to bring to attention of the government some critical issues of concern for survival. It is necessary and urgent, hence various avenues even provided for in the Constitution. Nonetheless, I think it may not be very good and wise, if at all, the demonstrators or picketers.
All right, and again, Javas, you know, the situation is rapidly evolving. So, Melita Oleteges, are you still on Gong Road?
Well, Olive, right now we are at Kibra, an area known as DC, and what is happening behind me is just the cannon, the police cannon behind me is actually dispersing protesters who have been advancing from the other side, and this has been going on now for about 30 minutes, and we've seen security being bolstered here. There have been reinforcements here. We've seen police officers coming here in numbers just to contain the situation. And as I reported earlier on, Olive, what the police are doing essentially is to ensure that the protesters are cornered in Kibra. Remember, this is the largest slum in Africa with a population of about 1 million people. And a majority of them are supporters of the Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga. And they have been advancing from different sides, and it has been running battles. They are using different routes. And of course, they understand the ins and outs of the slums, and that is why it has been running battles since morning. And the police have manned the different routes that actually get into the CBD from Kibra slums. And remember, this is the political bastion of Raila Odinga. Remember, this is a place that he led as a member of parliament for Langata, and that is why he enjoys support. Also, the youth who are here at the Kibra slums, they want to make their way to the Azimio protests in the CBD, where Raila Odinga announced that they will be congregating before heading to State House. But Olive, we are also getting reports of someone who has been shot in an area known as Toi. We are here to confirm that with the police officers. But of course, when we get the details of that incident, of course, we'll be getting back with more details. But just to report that the police have been shooting in the air to disperse the protesters as well as lobbing tear gas canisters here just to ensure that they are dispersed. But Olive, just to mention also that the youth actually have been setting up fires in different places, and we have seen the police trying to put off the fires. Earlier on, we saw them actually harassing motorists at the junction, Ngong Road, where junction meets the link road to Kibra slums, and we saw them harassing some motorists there, but the police were able to contain the situation. Also, we've had a number of police vehicles actually damaged. Their windscreens have been damaged because of the pelting of stones, and earlier on, actually, we had to dodge some stones inside the Kibra slums only. But for now, the situation has been contained. contained. The police have managed to corner the protesters here in Kibra. We have not seen any of the protesters advancing towards the CBD. So we are still keeping tabs on this story, Olive. Of course, as I mentioned, we have a cannon here that is, of course, repelling the protesters even as they retaliate from the other side. And Olive, just to mention as well, you know, these Kibra slums also host Kamukunji grounds, and you will remember that many declarations by the Azimio la Umoja leader Raila Odinga have been made here, and that is why this particular area is his base, and of course his political base dating back years and years back. And of course, this is why you can see his supporters. And we have to dodge the stones here, Olive. As you can see there, they are actually advancing. This is what has been happening for the better part of the day since morning, because they are pelting stones and we have to dodge every now and then, but we are safe, I can report to you. But of course, you can see police officers there. They are just actually trying to also contain the situation, lobbing tear gas canisters. And this has been going on from early morning, Olive. And at some point, we also saw police officers actually make arrests. They were arresting some border riders, some supporters who were actually masquerading as border riders trying to get into town, but they were arrested. And right now, we have also seen police officers here just ensuring that everyone who's passing through the road has to authenticate where he is going or she is going, just to ensure that they are not a part of the protesters who are trying to disrupt the peace. But also, Olive, I can report to you that the businesses here, as you can see, small kiosks here and the shacks here that people have set up as makeshift business centers have also been closed, and there is no business going on here. And this just goes to show you the impact these particular protests have on the economy, not just the insecurity part, but also the economy has largely been affected. And of course, you will remember that the Azimio leader, Raila Odinga, of course, is trying to champion for things that he mentioned are very critical, especially the high cost of living that he says it's taking a toll on Kenyans. And of course, we've also spoken to a number of the protesters earlier on, and they were actually telling us that the life has become unbearable. And remember, this is a slum, so the majority of people who live here are actually of the lower class, and that is why they are actually coming out in large numbers to actually protest. So apart from that as well, you will remember that the Azimio leader Raila Odinga is also pushing for protest, agitating that his win was stolen. And of course, right now the president is William Ruto. So we are waiting to see whether they will actually get access into the CBD. Of course, running battles involved here. But Olive, we are on top of this story, and of course we'll be bringing you more updates as they unravel here in Kibra. Olive.
All right, I need to make way for my colleague Fred Mwetiriri, but I will give you a chance to, give your final remarks. And because Kenyans can find humor in any situation. Somebody shared this picture of a student of CBC with me, an imitation of the bulletproof vests that we are seeing our GSU donning today. But just for the record, this one I don't think can prevent the penetration of a bullet. But your final remarks, gentlemen. Javas, I cut you short, but just in a minute each, if you can, please.
Well, thank you. I think the issue is bringing a nation to the conscientiousness of the urgency of the moment, that life must be bearable. But some of these leaders actually are doing a number of things for purposes of building up their political profiles. A number of them are going to show up today for these protests wearing designer clothes. And in fact, if you're collectively to bring together even the Azimio leaders, the clothes they are wearing can feed half of the protesters. Now, what does it mean then about the conscience of the leaders with regard to the plight of the people? All I'm saying is that the government has got to serve the people, but the leaders too have got to give or develop a philosophy about this disobedience that they are inspiring their people about. It is important that way. The initial citations I made about civil disobedience in India, about Mahatma Gandhi and even Martin Luther King Jr., they were guided by clear philosophies, and every person who was persuaded by these philosophies joined the movement. And so that should be the case here. While our history is replete with demonstrations, those demonstrations are full of violence, chaos, looting, etc. And in fact, even some other people losing their lives. I just want to hope that nobody will lose their lives or others being maimed because of the demonstrations today. we are a nation that can move forward. We've got a great future in front of us as a country. But it is possible if our leaders are conscientious enough to make sure that we build and walk into that future without destroying the present.
All right, and Abdullahi, in your closing remarks, just a reminder, this is what we're discussing this morning, arrests and civil disobedience, teachings from Nyayo era playbook. And because you referenced a German poet earlier, there is this famous quote by a German, I believe he was a pastor or something. Yes, Martin, and I'm not able to pronounce this one. I don't want to butcher it. First, they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I did not speak out because I was not a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak for me. And the reason I bring this up is this, because you talked about law and order. You are very vehement in your position that law and order must be adhered to, and this Mandamano today is an act of lawlessness. But then I'll ask you, what is the greater threat? Because you talked about duties and responsibilities accompany rights and freedoms. What is the greater threat?
I will also read you the political illiterate. The worst illiterate is the political illiterate. He doesn't hear, doesn't speak, doesn't participate in the political events. He doesn't know the cost of life, the price of bean, the price of flour, fish, of the flour, of the rent, of the shoe, of the medicine. All depend on political decisions. Okay? And I'm speaking to the guys who are not voting. The political illiterate is so stupid that he prouds and swells his chest saying that he hates politics. The imbecile doesn't know that from his political ignorance is born the prostitutes, the abandoned child, and the worst of all thieves, the bad politician, corrupt, and the flunky of national and multinational companies. Everyone must participate in politics. Everyone. Because every decision that is made is a political decision. Now, I support what Raila is doing in the sense that you put government in check. But I will criticize the way the government is being formed by Ruto. For you to bring down the cost of living, one, you need very lean government. Maybe Ruto is a botanist. He did agriculture. And Kibaki was an economist. He needs to shut up. Ruto and Gachagua must shut up. The more you, inaitwa serikali, government operates in silence. This idea of chest thumping. The other day Ruto was crying to Kenyans, asking for votes. People wanted to make him president. Today he cannot come out chest thumping. State House belongs to the states. There were 4 presidents before him. There will be many after him. Lean government, tax reduction, confidence to the investors, stabilizing the shilling, economical tax base. These are the things. Today he was talking about how Jubilee was borrowing. Do you know that he has a tax deficit of 720 billion? His budget is going to hit, the debt is going to hit 10 trillion by June this year. That's according to Kipto, the PS4 finance.
Yes.
So he needs to make sure that we have confidence in the country. Kenyans trust him by doing what he's doing now differently. By employing his political cronies, and you know, for 2027, that is not going to help Kenyans.
All right, Kidi Mwaga, I'll pose the same question I've posed to Alas here, and that is, which is the greater threat? Because you told us the Constitution provides a mechanism for electoral injustice, right, to address. If you feel aggrieved, go to the Supreme Court. But the Constitution also provides, Article 37, as a lawyer, you are well aware, Article 37 also provides for peaceful protest and picketing. So which is the greater threat?
Bearing in mind that I have a minute to respond, I will say this, that there is a reason why in democracy, as opposed to other forms of government, we are keen on institutions. I will tell you that institutions are the guardrails that, you know, stops democracy from sliding into illiberalism. So that the moment institutions within a democracy do not function, then you only have a democracy in name, but you have a dictatorship in every form and manner and shade. The fact that we are here, I think that the conflicts we are seeking to resolve through street protests, we could solve them better through letting those institutions work. And there is a reason. Remember, Raila Odinga was in preference of parliamentary form of government as opposed to presidentialism. One thing about parliamentarism is that when it comes to the transfer of power, it contains its spillover from affecting the economy, from spilling out into the public, because it is always fought in parliament. And that, permit me to draw a comparison between parliamentarism and monarchy. You see, in monarchy, when there is a question of transfer of power, it is usually within the palace. They poison one another within the palace. They plot against each other within the palace. While outside there, things are quiet. And that is why I support Baba when Baba calls for a move to a parliamentary model of government, because of how these fights are contained within the village square, the parliament. But because we are here in a presidential system of government and in a constitutional democracy, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Kenya, we must breathe life into those institutions. And if at any time there is anything that would undermine the integrity of those institutions, that must be deemed as a national threat and must confront the righteous anger of all Kenyans. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for your contribution this morning. It was a heated conversation, but there was no need for tear gas. Here in the studio, we've had this morning with us Javas Bigambo, who is a lawyer and a governance specialist. We've also had Abdullahi Alas, he's a columnist, governance and policy analyst. And last but definitely not least, Kidi Mwaga, governance and policy expert. The topic we're discussing this morning is, I keep losing it. Here we go. Arrests and civil disobedience, teachings from Nyayo era playbook. So I leave you. I say good morning, but my colleague Fred Mutiriri is coming into a studio. Remember, keep your eye on NTV Kenya. These are just some of the videos you'll find on there. This is Duncan Haemba speaking to us from Dennis Pritt. If I go here, the beautiful images not as to the content, but the artistry of the images, just to be clear. This one is by Salah Kiplagat of Nation. So just look at this picture, the tear gas canister shooting out there. So keep it NTV Kenya, whether on social media or nation.africa or on your screen. Good morning.
This is The Greatest Show, an all-stars affair. One goal, one stage. The London Marathon, 23rd April, live on NTV.
Daring Abroad makes me dare.
It's the only show of its kind in the world. And now, it's bigger.
And even more entertaining and informative than before.
Hapa kunaitwa Kakoe na inatubamba sana.
From London to Jersey Island.
Goma in the Democratic Republic of Congo, to the scenic features of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa.
And many more places abroad and at home.
I watch Daring Abroad. I like the stories which people bring.
Daring Abroad every Saturday at 7:30 p.m. with repeats every Sunday at 1:30 p.m. on NTV.
I'm going to divorce because of you.
Don't do it for me.
I'm getting a divorce, whether you like it or not. You're making a very serious mistake.
I need you to follow my husband.
You came to the right person for the job. That's my specialty. Coward! Come on! I dare you to hit me too. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna fight you! Why? Is it because of this?
Head Over Heels.
Head Over Heels in association with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa.
The triple layered care of deep moisture serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. It's time to show off your best skin. Wear your skin with pride every time with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion.
With Glovo, you have the city in your hands. Unatamani chakula different? Order Glovo ujaribu restaurant mpya. Diapers zimeisha? Order Glovo and save the day. Download the app and order anything you want.
Now this is what we call convergence. Come through for the morning fix this and every single Friday right here on NTV. Yes, it's about that time.
You know, the coolest thing about mornings is that a girl and two guys together in the mix, you never know what to expect. You guys are crazy.
From Friday 6, bring your good vibes, bring your picks. From 7 a.m., it's a dope mix. Every single thing on Friday changes with the morning fix. This is the greatest show, an all-stars affair. One goal, one stage. The London Marathon, 23rd April, live on NTV.
I'm going to divorce because of you.
Don't do it for me.
I'm getting a divorce, whether you like it or not. You're making a very serious mistake.
I need you to follow my husband.
You came to the right person for the job. That's my specialty. Coward! Come on! I dare you to hit me too. I'm telling you, I'm not gonna fight you! Why? Is it because of this?
Head over heels.
Head over heels in association with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa.
The triple layered care of Deep Moisture Serum, precious cocoa butter, and vitamin E enriches your skin for 48 hours. It's time to show off your best skin. Wear your skin with pride every time with Nivea Nourishing Cocoa Body Lotion.
It's the headquarters of good vibes.
So I should just kneel and begin to call on Jesus because I'm a bishop. You know, Dr. Kingori, yes, you sound like a street fighter. Where did you grab it? Unataka noma.
Kingori, let me tell you something. Mimi mtu angenipata saa hiyo nikiwa first year. Angeangukia bibi mzuri.
You know, they always say smart women, where to catch them is with love.
Kingori, I love how your suit looks. I love you in a suit. I love you in a t-shirt.
As in any example, you actually mean that.
Maifungua akili ya msee ama kichwa ya msee ukapata vile watu husema jamaa ana akili.
Tunaweza toa nyama kwa huko nyuma tuweke kwa
kifua. Sisi mtu anakuwa na roho chafu sana. Na ukidive inahesabiwa?
Yes, ndio ukiwin, udive win si umewin.
Hiyo ndio tizi unafaa upige. Napiganga tu tizi ya 90 meters ya kwanza, alafu nikifika 90 meters na fly. Every Friday on NTV 7:30 p.m.
Almost everyone dreams of leaving behind a seemingly ordinary existence for something more extraordinary. One who has achieved that is Roger Schmidt, the Benfica manager who once seemed settled on a 9-to-5 career. But not anymore, especially not as Schmidt leads Benfica through an extraordinary season.
Is your business looking to expand to new markets? Welcome to the Democratic Republic of Congo, the solution country with consumer base of 100 million people, a capital city of 15 million inhabitants, the second largest city in Africa. The Nation Media Group, through the East African brand, is proud to present the East Africa Business Conference and Trade Fair on the 30th and 31st March in Kinshasa, DRC. Join us at this special event where businesses from across Africa will gather to network and build partnerships with enterprises in the DRC. With a theme of searching for new markets and partnerships, this is the perfect platform for you to showcase your innovation, discuss new markets and partnerships, meet key officials, and secure your new connections. Sectors represented include real estate, banking, agriculture, healthcare, retail, mining, and many more. For more information, contact Timothy on 0703-208-909 or email timudengi@ke.nationmedia.com.
In life, you could be eager to be employed or be self-employed. Either way, you do need the right skills. This is the point where Goodwall is essential to you. Goodwall is a professional social media platform that offers you earning and learning opportunities. It offers you great chances to grow in your career, learn new skills, showcase your existing skills, network with like-minded people, or get job opportunities. Nation Media Group, in partnership with Goodwall, aim at providing solutions to unemployed African youth, creating digital content that inspires young people to stretch themselves and get the right skills that are useful to employers and their peers. So, how can you be part of this? Every month, we'll give you a chance to win $150 through our monthly challenge. Anyone can participate. Just look out for the challenges on NTV Kenya's social media platforms. Join the challenge now.
Mara ya mwisho Kenya kushuhudia maandamano ilikuwa mwaka 2018 na muda mfupi baadaye alikuwa kiongozi wa maandamano hayo. Kinara wa NASA Raila Odinga akashuhudiwa kwenye jumba la Harambee akipokezana salamu za maridhiano na aliyekuwa anamkosoa vikali Rais Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa mara nyingine tunamuona kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga akiongoza maandamano dhidi ya rais wa sasa William Samoei Ruto, maandamano ambayo rais ameyapinga kwa kinywa kipana akisema hayana sababu zozote za kimsingi. Tuko hapa kukuletea lolote na chochote kinachojiri na kufanyika katika maeneo yote, kokote na popote ambako kumeguzwa na kuathiriwa na maandamano haya kwa njia hii ama ile. Wanahabari wetu wamekita kambi hapa Nairobi na pia nyanjani katika maeneo si haba, na tutakuwa tukiwashirikisha katika taarifa hizi speciali ambazo jinsi unavyoyaona matukio ya leo yameanza mapema. Karibu nikufahamishe yanayojiri. Mimi naitwa Frederick Mwitiriri na hii ni NTV. Sasa mtazamaji, sasa tutaenda moja kwa moja hadi kwenye kaunti ya Mombasa ambako Kevin Mutai anatuanzia taarifa zetu na mahojiano yetu ya siku ya leo. Mutai, sijui Mombasa kuna maandamano jinsi ambavyo tumeona hapa jijini Nairobi?
Naam, shukran sana Mwitiriri. Tumefika maeneo ya Majengo katikati mwa kaunti ya jiji la Mombasa baada ya kuzuru maeneo tofauti, hususan kufuatia shughuli ya leo ya maandamano ambayo yanafanyika kule kaunti ya Nairobi. Tumeweza kuzuru baadhi ya maeneo kama vile Kisimani, maeneo ya Nyali kama vile Kongowea, Bombolulu, tumefika hadi Likoni, na kuna wenzangu pia wakiongozwa na Karim Rajan mpiga picha wameelekea maeneo ya Mikindani, Jomvu kwa ujumla, Changamwe vile vile kuweza kuangalia hali ilivyo, lakini kufikia sasa hatujapokea ripoti wala kushuhudia maandamano yoyote katika kaunti hii ya Mombasa, kwani kuna hali ya utulivu kwa jumla. Biashara zinaendelea kama kawaida, watu wanaendelea shughuli zao za kawaida. Maafisa wa polisi tuliweza kusema nao wakuu hususan na kuweza kutuhakikisha kwamba wameweza kushika doria katika kila pembe ya kaunti hii ya Mombasa ili kuweza kukabiliana na yeyote atakayezua rabsha au kuandamana, wakisema kwamba hadi sasa hawajapokea taarifa zote za ujasusi kuonyesha kwamba kuna yeyote ambaye anapanga kushiriki katika maandamano ambayo yanafanyika katika kaunti ya Nairobi. Kumbuka kwamba tu ni hivi majuzi ambapo kinara wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Raila Odinga aliweza kufika katika maeneo haya na kuweza kuzuru kaunti ya Mombasa na Kilifi vile vile na kuandaa mkutano wa hadhara kuwataka wakazi kutoka maeneo haya ya pwani ya Kenya kuweza kufika Nairobi na kujumuika naye pamoja na viongozi wengine katika maandamano ya leo tarehe 20 mwezi Machi mwaka 2023, na kwa hakika kufikia sasa hatujaweza hata kupata semi kutoka kwa viongozi wa eneo hili na hata kaunti zingine za ukanda huu wa pwani, kwamba maeneo haya yamekuwa ni ngome ya kisiasa kwa Odinga ndani ya chama chake cha ODM kwa muda mrefu. Na hivi sasa, mtazamaji, tumefika hapa Majengo na pengine tuweze kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi hapa, kwa sababu wamekusanyika hapa kutoka mida ya saa 3 kuweza kusemezana kuhusu yale yanaendelea humu nchini. Kwamba ni kikao cha bunge la mwananchi, kikao ambacho kimekuwa kikiendelea mara kwa mara. Na pengine tu moja kwa moja nikianza nawe, ukijitambulisha tu kwa majina, waitwa nani, halafu tuelezee hali waona vipi, ikizingatiwa kwamba leo kuna maandamano yanayofanyika Nairobi na utulivu ambao unashuhudiwa Mombasa kwa jumla. Tupe hisia zako na kushikia tafadhali.
Kwa majina naitwa Fadhili Ramadhan, ni mkazi wa Majengo katika bunge la Superloaf ama Liberty, na sisi tuko hapa kila mara kuchangia haya mambo ya hii nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nasema ama natilia mkazo maandamano ya leo ni sawa kabisa, kwa sababu ni katiba imeturuhusu mwananchi kilio chake mali atapeleka kuna kwingine isipokuwa kwa maandamano. Manake mwananchi akikaa chini akilia hasikizwi. Maandamano ndio yanatujumuisha tupeleke kilio chetu pale. Na tunaunga mkono mheshimiwa kinara wa Azimio Bwana Raila Amolo Odinga, manake anatutetea Kenya yote, kwa Kenya miaka zote hizo. Na huyu mzee hakuna kitu anataka isipokuwa demokrasia kwa nchi ya Kenya. Na anatupigania kwa yale ambayo tunayaona na tunayapata. Kama saizi ulimwengu bila kuangalia Azimio ama Huda, ni njaa inatekeleza imeenea katika nchi. Na vita pia imeenea katika nchi. Na tunaona moja kwa moja haya mambo yanatukumba sisi, lazima tuyange mkono. Hapa Mombasa vile meona kweli kazi inaendelea, lakini si kama kawaida. Mombasa ni mji ambao kwamba hiyo inachapa kazi, huwa iko busy wakati wote. Lakini leo kumetulia, si kama kawaida. Manake mambo yanayokwenda, watu wanaangaza macho yao yote kule Nairobi kuangalia yanayojiri kule. Na polisi pia ningependa sana, vile mliambiwa, kazi yenu ni kuangalia na kulinda amani, sio kupiga wananchi Kenya ambao hawana silaha. Kazi yenu ni kuangalia hale yanatokea na maandamano iende kwa usawa ili Wakenya wapate haki yao. Wacha bwana Raila Amolo Odinga aendelee na maandamano haya kwa njia ya utulivu na kwa njia ya unyenyekevu, afaulishe mambo yake hapa kesho.
Nitarejea kwako upande huu wangu wa kulia, pengine tupe kauli yako na hisia zako.
Kwa kauli yangu, singelipendelea mambo haya maandamano. Maana katika mambo ya maandamano kuna mambo mengi huashiria. Kwa sababu kama siku ya leo uchumi wa Nairobi unaenda kushuka, kwa sababu kama Nairobi itapoteza karibu bilioni 3 kwa siku ya leo, basi itakuwa ni hasara kubwa kwa taifa. Sisi kitu tungependelea kuona ni kwamba kuwe na uwiano. Na uwiano watengeneze dialogue ya kuzungumza, ili waweze kuzungumza kupitia katika hayo, ama watumie bunge ili kuzungumza, kwa sababu sisi tulijumuisha haki zetu kulingana na vile katiba inavyosema. Tulipiga kura na kura ikatusababishia ni nani aliyechaguliwa kuwa rais. Na article 10 ya taifa hili inakubali kwamba kuwe na uwiano katika article 10, kwamba public participation na mambo kadha ambayo tunaona katika swala lile. Tunataka swala hili la mambo ya maandamano isisitishwe ili kuwe na mfumo wa dialogue. Hatuwezi kuwa na dialogue wakati tunawaona uchumi ukiharibika.
Kwa hakika kupatikana kwa mtagusano baina ya rais na kiongozi wa Azimio. Kwa hakika mtazamaji, ni baadhi tu ya maoni ya wakazi hapa Majengo, kaunti Mombasa. Kutoka hapa nenda zetu moja kwa moja hadi bandari ya Mombasa, ambapo naarifiwa kwamba naibu rais Rigathi Gachagua atakuwa mgeni wa heshima katika hafla ya kuweza kuwapokea wawekezaji kutoka nchini Faransa na vile vile katika nchi ya Ukraine, na pia kupata kauli yake kutokana na yale ambayo yanaendelea leo, hususan maandamano kule Nairobi. Na kutoka hapa mtazamaji, tukifika pale, salia hapa NTV kwa mapana na marefu kuhusu yanayojiri humu nchini. Kwako Butiridi.
Asante sana Kevin Mtai wenye kaunti ya Mombasa. Taarifa tendeti, tunaona wenyeji pale wamesubiria kwa hamu na gamu, lakini Mombasa kumetulia. Asante sana Kevin. Kutoka kwa Kevin sasa tuelekee kwenye eneo la Kibra hapa jijini Nairobi. Picha ambazo unaziona ni zake Melita Ole Tenges. Maafisa wa polisi wamekita kambi. Tunaona wananchi pale wanarusha mawe. Tenges, nini ambacho kinafanyika kwa sasa?
Na barabara kabisa mwenzangu Fred Mutiriri, picha unazoziona kwa sasa ni picha za waandamanaji au wafuasi wa mrengo wa Azimio la Umoja na kinara wa Azimio la Umoja Raila Odinga, ambao wanarusha mawe kuwarushia maafisa wa polisi, na ndio hali ambayo imekuwa kuanzia mwendo wa saa 1:30 hivi asubuhi, na tumekuwa tu tukishuhudia tu wakikimbizana na maafisa wa polisi, ila maafisa wa polisi wamejaribu kudhibiti hali, lakini bado kufikia sasa kama unavyoona hali si hali. Wamekuwa wakiwasha moto katika maeneo tofauti ya kitongoji hiki cha Kibra, ambacho kumbuka kwamba kitongoji hiki kinatajika kuwa kati ya vitongoji kubwa zaidi Afrika, na ina watu takriban milioni 1 hivi ambao wanaishi hapa. Wengi wao ni wafuasi wa kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga, na leo bila shaka baada ya maandamano kutangazwa kufanyika na Raila Odinga kukiri na kusema kwamba watakuwa kikutana katika jiji la Nairobi kabla ya kuelekea katika ikulu ya Nairobi, basi walikuwa wamejitokeza kuandamana kuelekea katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi, lakini maafisa wa polisi wameweza kuziba njia tofauti ambazo wanatumia kufika katika mji wa Nairobi. Kwa hivyo kama unavyoona sasa, maafisa wa polisi wanaendelea kuelekea waliko. Sasa waandamanaji hao wamekuwa kirusha mawe hapa, na vile vile tumeweza kuona magari ya maafisa wa polisi yakiharibiwa vioo, na vile vile gari letu la NTV bila shaka pia likaweza kuharibiwa kioo, lakini wamekuwa kirusha mawe tu kupambana au kuvuruga hali ya usalama hapa. Unaona hapo maafisa wa polisi wanaelekea upande huo tu kujaribu kudhibiti hali, wakiwa na lori hilo ambalo lina mwaga vitoa machozi kuhakikisha tu kwamba waandamanaji hawa hawawezi kuvuruga hali hapa. Lakini Mwitiriri, tumeweza pia kusikia taarifa kwamba mtu mmoja alipigwa risasi katika eneo la Toi, eneo ambalo linajulikana kama Guadalupe, ambapo aliyepigwa risasi na anatajwa kuwa ni fundi wa magari ambaye alikuwa katika hali hiyo ya maandamano. Lakini kufikia sasa tutakuwa tunawajuza watazamaji wetu taarifa kamili kuhusiana na kisa hicho, lakini kufikia sasa tunafahamu kwamba amepelekwa katika hospitali ili kupata matibabu. Kwa hivyo Mwitiriri, imekuwa ni hali si hali tete, usalama umevurugika hapa. Kwa hivyo ni jambo ambalo tumekuwa tukifuatilia tu kwa karibu kuweza kuwajuza watazamaji wetu. Biashara, bila shaka biashara nyingi katika kitongoji hiki cha Kibra, Mwitiriri, zimeweza kufungwa, na awali tuliweza kuwaona waandamanaji hawa wakijaribu kuelekea katikati mwa jiji la Nairobi katika eneo la Ngong Road, ambapo walijaribu kuwavuruga waendeshaji magari, lakini maafisa wa polisi walifanikiwa kudhibiti hali hiyo na kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba wamewarejesha hadi katika kitongoji cha Kibra ambapo wako kwa sasa, na unaona tu ni hali ya kurusha mawe, hali ya kuvuruga amani iliyoko hapa kwa sasa. Kwa hivyo Fred, bila shaka ni hali ambayo ni tete sana, na mara moja au nyingine tunalazimika vile vile kukwepa mawe ambazo zinarushwa kutoka upande huo. Kwa hivyo niruhusu tu nirejeshe kwako studioni, manake hali si hali hapa Fred.
Ni hali tete ambayo, mtazamaji, picha ambazo tunaziona hapa, maafisa wa polisi wakitupiwa mawe kweli kweli. Tenges, kaa salama jamani, hatukutaki ukiwa umepachikwa mawe ambayo tunaona yanarushwa kama grenade kweli. Tunaona mawe yamejaa, yamezingira eneo hili ambako kumekuwa na moto, na nimetazama hizi picha kwa zaidi ya saa moja. Kumekuwa na mvurugano hapa kati ya maafisa wa polisi na wale waandamanaji. Kwa hivyo ni picha ambazo Melita Oletenges na wanahabari wetu ambao wamekita kambi katika maeneo tofauti hapa jijini Nairobi. Tuko naye Vincent Oduor. Vincent Oduor, hapa Nairobi kunani jamani? Ni picha ambazo mapema leo kulikuwa na mvurugano kidogo, mtafaruku kidogo ambao tuliushuhudia kati ya saa 3 na saa 4 hivyo. Naona kidogo nikana kwamba kumetulia, wananchi wamerejea tu kutembea. Wakati mwingine tuliwaona wakikimbia kweli kweli, wafanyabiashara wengi wamefunga maduka hapa jijini Nairobi. Picha ambazo unaziona pale ni karibu, ni eneo gani hili ambako mwanahabari wetu Vincent Odoro wakiwa na Ngina Kirori wanafuatilia. Vincent,
hii lazima hata kujua kama itamaliza
jiwa Nairobi. Lakini kwa sasa mtazamaji, sababu tunazo hizi picha na tunao naelezwa hizi picha bado zinaendelea kuja kwa moja. tutakuwa tukizungumza naye Vincent Odur muda mfupi kutoka sasa. Hapa kwenye studio zetu, mtazamaji, jinsi ambavyo umeelezwa hapo awali ni kwamba niko nao wageni ambao nimewaruhusu kuja hapa studioni kusema nawe mtazamaji wetu ili kutupa tu taswira yao kuhusu maandamano ya siku ya leo. Ninaye Muthiora Kariara ambaye aliwania urais miaka iliyopita. Asante sana kwa kuingia kwa studio zetu. Shukrani za dhati. Vile vile mtazamaji, ninaye Nimrod Mbai ambaye ni mbunge wa Kitui Mashariki. Asante sana mbunge kwa kufika hapa kwenye studio zetu za NTV. Na mwishowe niko naye, huyu namjua, Dr. Likaka Luchetu, mchanganuzi wa masuala ya siasa na vile vile uongozi. Nianze nawe daktari.
Nashukuru, asante kwa mwaliko.
Tumekuwa hapa tukisubiria maandamano haya. Kila mmoja alikuwa anasema kwamba huenda yasifanyike, sababu hapo awali tumemwona kiongozi wa Azimio akisema tuwaita mkutano pale Kamkunji, lakini hatimaye yamefanyika. Kwako mtazamo wako unaonaje?
Kakangu, ukumbuke kwamba maandamano haya yameletwa na sababu nyingi. Na hapa awali nimemtazama Raila Odinga akirejea kwa dhana ile ambayo ilikuwa na miaka ya 90, kwa sababu anaona wakati aliweza kufanya makosa na mambo ya handshake wengi hawakumwamini, lakini baadaye vile amepoteza kura ya mwaka wa 2022 anajaribu kujinasua na kurejea upya kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Na hivyo unaona kwamba yeye ametafuta mbinu ambayo itamfaidi kumsaidia kuonekana kwamba ni kiungo muhimu katika upinzani. Na upande mwingine tunampata rais ambaye tena ako na ukomavu, na yeye ana msimamo wake kwamba hata kubali yale ambayo ameona yakifanyika pale mbeleni kupitia handshake, kupitia serikali ya nusu mkate. Sasa tunapata ndume wawili ambao wanamenyana, na wakati huu unaona kwamba huenda nyazi zitaumia na wananchi wataumia, kwa sababu misimamo mikali ambayo wamechukua, ambayo mirengo miwili inachukua, huenda itatumbukiza nchi kwa swala ambalo si nzuri, kwa sababu maandamano haya yanatokea wakati ambapo taifa limekuwa na shida ya corona, tumekuwa na janga la njaa na mvua hatuna, na sasa hivi uchumi kujaribu kuinuka kidogo, uongozi wa taifa unaleta tatizo. Na hivi itakuwa kwamba leo tuangalie gharama ya ambayo tunapoteza katika hali ya biashara, gharama ambayo tunatumia kuleta hawa maaskari wote, haya magari. Hii ni gharama ambayo hatuna uwezo kwa sasa, kwa sababu nchi iko katika ICU upande wa uchumi. Na itakuwa vyema kwamba wazingatie mtazamo tofauti, na ni vyema kwamba katiba inatupatia uwezo kwamba waweze kunena. Si lazima wakuwe na handshake, lakini waweze kunena ili taifa liweze kusonga mbele.
Naeleza kwamba tumempata Vincent Odur. Vincent, je, hali imekuwa tete hapo awali. Je, kwa sasa hali imetulia?
Naam, kwa sasa hali imetulia kidogo, lakini kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi umekuwa ni msururu wa vitoa machozi ambavyo polisi wamekuwa kivirusha kujaribu kutawanya wale makundi ya vijana ambao wamekuwa kijaribu kuelekea katika kituo cha KICC ili waweze kukusanyika hapo na kuanza maandamano yao kuelekea ikulu ya rais. Na malengo hayo hayajatimika kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi, na tumeweza kushuhudia vijana wengi sana wamekamatwa, huku wengine wamepokea vichapo, na wengi wao wamekamatwa na kupelekwa katika kituo cha polisi cha Central hapa katikati ya jiji la Nairobi. Na kwa sasa ukiangalia hii barabara, maafisa wa polisi walifanikiwa kuwasukuma yale makundi ya vijana kuelekea upande wa kuelekea chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, manake wanafanya kila jitihada kuhakikisha kwamba makundi haya ya vijana hayafiki katikati ya jiji la Nairobi. Na ndio maana kuanzia mwendo wa asubuhi wamekuwa wakitumia vitoa machozi vingi sana kuweza kukabiliana nao. Na pia tuliweza kushuhudia baadhi ya vijana pia warushia mawe katika harakati za kukabiliana nao katika kutia msukumo wao wa kutaka kufanikisha malengo yao ya kufika KICC. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa ni baadhi tu ya maafisa usalama ambao wamepiga kambi katika maeneo ya KICC na pia maeneo ya City Hall, jumba la City Hall, na pia barabara na maeneo ambayo yanakaribia ukumbi wa KICC. Na kwa sasa ni kana kwamba wao vijana wameweza kutorokea upande wa chini wa jijini katika harakati ya kuweza kujipanga tena, na kwa sasa katikati ya jiji hawapo, bali wamekwenda kule sehemu za nje ya jiji ambapo wameweza kufukuzwa na maafisa wa polisi manake tumeweza kushuhudia malori kadhaa ya maafisa wa polisi ambayo yameelekea upande wa chini ya wa jiji, na pia baadhi ya maafisa wa usalama ambao walikuwa wakitumia farasi kuhakikisha kwamba wanawafukuza kutoka mitaa tofauti kadhaa katikati ya jiji la Nairobi. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hapa katika maeneo haswa katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, hali ya utulivu imerejea kwa sasa, na naona wananchi pamoja na raia wengi kwa sasa wameanza kutembea kuelekea mahali ambapo walikuwa wanaelekea, na wengine wameanza kurejelea matembezi yao ya kawaida. Lakini maduka mengi sana yamefungwa, na wale ambao walikuwa wamefungua maduka awali mwendo wa asubuhi wameweza kufunga hayo maduka baada ya purukushani kuzuka kati ya polisi na makundi ya vijana. Kwa hivyo wengi wao katika mitaa mingi katikati ya jiji la Nairobi wameweza kufunga biashara zao, na kwa sasa ni maafisa wa usalama ambao wanapiga doria katika sehemu na barabara tofauti katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, ambapo wanapiga doria wakiwakamata haswa vijana. Na kumbuka kuna baadhi ya viongozi ambao wameweza kukamatwa, akiwemo kiongozi wa wachache katika bunge la kitaifa Opiyo Wandayi, pia aliweza kukamatwa hapa, na Sifuna pia alikuwa katikati ya jiji la Nairobi, lakini yeye aliweza kufukuzwa kwa kuchukua vitoa machozi. Kwa hivyo kwa sasa hali ni jinsi tu unavyotazama, na pale tena patakapozuka purugushani nyingine na mwendo na shughuli za miguu yangu niokoe, tutaweza kurejea kwako. Kwa sasa na kurejesha hadi studioni.
Kabla hujaondoka, awali tulikuwa tunamtarajia kinara wa Azimio Raila Odinga. Je, kuna uwezekano atafika kwenye katikati ya mji wa Nairobi?
Na kwa sasa bado hatuna uhakika haswa iwapo atafika katika jiji la Nairobi na atapitia wapi, lakini nikizungumza na baadhi ya wafuasi wa MDD wanasema kwamba kuanzia mwendo wa dhuhuri bila shaka viongozi hao wataweza kutimiza malengo yao, bila kuniambia haswa moja kwa moja watatimiza malengo yao vipi, lakini wanasema kwamba kuanzia mwendo wa dhuhuri hapo mambo yatabadilika na viongozi hao wataweza kutimiza malengo yao waliopanga jijini na malengo yao waliopanga kuelekea katika ikulu ya rais jijini Nairobi.
Asante sana Vincent Odor ambaye anafuatilia taarifa hii akiwa hapa katikati ya mji wa Nairobi. Wako naye Ngina Kirori, tutakuwa tukienda kwake. Lakini kwa sasa tuelekee kwenye kaunti ya Nakuru. Kaunti ya Nakuru, Ruth Sarmoei amekita kambi kule. Sarmoei, naona Nakuru umetulia tuli, hamna maandamano. Kunani?
Na Fred, hali ni shwari kufikia sasa, na naungana nawe katika kituo cha polisi cha Railways, ambapo kulingana na viongozi wa Azimio katika kaunti hii ya Nakuru, maandamano haya yalitarajiwa kuanzia katika eneo hili wakielekea barabara ya Kenyatta Avenue, kisha waelekee katika eneo ama ile roundabout ya KFA, wakiingia katika kituo cha polisi cha Central kabla wafike katika Nakuru Athletics Club na kumalizia katika ofisi za mshirikishi wa bonde la ufa ambaye ni Abdi Hassan kupeleka barua yao ya malalamishi yao, mojawapo ikiwa ni gharama ya juu ya maisha. Dakika chache zilizopita viongozi wa Azimio walikuwa wamekita kambi katika eneo hili, na maandamano haya yalistahili kuanza saa 4 asubuhi, lakini kufikia sasa biashara bado zinaendelea. Hapo awali maafisa wa polisi walikuwa wamekita kambi katika kituo hiki cha polisi, na hakuna jambo lolote ambalo tumeweza kushuhudia. Duka zimefunguliwa, tunaweza sema 99% ya biashara zinaendelea katika mji huu. Tulipozungumza na viongozi hawa walitueleza kwamba wakazi wengi hawajaweza kufika hapa kwa sababu wako na uoga wa kutangamana na maafisa wa polisi ambao wengi walikuwa wanashika doria katika eneo hili, lakini tutazidi tu kuangalia katikati mwa jiji hili na maeneo mengine kuangalia hali ilivyo. Lakini Fred, niruhusu tu nizungumze na mkazi mmoja katika eneo hili atueleze maoni yake ni yapi kutokana na maandamano haya. Karibu sana, ambayo yanatarajiwa kuendelea katika sehemu tofauti nchini. Anza kwa majina na utuambie mpango yako ni yapi?
Naitwa Suleiman.
Nitakushikia.
Naitwa Suleiman. Mpango yetu sisi hatutaki mambo ya maandamano kwa sababu haitusaidii. Maandamano hizi tusaidia. Sisi hizi tunafikiria venye tutapata pesa ama tuangalie venye maisha itakuwa mzuri. Sasa tukianza kuomba mambo ya maandamano haitusaidii.
Na hayo tu ni maoni ya baadhi ya wakazi hapa. Wengine tu bado wanasubiri kuangalia hali ilivyo. Wengine ambao tulizungumza nao walisema wataendelea na kazi na wanahisi kweli gharama ya juu ya maisha. Na jinsi ambavyo nilikueleza Fred, tutasubiri tu kuangalia iwapo maandamano haya yanaendelea katikati mwa mji wa Nakuru, lakini jinsi nilivyokueleza hali tu iko shwari, biashara zinaendelea. Jinsi unavyoangalia magari ya uchukuzi yanaendelea na kazi yao bila tashwishi yoyote. Fred.
Ruth Sarmoi kutoka kaunti ya Nakuru. Kule nyumbani naona kumetulia, hali iko shwari. Asante sana Ruth Sarmoi. Kutoka Nakuru sasa tuelekee kwenye kaunti ya Homa Bay. Ojwang, kule Homa Bay, je, kuna maandamano ama kumetulia kama Nakuru?
Na asante sana vile unavyoona nyuma yangu. Hao ni umati wa watu ambao wameweza kujitokeza katika eneo hili la Rongo. Kumbuka kwamba ni maandamano ambayo ilianza mwendo wa saa 12 asubuhi. Hadi sasa tumeweza kuona wakizunguka katikati mwa mji huu, na kama naweza kuambia si hapo peke yake, unavyotembea katika barabara kuu kutoka Kisii kwenda Kasirare pia imeweza kufungua. Hakuna magari ambayo yanaweza kutumia, hakuna wale ambao wanatumia barabara hii. Tuliweza kuona waliziba ile barabara ya Migori pale katika daraja. Hakuna gari ambayo inaweza vuka kwenda kule boda ya Tanzania na Kenya. Na kwa sasa tutaweza kuzungumza na baadhi ya wakazi na vile vile viongozi ambao wenyewe kuungana na wananchi hawa katika maandamano haya. Kumbuka hadi tangu yanze hatujaweza kuona wale waandamanaji wakiharibu vitu hapa, na vile vile tunaweza kuona maafisa wa polisi wamepiga kambi, hawajatoka kwani ni maandamano ya amani. Kwa sasa nitaweza kuzungumza na mmoja wa viongozi ambao wameweza kuongoza maandamano haya ili atueleze hii maandamano haya itaenda hadi mwendo wa saa ngapi. Na pengine tutaanza kwa majina waitwa nani?
Picha zake Bernard Ojwang atazidi kuongea nao, tutarudi kwake dakika chache kutoka sasa. Tuone Kisumu mjini kuko vipi. Nipe Kisumu mjini. Naona ni rabsha imetokea. Huyu ni mwanahabari wetu akiwa na mpiga picha wetu. Huko Ukusa yuko hapa, wanakimbizana na maafisa wa polisi. Naona kidogo ni kama kuna mushkeli kidogo. Rabsha imezuka, maafisa wa polisi wanakimbizana na wale ambao ni waandamanaji. Hapa ni kwenye kaunti ya Kisumu. Ukusa, kunani? Atakuwa kituelezea. Turejee hapa kwenye studio. Picha ambazo tutakuwa ukiziona kwenye kamera zetu hapa kwenye studio, picha ambazo unaziona moja kwa moja kutoka kaunti ya Kisumu, maafisa wa polisi wakiwa wanashika doria wakimbizana na wale ambao ni waandamanaji. Nimrod, picha ambayo na taswira ambayo tunaiona katika sehemu tofauti hasa pale Kibera, hapa Nairobi, kule Kisumu, kwako inaashiria nini ukiwa kiongozi hasa wa Kenya Kwanza?
Asante Fred. Jambo ambalo naweza sema ni kwamba Wakenya mtu ambaye alikuwa Kenya 2007 2008 ambaye alishuhudia matukio wakati ule hawezi fikiria kufanya jambo kama hili. Kenya ni nchi ambayo siasa inachukuanga mrengo wa kikabila, na wakati unaita kabila yako ifanye maandamano, zile kabila zingine zinasikia nazo zijiunge, zijipange, na ndio ikaleta ile mambo ya post election violence 2008. Na ukiangalia watu wenye walikuwa saa hii, Raila Odinga na Uhuru Kenyatta wako upande, ndio wanasukuma hii maandamano, na watu kwenda kwa streets wenye waliwapigia kura nini. Na Uhuru alikuwa Hague, Ruto alikuwa Hague, na ndio unaona Ruto amekuwa na msimamo mkali ya kwamba hata kubali haya maandamano, na pia kama ni maandamano wenye wanafanya wahakikishe ni maandamano ambayo ni haki na hayana furugu, haiumizi mwananchi, haifuji sheria, ndio kusikue na ile mambo ya kusukumana tena, mambo ya egg, mambo ya kuharibia watu biashara zao. Sasa ukiangalia kuna investigators wa ICC, kuna investigators local. Hii kitu itaisha na watu kushikwa wenye walifanya haya mambo. Jambo la pili ni kwamba haya maandamano hayatazaa kitu. By mwisho wa siku zimeanza. Saa hii ni inaelekea saa 6. Itafika saa 12 saa 1 ingie giza. Jamaa wamechoka, wamekula tear gas, waenda wakalale. Hakuna kitu watabadilisha. Kwa sababu rais Wale viongozi walikuwa wanataka kuongea na rais, amewapea nafasi ya kuongea na yeye. Hakuna gavana umeona akifanya maandamano. Magavana wote rais waliwaita, akaangalia, akawaambia mnaona hali ya uchumi, kitu moja yenye inatusukuma ni mambo ya chakula, na nyinyi ndio mko na mambo ya kilimo, katika kilimo imekuwa devolved function. Akawaambia mkae chini na deputy president mpange mambo ya chakula hii nchi na nitawasupport. Na wakapanga, rais akawapea support. Na wakatoka ya kwamba hakuna kusubsidize consumption, wata subsidize production. Na kila gavana anaelewa hivyo na anajua mahali imefikia, na wakati chakula itateremuka wananchi waache kuumia. Wale wabunge ambayo tumepata fursa na rais amepeana fursa ya kusikiza watu, ametuelezea mpango yake mambo ya kuteremsha bei ya chakula. Ujuzi umeona wabunge hata wa Nyanza wa ODM wenyewe State House wakiongea na rais, akawaelezea hii jambo mahali imefikia. Na ndio naona waleo hao wabunge wataki kwenda kwa maandamano.
Kitui kuna maandamano?
Kitui kuna maandamano. Kitui kuna maandamano na hatuwezi andamana. Kwa sababu gani tuandamane? Na tunaelewa ni kwa sababu gani, yani ile shida yenye inafanya watu waandamane ni njaa. Sisi watu wa Kitui, kama kuna watu wako na njaa ni sisi. Na tunaelewa ile mpango rais ako nayo ya kututoa kwa njaa. Kwa sababu Kitui hatutoi chakula, tunafanya ile inaitwa yani uzalishaji wa chakula ya kukula tu. Hatuwezi uza, haiwezi kuwa mingi kumaliza mwaka.
Hapo kwa hapo tu.
Hapo kwa hapo. Kuna zile grain basket za nchi. Kitale, Trans Nzoia, nini? Wale wamepewa fertilizer at a quarter price yenye ilikuwa inafanya. Wamejaribu kupewa matingatinga na FSA. Uzalishaji itakuwa kwa bei kidogo na mahindi chakula itatoka mingi. Kwa hivyo ukiangalia zile forces za market, chakula ikiwa mingi kwa soko, bei inateremka.
Hakutakuwa na njaa.
Niruhusu
nimpe Muthiora nafasi. Muthiora, najua wewe
nimalizie point yangu ndio iingie mzuri. So ndio tunasema wale watu wanaelewa, wale watu wamechaguliwa wanaelewa mpango ya rais, mambo ya kuteremsha bei ya chakula, kuteremsha bei ya mafuta, au waoni kwa maandamano. Mwenye anaongoza maandamano ni Raila Odinga, hajachaguliwa na mtu. Mwenye mwingine anasema maandamano ni Martha Karua, hajachaguliwa na mtu. Mwenye mwingine anasema maandamano ni Kalonzo Musyoka, hajachaguliwa na mtu. Wale watu wamechaguliwa, wamekaa chini na rais na wamewaelezea, na uone wakifanya hiyo upuzi.
Lakini tunaeleza Opiyo Wandayi ashakamatwa sababu alikuwa kwenye maandamano. Lakini shikilia hapo.
Lakini hajapea rais nafasi ya kumsikiza ndio aelewe.
Muthiora, najua wewe unasema maandamano yaendelee. Kwa nini?
Sikubaliani na kauli ya mbunge wangu hapa, manake naona nia yake ni kama kuharamisha maandamano, na wakati maandamano ni kitu ambacho kwenye katiba yetu yanaruhusiwa mkifuata ile mikakati ambayo imeandikwa pale. Na hii mikakati kulingana na ninavyojua mimi, waliopanga ya maandamano ya leo walifuata. Kama ni notisi walitoa, na hata rais mwenyewe ukiangalia kwenye kanda zake za hapo awali alitaja kwamba wapewe ratiba ya kama maandamano yatakuwa yanafanywa kila siku, yatakuwa yanafanywa kila wiki, kila mwezi, yeye hana shida, maandamano yafanywe. Sasa umefikia muda ambapo shida za Wakenya zimewasukuma kuandamana ili sauti yao isikike. Wamebadili kauli. Nimesema hapo awali kwamba tuna serikali ambayo haiogopi kusema uongo. Leo inakuja peupe inasema hivi, kesho wanageuka. Kuna utafiti umefanywa na shirika moja.
Ni kurejesha hapo ambapo umesema maandamano ya amani vile ambavyo katiba inasema. Lakini picha ambazo tumeziona hapa, hayo si maandamano ya amani. Ni maandamano ambayo tumeona mawe yakirushiwa maafisa wa polisi, wanahabari umeona wakikimbia. Je, hayo ndio maandamano ambayo yametabiriwa kwenye katiba yetu?
Mwitiriri, nikija kwenye hili jopo leo, nikiingia kwenye jengo la Nation Center na kuna kanda ambazo ukitafuta utaona tumepigwa tear gas. Mimi sikuwa kwenye maandamano. Ambapo niko kuna wengine wanafanya biashara zao. Sasa niambie kosa letu hapo liko wapi? tulihakikishiwa kwamba
vitoza machozi bila hata kufanya lolote.
Niangalie hapa ambapo tayari niko traumatized. Manake sikutegemea kwamba serikali ambayo inapaswa kunipa usalama ndo itaninyima hiyo haki siku ya leo. Manake jana wametuhakikishia kwamba kutakuwa na usalama. Haya, wametuhakikishia pia kwamba leo hakuna maandamano. Kwa hiyo hao ambao wanapigwa hivi vilipuzi vya kutoa machozi.
Vitoza machozi. Sema vilipuzi ni bomu.
Haijalishi mimi kimelipuka mbele yangu mpaka nikapata trauma. Ni kina nani hao ambao wako mjini? Kama kweli ni taifa ambalo limedhibiti mambo yake, basi na maana hao watu wapaswi kuwa wako katikati ya jiji.
Wangeruhusiwa tu watembee, wamalize maandamano kwa amani, warejee manyumbani.
Walituhakikishia kwamba maandamano ya leo ambavyo wamepanga yatakuwa ya amani, na wakarejelea yale mengine ambayo wamefanya siku ambazo zimetufikisha hapa ambapo tuko. Wamekuwa na mikutano ya amani. Kwa hiyo leo ilikuwa ni haki tu wapewe siku yao, wajieleze. Ikiwa ni petition wanapeleka kokote kule, ili mradi isiwe ni zile sehemu ambazo kulingana na kipengele cha sheria za Kenya 204 kinasema protected areas, waruhusiwe wafanye hivyo. Lakini serikali imekiuka haki ambao ni fundamental, na si mara ya kwanza wamekuwa wanafanya hivi. Ni kurudishe tu hapo kwa huo utafiti ambao ulifanywa mwaka jana na shirika lisilo la kiserikali la Article 19. Kulikuwa na takriban protests 57. Na hizi protests askari
57 humu nchini.
Ndio. Askari walizivuruga hata ingawa notisi ilikuwa imetolewa. Walitumia live bullets na zaidi ya watu 6 walikufa kutokana na risasi za polisi. Kwa hiyo serikali yetu tayari ina historia.
Katika kipindi cha miezi mingapi ama miaka mingapi?
Mwaka 2022.
Lakini wakati huo kulikuwa na marais wawili, sababu kulikuwa na Rais Uhuru Kenyatta akachukua hatamu za uongozi kutoka
lakini serikali ya Kenya ni moja.
Serikali ni ile ile.
Ni ile ile. Kuna kitu tu nirudie tafadhali. Alitaja kwamba haoni faida ya maandamano. Mimi nitataja kwamba Kenya imesonga mbele kutokana na jitihada za wale waliojitoa mhanga. Wakaandamana ndo hujma ipunguke. Tangu enzi za Nyanjiru kabla tupate uhuru, uje enzi za Sabasaba, ile article 2A ambayo ilitolewa tuwe na multiparty, ni watu walienda barabarani wakasema kwamba hujma ya ile regime ipo, lazima ikome. Katiba tulionayo ambayo wanasema ni endelevu, tuliipata kutokana na jitihada za watu ambao waliita wengine waje kwenye maandamano.
Shikilia hapo, picha ambazo unaziona mtazamaji ni picha zinakujia moja kwa moja kutoka katikati ya mji wa Kisumu. Kumetulia tuli, naona maafisa wa polisi tu wanashika doria, na hawa hawajakuja kushika doria peke yake. Hawa wanazunguka kuonekana kwamba kuna watu ambao wanaandamana. Nikueleze ukiwa mwenyeji wa Kisumu, wale ambao naona maafisa wa polisi hao, vile ambavyo naona hizo ni jumba ambazo nafikiria hayo ni mawe yalirushiwa jumba hilo. Dirisha zimepigwa mawe kweli kweli eneo la Kisumu. Na kinara wa Azimio jana akasema kwamba iwapo utakuwa ukiandamana, jamani, uwe na amani. Picha ambazo unaziona kwenye runinga yako ni picha ambazo zinaonesha mali imevunjwa. Ni hali ambayo iko kwenye kaunti ya Kisumu. Dakta, pale Kisumu, picha ambazo tunaziona kwa hivi sasa, wewe mwenyewe unaziona. Lakini katiba inaturuhusu kufanya maandamano ya amani. Haya kwako ni maandamano ya amani?
Kakagu, ni kurejesha pale kwenye mwenzangu ameweza kumalizia. Katiba inaturuhusu tufanye maandamano kufuata mikakati na vigezo fulani ambayo tumepewa. Lakini ukumbuka kwamba haya maandamano vile yalipangwa, huenda serikali iliwapuuza waandamanaji ama wale wa upinzani. Kwanza iliwaruhusu waandamane, ikakubali. Lakini baadaye wamepata kwamba huenda kutakuwa na uzito fulani ambapo hawa waandamanaji watapeza kupeana ujumbe fulani. Na ndio hivyo serikali ikajitokeza hapo jana. Umeona kwamba kulikuwa na kama statement kama 3. Huyu wa Nairobi, mkubwa wa polisi Bungei akatupatia yake. Kindiki akatupatia yake. Rais bila alikuwa kule Kapsabet akatupatia yake. Kuna mambo kadhaa ambayo yanakinzana, ambapo wangewaruhusu leo wajitokeze waandamane vivyo, baadaye watulie, waende makwao. Lakini polisi walipotangaza jana kwamba ni kinyume cha sheria, basi msije, wakawapa motisha. Na hawa wamekuja kwamba hawa vijana ni wale wa mbele tu kuanza kutest the waters. Huenda viongozi wenyewe watakuja baadaye. Kwa sababu ile msimamo ambaye imechukuliwa kwamba unaharamisha maandamano, basi unawapatia motisha. Lakini tukikubali kwamba wafanye maandamano, wapeleke ujumbe Harambee House, alafu waelekee nyumbani.
Dr. Luchetu, sababu umekuwa hapa nchini, tumefanya maandamano tangu mwaka, mimi nikikumbuka maandamano ya kwanza niliyaona mwaka 1992. Hakuna maandamano ambayo nimeyashuhudia humu nchini ya amani. Hamna.
Kuna maandamano ya amani yalifanyika. Kumbuke marehemu Wangare Maathai. Kumbuka yale maandamano alifanya.
Hayo si maandamano ya siasa. Yale ni maandamano ya upandaji miti.
Ndio hivyo.
Maandamano ya siasa humu nchini sijawahi kushuhudia maandamano ya amani.
Kuna dhana ambayo tumeweka katika nyoyo zetu na tumeamua kwamba maandamano lazima yawe na ghasia. Kuna yale mengine ambayo yalikuwa yanaruhusiwa, ikiwa unakubali wapewe hiyo nafasi, waje waongee, wamalize. Kakangu, kwa nini wamefanya mikutano kule kwingine hatujapata shida? Lakini haya yalipokuwa kama yametangazwa ni makubwa, na ni kurejesha hapa awali. Taifa la Afrika Kusini wako kwenye maandamano leo. Taifa la Nigeria wako kwenye maandamano leo. Taifa la Tunisia wako kwenye maandamano leo.
Afrika Kusini.
Ndio hivyo sasa, ikiwa mataifa yote kuna mambo fulani ambayo yanafinya wananchi, na sheria za humo nchi na zile za kitaifa, zile za kimataifa zinawaruhusu. Tujifunze kutoka kwa wale ambao ugaibuni vile wanavyofanya maandamano bila kuharibu mali. Lakini ikiwa vijana wajitokeza kuharibu mali, lazima sheria ichukue mkondo wake na washike wanastakiwa.
Sababu Nimrod, ulikuwa mwanasheria wakati mmoja na ulikuwa afisa wa polisi kabla kujiunga na bunge, ukiwa ni hatamu yako ya pili. Kuna mahali polisi wanaweza fika wahisi kwamba huo ndio mwisho wetu sasa, lazima tufanye jambo.
Wajua maandamano kuna ni kama kitu yenye unawakisha moto. Unaanza 0 degrees, inaenda 20 degrees, inaenda 50 degrees, inaenda 7 degrees. So polisi wanajua ikiwa at 0 degrees hakuna shida. Ni watu wanaandamana, wako na mabango, wanatembea katikati ya barabara, viongozi wao wanajaribu kwa control, hakuna issue. Yale maandamano yanaweza endelea ya pande to 20 degrees. Uanze kuona hawa vijana wanarushia gari mawe, wanarushia polisi mawe vile wameona gari ya polisi pale, watu ya media. Polisi wanajaribu kujirestrain. Wanaona labda ni watu wachache tu wenye vijana wa machachari wanafanya hii, wacha tujirestrain. Inasonga to 50 degrees of it. Ikifika pale ndio unasikia strike ama maandamano ambayo yalikuwa ni halali, maandamano ambayo yalikuwa ni ya amani yamegeuka na kuwa kwa kizungu wanaita rowdy crowds. Yaani it's a rowdy crowd. So ikifika hiyo wakati ni ile maandamano tu, ni wale watu tu walikuwa 0 degrees, walikuwa wanaendelea vizuri, lakini wanaenda wakipandisha temperature kwenda upande wa ukorofi. So kuna level polisi wanaangalia, ikifika hii level ya ukorofi ama uharibifu, polisi hawezi nyamaza, kwa sababu sasa wameanza kugeuka sheria. Simeona Kisumu manyumba imepigwa. Kama wale watu walitembea kwa barabara bila kupiga manyumba, hawangeulizwa na polisi. Lakini jumba la mtu linagongwa mawe, magari zinagongwa mawe, pale polisi mpaka waingili. Kwa hivyo polisi wako na discretion, wako na yule commander mwenye yako on the ground amepewa nafasi ya kufanya judgment. Hii maandamano iko kiwango gani na nitakomandi kulingana na aje? Sasa hii maandamano hawaanza kuleta shida, kwa hivyo wacha waendelee. Lakini after 2 hours unaona wameanza kupiga watu. Mtu mmoja ameangushwa, ambulance ndio hiyo inakimbiza watu hospitali, gari ya polisi ndio hiyo imepigwa mawe. Sasa komanda anaangalia inafika kweli kulingana na sheria na zile standing orders, hii level sasa mpaka tuingilie. Hiyo ndio vile polisi huwa anaingilia mambo ya maandamano.
Okay.
Na ndio walikuwa wanaambiwa waketi chini na polisi wapange maandamano vizuri.
Vile ambavyo watatembea.
Vile watatembea. Ndio polisi wakuwe pale kujudge ya kwamba kweli hawa watu wako na amani. Hakuna haja ya kuwasumbua.
Tusikie wenyeji wa Uasin Gishu wanasema nini kuhusu maandamano ya siku ya leo, na wenyeji wa eneo la Bomet. Tuwasikie sasa.
Tutaendelea na biashara, tutaendelea na kufanya kazi, hatutaki mambo ya maandamano hapa, na tunaomba Wakenya wale wengine wenye mko katika ile kaunti zingine ya kwamba muendelee na kazi yenu, tuendelee kujenga uchumi. Sisi kama Uasin Gishu tuko na amani.
Watu wote wako kazini na tutaki furuku yoyote. Hapa Uasin Gishu watu wote wanakaa kwa amani, na hao makabila zote wamesema kuanzia sasa mpaka 2027 sisi tunakaa pamoja na tunafanya kazi pamoja na tunaungana, na rais ni mmoja, hatuna rais wawili.
Sipendi maandamano. Juu maandamano inafanya watu wanaumia, vitu za watu zinapotea, kuna wenye wanakufa. Sasa mimi kwa upande wangu sioni hiyo haja.
Na Raila tumewahi msaidia. Raila si mkeni kwetu. 2007 tulifanya sarakazi zote. But kufika huko akaonyeshwa nyama, akakula peke yake, akakanyaka William. So raundi hata naye William akae ngumu. Because amewahi saidia huyu mzee. Na kama mzee anaona hawezi jitoa kwa game na avumilia ngoje 27, William naye aweke venye anaweza. Because already he is the boss.
Si support hii maandamano ya kesho kwa sababu ningesema ya kwamba tulipata president ambaye ni Ruto na ameendesha Kenya na njia yenye inafaa. Na wacha tuseme ya kwamba hata hajamaliza miezi 6 ama hata hajamaliza mwaka moja. Raila awache kupatie pressure, apatie time, kwa sababu tunajua kwamba kiongozi akiingia lazima ajaribu kurekebisha mambo ya kiongozi mwenye alikuwa hapo awali ili alete mambo yake kwa laini.
Maandamano yote inakuwaga ni kuharibu mali na rasilimali ya raia. Kwa hivyo tutisupport maandamano. Maandamano ni kitu mbaya sana.
He is using Kenyans to abuse their goodwill, to abuse them and retreats because he is after a handshake, after business. He wants to be bought. But the government of William Ruto has told him, my friend, you cannot sell to us fear. And even if he was to give us for free, we are not going to take it. The Kenya Kwanza government is now 6 months in office, slightly over 6 months in office. And what they have done so far, from where I sit, as a leader and as a resident of Bomet County, is positive.
Mambo ya uchumi sio kama kuswitch on and off. Mambo ya uchumi inachukua muda. Na unajua serikali imechukua hatua kulete mambo ya mbolea kwa bei ya chini. Hiyo ndio hatua kubwa sana. Na watu wa Sauti hapa wamechukua mbolea mpaka hata imekwisha. Nataka serikali ilete ingine. Hii ni dalili ya kusema ya kwamba in the next 2 months hakutakuwa na njaa.
The constitution says you can only picket and demonstrate when you have exhausted all the other avenues for airing your petition or your grievance. Currently, we have members of parliament, and those people who are trying to demonstrate, they have members in parliament who are representing them. They should exploit and exhaust these channels before they resort to ordering our children to the streets to be met with tear gas, be hurt, to disrupt business, or even risk being killed.
We are not in support of what our Raila Odinga is talking about. We are leaders, people with integrity. We have got no time to waste, to go around shouting around like mad people. We are capable of maintaining peace in Ukambani. So we are guaranteeing our president that. Relax, Mr. President. We are together. We are going to keep everything in control so that we may see peace will prevail.
Kila mtu mwenye umeandikwa kazi, mwenye uko katika ile kazi ya serikali, endelea na kazi yako. Hapo tuko na amani ya kutosha, na hatutaki kuona anybody mwenye atacharibu kuenda ile mambo ya maandamano.
Raundi hata naye William akae ngumu. Because amewahi saidia huyu mzee. Na kama mzee anaona hawezi jitoa kwa game na avumilia ngoje 27, William naye aweke venye anaweza. Because already he is the boss.
So maandamano yetu ni peaceful maandamano. Hatutagongana na mtu yoyote, hatutapiga mtu yoyote. Tunataka haki ya wananchi. Bei ya chakula irudi chini, maisha irudi chini.
Angalia maisha ya watu vile iko. Sasa sisi wananchi tunaumia na yeye anakaa kwa kiti anakula vizuri. Hatutaki hiyo. Tutaandamana hata kama nataka ama hataki, tutaandamana.
Viongozi wenzetu wanaenda pale juu eti wao ndio wanaongea na rais. Na sisi kama wananchi sisi ndio tunateseka. Tumechoka na hii serikali ya Ruto. Tunataka baba ingie pale Ikulu na tuanze serikali mpya.
Wananchi kutoka sehemu tofauti tofauti, kutoka Rongo, kutoka Machakos, Uasin Gishu, Bomet, ambao wanazungumzia kuhusu maandamano ya siku ile. Picha ambazo zinakujia kwako mtazamaji, kama vile ambavyo unaziona kule, ni kaunti ya Kisumu, kaunti ambako hii leo kumekuwa na maandamano tangia asubuhi mwendo wa saa 1 hivi. Kumekuwa na vitoza machozi zikirushwa na maafisa wa polisi. Unaona maafisa wa polisi ndio hao wanatembea mwendo wa asa, lakini wakirusha vitoza machozi kuwatawanya wale ambao ni waandamanaji. Hapa ni kwenye kaunti ya Kisumu. Naelezwa hadi hapa Nairobi ni kana kwamba hali ni hiyo hiyo ya vitoza machozi, ambako Vincent Oduor yuko. Okusa yuko hapa kwenye kaunti hii ya Kisumu. Naona waandamanaji wako pale pembeni, maafisa wa polisi wamekaribia hapa. Muthiora, kuna hapo jamaa moja ambaye amesema ni miezi 6 tu baada ya Rais William Ruto kuchukua uongozi, mbona kuanza maandamano na hata serikali yake haijakita mizizi?
Manake Ruto alituhakikishia kwamba akiweka Biblia chini tu, shida za Wakenya pia zitashuka chini. Sasa hizo ahadi tunajua kuna zile ambazo zingechukua muda, na yeye akiwa ni mtu mwenye akili timamu angejua hilo, lakini yeye alitupa hakikisho kwamba akiwa sworn in atachapa kazi na tutakuwa na unafuu. Hiyo ahadi haijatimia.
Hakuna kazi yoyote ambayo unafikiria rais amefanya, yoyote ambayo
yapo mengi mazuri amefanya, lakini pale ambapo kiatu kinabana ni pale ambapo hii serikali yake inaonyesha kutojali hali ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Kwa mfano, juzi tu ametupatia baraza la manaibu waziri 50